screenshot. I'm gonna send it.
And Aisha said a goat came and ate some verses. So what do you think about that? So don't come up to me and tell me, okay, show me proof that it was taken out, and I will answer you.
Hello? Is this guy still talking?
Yeah.
So
He
is he
said,
getting us evidence?
yeah, can you tell him?
No,
Yeah,
not
he
really.
made some shit up for no reason. But
Is that you, Peter?
Okay, so do you have any evidence for me still, pagan?
Peter, you might have missed the conversation because what we did is we put a pin on that topic, and
No.
we've moved on.
Okay,
We
so
have moved. No,
okay.
Peter, you cannot just join the call again and say no, we're going back. No.
Okay, no. So I
We
want
have,
I want to ask, have you
he
conceded?
can though.
no,
He
you cannot
probably
because
he
I
has
said the
more
next
knowledge than you.
topic. Chloe,
Okay.
He
Chloe, are
can.
we gonna be
He
fair,
can.
Chloe?
He just
Come
made
on,
up
let's be
something,
fair
and
here.
I asked
Yeah,
him for the proof
Let's
of
be
it,
fair.
and he did not provide me anything.
Yeah, so you're
Yeah,
committing a
I'm being
logical
fair.
fallacy. Yeah, you're
You
committing
made
a
a
logical
statement.
fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He
do
said
you?
something about like Mark.
Yeah. So do you?
Something
Do
about
you?
About being
Mark
fair.
being taken out.
Yeah. So do you agree with conceding
And
that topic
and
then,
not just Mark, by the way. John 3:16, for God so
bro?
loved the world that he gave his
Oh
Please,
my
only
god, the
begotten
amount of
Son.
times I
The
heard
please
this
word
stop
argument
it.
begotten has
is
been
insane.
Stop it.
changed.
Look,
The
stop it.
word
So
begotten
was your
has
book
been
according to
changed.
You're
Hadith.
changing. You're
I actually
changing.
know what the Greek says. It hasn't been changed.
Yeah,
What kind of
exactly.
foolery is that?
Listen, Peter, I have not changed anything. I have moved on to the
Okay,
next
so do you
topic, and
concede? Do
you
you
have missed it.
concede the previous topic? Do you concede the previous topic? Simple as that. It's
There
if you
is
don't.
nothing to concede because
Okay,
I
so you
have
conceded
already
it.
stated that it's
Okay,
agree
so
to
you
disagree.
agree.
I've
So you
already
conceded.
stated that.
No, no, it can't be. It can't be
I have
agree to
not
disagree.
conceded, Peter.
Wait,
You
be
cannot back
quiet.
me into a corner, Peter.
No,
I have been debating for a long
pagan,
time.
pagan. You've not been. If this is what you call debating, this is like some brain dead debating. I'm sorry. You can't say,
Yeah, I'm
oh,
sorry.
we've put a pin in this,
Apologize. I don't
right?
need your apologies. I'm just
Okay,
saying that
I
I'm
don't
not
care.
going to concede on that topic because
Okay,
Okay,
we
can you
have
what?
show
not
us
come to
proof?
a conclusion there.
It's as simple as that. If somebody provides you evidence and then you say no, I have I have evidence to suggest otherwise, you best bring that evidence.
You have not
Otherwise,
bring the
you
evidence, though. You have not brought
automatically
the
can.
evidence.
I've
You
shown you
have mentioned,
hadiths,
Peter,
hadiths. Don't
Peter,
listen. Stop
Peter,
calling me Peter because
you,
I'll call you Stone Licker from now on. If you call me Peter again, I'll call you Stone Licker. It's as simple as that. Call me Peter, and I'll call you Stone Licker from now on.
yo,
That's
listen, G, are you there?
it.
Yeah.
So tell me, is Stone Liquor and Peter the same type of thing?
Do I want to be called Peter? No.
Well,
Yeah, but
he's angry that
if you
you
call
called
me a
him Peter.
Stone
That's
Liquor, it's not the
everything.
same as me calling you Peter, my friend.
I don't want to be called Peter. If I don't want to be called Peter, don't address me as Peter.
And I do not want to
Simple as that.
call you Hadith, whatever you said. I don't
Okay.
want to call you that.
I
So
said
how
just call
about
me
you give
Eater
me
then.
a reasonable name that I can call
Eater.
you?
Eater. That's it. Eater. That's it. Call me that. Simple as that. Don't be making up some names because if you start making up some names, then I'll start making up names for you. Simple.
Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna address you from now on. Now listen, Chloe.
That's not how it works. That's not how debate works. So you can see the topic. If you okay,
Okay,
Okay.
have you
listen,
brought evidence? If you don't bring evidence, you automatically if you
listen,
don't.
bro. You cannot just join the
He
call and
made a
start
statement about
give.
my
You
book
cannot just
and my
start
religion, and
yapping
he
again,
provided
bro.
no.
Okay, you
Me
automatically.
and Chloe,
I'm
me and
not
Chloe
yapping. At
are
least
on
I can
another
tell you.
topic now. Me and Chloe have moved on. We have moved on.
We moved on because he has no knowledge about his religion or his book,
Hold
and
on,
so I
Chloe.
said,
You
okay,
agreed that
please
we
let him
moved on.
debate
You
in
cannot
something that he
backtrack
has
now.
knowledge about.
You have agreed. Let's move on.
Yeah, we agree that you automatically
Well, I
conceded,
proved
so
you
we'll
wrong
move on.
many
Yeah,
times, and my
yeah.
friends did the same.
Nobody has conceded. Now the next topic
You
is the
don't
Bible.
need to say you
The
concede. You
Bible.
don't
The
need to
Bible.
say you
Hey,
concede.
hey, hey.
You don't need to
The
say you
Bible.
automatically concede. You don't need to mention to us that you concede when you automatically concede with how because you provided lack of
No, but
evidence.
I need to
So if you
mention the
provide lack of
next
evidence,
topic.
then you
I
that's
need
it.
to
You
mention the
automatically
next
concede.
topic. The next topic is the Bible. Can we now talk about
He
the
just
main book of
proven
your religion
some
now? The crux,
BS
the root.
statement about some stuff being removed or added in Mark and John, and
This
when I
is a
asked him to
factual
prove it
thing.
to
This
me,
is
to show
factual,
it to me,
Chloe.
he
You
provided
cannot disagree with
none,
me
not a
here. This is
single
a
one evidence
factual.
that states that.
I can't
And then I
disagree.
told him
Why?
with proofs
Yeah, show
proofs
evidence that
from
it was
hadith.
changed.
It says that they used to burn Qurans that they did not agree with, and Aisha said
And
some
again, you're
goat
talking
ate
about the
some
Quran.
verses.
We're on the
Like,
Bible
you see
now,
how
Chloe.
ridiculous that sounds? But at least I can show
No,
him
no,
the
no.
Chloe,
proof
we are on
that
the
he
Fine.
proves
Bible
It's okay.
now.
not a single
Chloe, it's fine.
like
Yeah,
evidence about some stuff about the
Chloe,
Bible.
let's not go back
let
to
him
the
finish.
Quran. We are on the Bible now.
Okay,
Okay?
okay, that's fine. So you said it was changed. Now please provide
Yeah, go
evidence
ahead.
how you know it was changed. That's it. Please provide evidence how it was
Yeah,
added in.
please.
Provide evidence how it was added in. It's as simple as that.
Tell me, what's your standard for evidence before I go on?
Me, I want evidence from previous. What I want, right, is I want evidence from second century
Yeah,
For example,
manuscripts.
if I'm dumb enough to bring up Wikipedia, you're not gonna accept it, right?
because is that manuscript?
Yeah, because
Is
everyone
that
can edit
manuscript?
Well,
in
Yeah.
yes.
Wikipedia.
The thing is, in
What?
Mark
That's not
16, in
That's not
Mark
manuscript.
16:12, they have compared the original manuscript with the one we have now, and they
That's
have
not
not found those
manuscript.
verses in the original one.
That's not. I can pull you up Codex Sinaiticus right now. That's in Greek. That will literally tell you otherwise. Shall we do this? Do you really want to do this? Because I'll embarrass you on this. I will
Do
embarrass
you
you.
want the Greek? Do you want the Greek?
Tell
I
me,
can do that.
Yeah,
tell
let's
me
see.
about Mark 9 to 20,
Okay, Mark 9 to 20. Let's pull this up.
Okay,
Codex
pull up
Sinaiticus,
the
guys.
Greek
chapter
version.
number
I
16.
can
Tell me why this was taken
ask
out.
me about the Greek. It will be
It
it's
was not
easy for
taken
you.
out. He's gonna prove it too.
Yeah, I'll prove it to you. It's as simple as that. Okay,
What's
so
the quote? What's the quote?
it said Mark. What do you
Mark.
say?
Mark 16, verse 9 to 20.
Okay, Mark 16. Let's get this up for him. Mark 16.
And what's the problem about that
Problem
part?
is, my friend, I have made a decision. I've made an argument that these verses were taken out from the Bible.
Okay, please show me. Please show me earlier manuscripts. It's simple as that. I want earlier manuscripts. It's as simple as that. I've asked you for evidence of earlier manuscripts. Easy.
So
It should be easy for
no,
you.
those verses weren't removed. It's actually the opposite. Some scribes
Okay, okay,
added them.
listen, my friend. I'm gonna read to you now. The earliest extant complete manuscripts of Mark, Codex Sinaiticus. How do you pronounce this?
Sinaiticus.
Sinaiticus.
Sinaiticus,
I'll do that. Okay, give me a
Sinaiticus,
second.
and
I will dismantle this easily.
Codex Vaticanus.
Yeah.
These manuscripts come from the 4th century. Okay.
Yeah.
Do not contain the last 12 verses of Mark 16 and 9 to 20. It does
Yeah.
not contain. It does
And
not
Yeah.
contain these
So
verses.
yes.
if the earlier manuscripts don't have them and older manuscripts have them, does it mean they were removed or that they were added?
Well, my friend,
Think a
this is
bit.
your
Think
history.
a bit.
Your scholars have been debating about these verses for many
No, they haven't. No, they
millennia.
haven't. No,
Well,
they haven't. No, they
Yes, they
haven't.
Show
have.
us
Yes,
proof
they
that
have.
that
And they've
happened.
come to a conclusion
Prove,
that they have removed these verses from the Bible.
prove that
Okay,
they
prove it to us.
prove it to us. Because you've look
Show us.
since
You
since
said
since you
that
came in
earlier.
this call. I'm sorry, but
Okay,
you've made a lot of
listen.
statements. But you know, no, I don't
Pull
want to
up
look.
Codex. Pull up the Codex. Pull up the
yeah, I can.
Vaticus and the
I'm doing
Sinaiticus.
it right now. I'm doing it right now.
And show
It's
me if
easy.
Mark 16, 9 to 20 is in there.
Guys, my patience is
No, but
starting to
that's
run out.
irrelevant. It's been added, not removed.
Ha,
And
ha, ha. It's
even
been added. Huh? It's been added first and then later removed.
No,
Because
it's
they knew it's
never
a
removed.
fabrication.
It's never removed.
No.
How did it
It
die?
wasn't there in the original, but then it was added. So the scholar said, okay, it was not in the original manuscript, so let's remove it because it's something the scribes added. So the actually removing it is adding the
Aha,
original.
here we go. And there's a long history of this where they've been adding
If
and removing
if I have a
things.
Shia adding something in the Quran, okay.
Sorry,
If I
my
have a
friend.
Shia,
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. We're
Quran? What
focusing
let's
is
on the
go there.
Bible
the
right
Let's
now.
go
Do
there.
Quran?
not
Let's
bring up
go there.
Shia and
Yeah,
this thing.
yeah.
No,
Because
no,
it's
no, no, no,
it's the
no.
same
Stay on
argument
the
in
topic.
Muslims.
Hey,
It's the same
hey,
argument
my
in
friend,
Muslims. It's the same argument.
Stay on the topic.
Stop, and let me make my argument. If you say,
Go ahead. Go
if a
ahead.
Shia adds something in the Quran, okay. If a Shia decides to add something in the Quran and then he removes it, he has the original Quran. So if someone added something in the Bible, and then we remove it because we know it's been added. We have the original Bible, so I don't understand your argument.
Yeah, thank you. Right now, can I mute him? There you go. Now you can speak.
Hey, how did I begin this topic? I said, has there been fabrications in the Bible? And you guys said no. And now you guys are saying that, ha ha ha. Here we go. So you guys are hypocrites.
Ross,
You guys
No.
don't
we're
know
hypocrites?
whether there's fabrications or no
We're
fabrications.
What?
Well,
We're the
first of
hypocrites?
all, first
You haven't
point,
shown
You
a
haven't
single
shown any single
source.
evidence of anything.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
friend, I
the
said pull
entire
up
fucking
codex.
hour
And
first
hey, I
provided
said pull up the
evidence
first
codex.
against you.
point,
Pull up the
first
sources.
point. No, let's clear a few stuff up because it's a mess. Yeah, there is some verses that have been added, yes, in the
Of the
Bible,
longer
yes,
ending of
but
Mark, yes.
but those verses do not contradict the teachings of the
So
Bible
do
in
you
any
concede?
way.
Do you
In any
concede
way.
on that?
Let
Just
me
concede on.
finish. Let me finish my argument, then you can talk. Stop talking over people, please. So, first part,
Okay,
the
and
verses
take
that
your own
were
advice.
added.
Go ahead.
Let
Why are
me
you talking?
finish my argument. Okay. So,
Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
verses
Yeah,
we
let us
have
talk.
added in the Bible that were added, and we know that what was added. We know exactly what was added. We know because we have older manuscripts right now, so we can see what was in the early manuscripts and what was not in the early manuscripts. So we can see.
Thank you.
We have also older stuff in from other countries. We have some Bibles from other places, and if only a Bible
Ethiopia.
from a certain place is something, it means it's a forgery.
And we can
Easily, we can
tell
easily see, we can tell if something was or was not.
because we have
Oh, and
6,000
also,
manuscripts.
Are you finished? Can
adding
I
more.
talk now? Can I
No,
talk? Can I talk?
I didn't finish. I didn't finish. I
Go
didn't
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also, even these verses that were added do not contradict the original points of the Bible. Do not do. There's no single verse that was probably added in the Bible, um, and then removed, of course, because we know it's wrong to add
Listen.
it.
Okay. Now let me take.
I no, I didn't finish.
Bro, come on. You've been. This is not a fucking
No,
monologue over here.
I did not. Why are
You
you
did the
talking
same thing.
over?
You did the same thing
No,
before.
I gave
You
you guys
snapped
a
on.
chance. Okay. Let me also talk now.
I didn't finish my
If you.
point.
Okay.
I'm saying
Okay.
that
Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll finish. Just give me 20 seconds. The key point is that there is actually no single verse that was added that contradicts the original message of the Bible, and there's no way you can find a single passage that contradicts the meanings of the original passages. Now you can talk.
All right. So if you read Mark, if you read the chapter 16, verse 9 to 20, it says, with the power of Jesus, you're going to drive out demons. With the power of Jesus, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting. You're going to drink poison and it's not going to harm you. That's what it says in Mark 16, verse 9 to 20. How many people do you think this forgery has misled in 2,000 years? How many people have drank poison and died because of these verses? How many do you assume?
How is this relevant?
That's
My
relevant.
Yeah.
friend, it's relevant because if there's
No,
a
it's
fabrication
irrelevant
that
at all
says if
because
you
it's a
drink
forgery.
poison,
It's not.
see
It's a
now you're interrupting
forgery.
me.
It's
Now
a
you're interrupting me.
forgery. Go
Hey,
say
hey,
sorry,
hey,
sorry,
hey.
so sorry. I'm sorry. I did the
I
wrong
let
thing.
you
Yeah,
talk and now you will let me talk.
yeah, I was wrong. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
And yeah, you're a human, I understand. Now, in these verses it says you're going to drink poison and you're not going to die. That is
Well,
clearly
there's
a
a hadith that
fabrication.
says if you eat
Chloe,
7 dates a day,
Be
and
fair now, Chloe.
but it's the same thing, don't you think? I guess when Muhammad went at Khaybar, he forgot to eat his 7 dates.
Please don't, Chloe. Please
Guys,
don't
do
change
you
the
hear
topic.
this?
It's
Do you
already.
hear this? Oh my goodness, Chloe. Now,
Well, you made a
Mark,
statement. Yeah.
yeah, but
What?
let me talk. Let me talk.
Okay.
So now we agree that these have been fabrications. Okay, we agree that they were not found in the original codex, they were added on, and because of the brilliance and the genius of your scholars, they have taken it out. Agreed. Now, this is not my only contention, by the way. There have been so many fabrications. For example, in John 3:16, it's controversial. The word begotten is controversial. It wasn't in the original manuscript.
Show us,
And
show
also,
us the older
and also,
manuscript.
Show us,
Can you
show us,
can you
show
show
us.
us? Can you show us, please?
all right.
I'll
Give
do
me
that.
a minute.
I have Sinaiticus in front of me. I have
Give
Sinaiticus in front
give
of me.
me a minute, and I'm gonna now. You talk now.
Yeah, you
Okay,
made a bunch
so
of statements. We got a speaker who speaks Greek here, so don't
Pointless
lie.
statements. I have stuck to the topic, and I have
I have
relayed
I'll say
my knowledge.
first
You are in
point.
no position to say I have useless points. Okay, that's
Yeah,
not
I
a
am
debate.
because
Then you're
all
making
you
a
made is
judgment
useless
on me.
points. No, because
First of
all you
all,
made, you don't provide
Well,
any evidence of
no.
anything.
Sorry, no
Sinaiticus
fallacies here. No fallacies. You cannot
Exactly.
insult my
Sinaiticus
points.
and
Okay.
Monogene.
Right. No, I'm sorry, guys. We had plenty of votes for this guy. Look, there we go. We had plenty of votes. He brought nothing. I'm sorry, he brought nothing. We couldn't keep him. This was
However,
a waste of
actually,
time.
it was wrong on a couple stuff. Monogene is in the I don't speak actual Greek, but I can read it. And monogene, which is begotten, is in the Codex Sinaiticus.
Yep, I pulled up. I literally had it in front of me. I had Codex Sinaiticus in front of me all that time. He was just yapping away. He was literally just
No,
yapping away.
I'm reading from the Greek literally. I can give that to you. Utos gar agapese otheos ton cosmo oste ton uion ton monegene inapas o pistevon eis auton me apo letai al eke zoen ionon. Okay, then it goes on, but the key point is that monegene is in the actual manuscript. I could look up at Codex Alexandrinus, but it will be really complicated. Um,
Yep. Right. Let's do this from now on, right? If they make a point, all we'll do is if they say okay, this has happened here, and if they don't provide any, so we'll mute them until they provide evidence for that point, or we'll keep unless they have evidence straight away. That's fine. But if they go on like this guy over and over again, then there's no point because whatever you tell him, he's just not gonna listen. It's as simple as that.
Also, the points he made were actually irrelevant because it was making point about being misled by a passage that was added. What's the point if the passage was added? It's not infallible.
Did you know that?
So what's the point? It's like if I added people who aren't Muslims are niggers. Okay, I can add it into the Quran, and so to make think that all non-believers are black, and then some people are gonna be misled from that, of course, because it's in the Quran. What's the point? It's an adding. It's a forgery.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell him. I don't know.
I'll try to look at Codex Alexandrinus, but Sinaiticus is by far the easiest to look up. Codex Alexandrinus. Okay, I think I found it.
Right.
If it's also in the Alexandrinus, I'm gonna laugh, but like a lot. So
Let me just untime him out because I think I've accidentally clicked an hour instead of like 10 minutes though. What was his name again? Does anybody remember his name? Okay, there you go.
Some Z name, like Z1K
Yeah.
or something.
Right, there you go. He's been untimed out. Please, just don't let him change topics because I think we jumped from about 20 different topics on that discussion. I don't like he literally because he didn't have anything to say. He just kept changing and reversing the topic. That's all was happening.
Yeah, with no proof at all.
There you go. Okay, he's back now. So please, just stick him to the topic. Okay, I'm gonna go, guys.
Okay, listen, guys. Before we continue, I'm just gonna say that I do enjoy this discussion.
So okay, can I respond to the points you made before?
And listen, guys, before we go on, let's keep the respect in a nice way, okay? Let's keep the respect.
Yeah, we want the
Okay,
same from you then. If we're
agreed.
gonna respect you, we want you to respect us back. That's how respect
Okay,
works. Respect works
so
both
let's
ways.
use some rules.
I haven't said anything disrespectful, I think, so
from since I was there, I kind of have to agree with him. So let's make a few rules. First point, if we never we never talk on someone else, and if we do, we ask for we apologize. Okay, first rule. Second rule, nobody gets to change topic. These are the two rules. We can add them. You can add some others later, but these two need to be really important. Nobody gets to change topic. So for example, if we are talking about the Bible, nobody can bring the Quran and vice versa. Is that fine for everyone?
Yeah, bro. Good with me.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
so those two rules, we're gonna respect them. So if Zinc Sultan agrees, we can continue.
My friend, I fully agree. Let's
Okay,
go on.
so um, let's answer to the points you made before. First of all, you said about, yeah, if some people are misled by a corruption of a text, okay? The word corruption means it's something that's not from the authority of God, and not written from the apostles. So, of course, someone is going to be misled from a passage that was not from the apostles, okay? But I think God also I think no serious priest would have encouraged on those verses to eat some venom or something like that.
Poison and yeah,
We have
yeah,
a
yeah.
tradition. We have a tradition, so we
Mm.
know how to interpret verses. So no priest would have said, "Okay, now go with venom because it's in that verse." It's not really a good point. And second of all, I've looked at Sinaiticus. It actually says monogene, begotten. It actually says in the Greek begotten. So I don't. Okay, now you
Okay,
can answer.
okay, okay. Can I respond now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, here we go. The thing is, Chloe brought up that if the Shias put hold on,
I
before you
never said
interrupt,
anything.
I'm not going off the topic, I'm just addressing.
But I
If
didn't say that.
somebody added the verses to the Quran, now here's the difference between my position and your position. In your position, if somebody added verses in the Bible, it took them thousands of years to find out it's a fabrication. But if somebody today put some fabrications in the Quran, we would know in 2 seconds that it's a fabrication because people have memorized the Quran. Millions of people know the Quran by heart. And that is a major difference.
And why are there different qira'ats?
In the Bible, if there's a
And why are there
fabrication,
different qira'ats?
so many scholars have to come
Why are
and
you not
discuss and
answering me? Why
debate.
are there different qira'ats? Why are there
Okay,
different Qur'ans
Please,
that
Chloe, don't
either
Chloe,
stop
can I
change
making an
the
please
literal?
interrupt.
just talk, Chloe?
Please, Chloe.
Chloe,
He made a
can I,
Chloe,
statement. You cannot just like throw something in.
Chloe, can I
If I don't
finish
like
Chloe,
it,
my,
Please,
continue on topic and don't change it. And stop
Yeah,
making up stuff. Because I can easily debunk you.
no, okay. So first of all, I said this stuff about the Quran. It wasn't Chloe. Um, and second,
listen, I haven't finished talking yet.
yeah, I was just saying that it was me who said the was it was me that was
About
who
the
was
Shia
comparing
yeah.
the Quran and
Imam.
the
Yeah,
Bible. It was
I
not Chloe.
apologize, Chloe. I apologize. Okay, so you made that point. Now, my contention is that the thing is, my friend, if somebody added verses in the Quran, we would have known it in like 2 minutes. But how come in the Bible you have these fabrications that have been there for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years and nobody knew? And then it took an in-depth analysis to finally found out that these in the Codex it wasn't there. So all I'm saying is there's a major difference here. In the Bible, it's it's really hard to know what's authentic and what's a fabrication.
Okay,
In the
so
Quran, if a Shia came along and said, "Listen, I'm gonna add this in the Quran," nope, we're gonna know it in a second. That's all I'm saying.
okay, can I answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, first point, I read Mark 16. It doesn't actually say you can drink venom and you'll still be. I mean, it doesn't say that you should drink venom. It says that um, I'm gonna look at the English because I'm looking in my tongue, so I have to bring up the English just to be sure. But it talks about drinking venom by accident, and it means that the Lord will save you if you drink venom by accident. It doesn't actually say you can drink venom and you won't die, okay? Let's see. They will pick up snakes with their hands, and when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on sick people and they will get well. This is from the Lord. It's the verse is saying basically, the Lord is with them so they won't get hurt. That's what the verse is saying. It's not encouraging people to do dumb stuff. It's saying that if the Lord is with you, they won't get harmed. Okay, so
Listen.
I
I think you're making a nuanced argument right now. The thing
no,
is, you're making an argument from faith. If your
no,
faith is big enough, you can avoid the poison, dying from poison.
I'm
However, nowadays people's faith is so less, and they don't believe in Jesus as they should. The thing is, I'm being a devil's advocate now a bit. I'm defending your point just a bit, just to be a bit diplomatic. Although I fully disagree with your points, I'm going to defend them a bit.
saying what the
You can argue that back then the disciples had such a faith. They had such a grand amount of faith in Jesus that maybe perhaps they could have survived poison, but nowadays you don't have those people anymore. That's one thing you can say, but I would disagree with it. My thing is very simple. I'm not concerned with what the fabricated verses say. I am concerned with the fact that there has been fabrications. There has been verses that have misled people, and it took them such a long time to take them out from the Bible. Just like the King James Version and the NIV version have differences in them.
okay,
That's all I'm saying.
okay. First point, first really important point. Yeah, you are actually concerned with the what the fabrication is saying because you're saying they misled people. So this fabrication doesn't mislead people. It doesn't mislead people. It's imperfect. Um, it perfectly agrees with the biblical message. It just says if you read that in context, it said, go into all the world and preach the gospel and to all creation. Whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned. So everyone who has a little faith is condemned. So the Lord isn't with them. So of course the verse doesn't work with them. It's obvious.
See. Now you're
So
using my defense of your point.
no, I'm saying that in context, the verse doesn't mean what you said before. You said that before you said before you were removed from the channel. I think you said that the verse
Hold on,
mislead
hold on.
people. He's saying
I have a question though. How come I was removed from the channel?
not from by me. However, I think Ali Theater maybe because he thought you were not providing enough evidence, something like that.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
probably was the
can we
point.
promise not to do that again? Because I don't like being kicked out from a place where I was having a respectful discussion. I don't want to be treated this way, where I get called a stone liquor, then I get kicked out.
Can I
Okay,
ask you a
Can we not do that?
can I? So let's. Okay, I think the
Nobody wants
discussion
to
is
talk.
good now, so we'll continue. I don't think
All right,
there's
let's
reason to
leave
get you kicked
emotions
again.
aside. Let's get back to the point.
Okay, so
Now, yes,
Nobody
the
now
wants to say
let me
something.
continue now, okay?
okay.
How did I start my point? I said that I asked you a question. I said, has there been fabrications in the Bible, yes or no?
I
Chloe
wasn't there at
said
that point.
no. No, but
I'm
the
sorry.
thing is, I said to you clearly, has there been a fabrication in the Bible?
I wasn't
You
there at the
guys
point of
said
discussion.
no. You guys said no. And now I have shown you that there was a fabrication and it's not found in the codex. So what are we doing here, guys? I mean, either you accept that there has been fabrications or you just keep on, I
Speaking
don't
of
know.
fabrications, can I ask you something as a Muslim?
So
But
As a
let's not
person
Chloe,
that
go
read
into the
please,
Quran?
Quran.
Chloe,
Chloe, calm down.
please,
I am calm.
I'll answer
What?
him. Don't worry. I'll
Okay,
DM you
I'm gonna ask
later.
you
Just
something. It's a normal question. Do you think God would tell you to? This is according to the Quran, by the way, what I've read.
Chloe, let your Christian brother speak. Me and him are having a nice discussion. Can we just continue that?
And you said it's corrupted. Then you cannot just make a statement about a book that's not nowhere even compared to your book. That's all about.
Let him answer. Let him answer. Chloe,
Okay, let him answer. Let him
relax.
talk.
okay. So the issue is that I wasn't at first. I wasn't there when you said uh, that there were no fabrication in the Bible. So if I was there, if I were there when you said when you asked if there were fabrications in the Bible, I would have said yeah, there were some. There were some. But we know what those are, and we know for sure their meaning. The meaning they have in those fabrication doesn't actually disagree with the Bible. So the message of the Bible has not been corrupted. The message of the Bible is perfectly uncorrupted. What's the added stuff were probably before some commentaries or something from really old scribes who added this stuff in some notes, and then it became a part of the text. That's
Okay.
a
All
part of
right. All
some.
right. All right. Okay.
So
Let me expand on it just a bit. Can I open up the dialogue?
yeah, okay.
So let me give you a metaphor. Let's say I write a book about fruits. Okay, let's say I talk about apples, oranges, watermelons, blah blah, yap yap, yeah. Now, if somebody comes along and mentions a vegetable in the book, or let's say another type of fruit like a mango, and it's not in the fruit book that I wrote, I have the original book that I authored, and someone later came on and talked about a mango in my book and placed it in the book. Now, would you say that mango thing is a fabrication, or would you say, oh no, it doesn't change the message of the book?
Well, actually, to show that the Bible is corrupt, you need to show more than just fabrications around. I
Noble wanted to
can you
respond.
repeat
Yeah,
the mango and vegetable parts, please?
yeah. Let Noble respond quickly because Noble wanted to respond for ages and
My
no one's
friend,
Okay,
no one's
okay.
let him
no, no, no,
respond.
wait, hold on. Before you
I'll let
respond,
others respond.
Yeah.
I'll let others respond.
let me relay my metaphor.
Okay, and then let Noble respond after that because Noble's been
10
waiting to
seconds,
respond.
I'm gonna give you a quick summary. I write a fruit book. I author a fruit book. I talk about apples, mangoes. Let's say I talk about mangoes, fine. Mangoes, pineapples, whatever have you. Now, let's say 10 years have passed, and another guy comes and fucking talks about a durian or I don't know, like a star fruit. Any type of fruit that's not mentioned in my fruit book, and he adds it to my book. Now, would you say that this is a fabrication because it is not the book that I wrote and authored? Or would you say, no, it's not a fabrication because it matches the message that I wrote about?
Well, it is a fabrication. I didn't disagree that it's not. I
No,
didn't
wait.
say
Let
it's not a
Noble respond,
fabrication.
please. Let Noble respond. Noble wanted to respond for ages. Noble, please make your point
Okay,
because
okay,
Noble
yeah.
wants to respond. Go on, Noble. Noble, hello. Noble, you wanted to respond. You said.
Oh yeah. I have a question from the Muslim guy. Are you a Sunni?
The thing is, I don't know what a shuni is, bro. Can you
He said
speak
Sunny.
up a bit? Be more clear.
He said Sunny.
People who believe in like Sunnah of Muhammad, like Hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari,
Oh
Sahih
goodness, bro. The thing is, guys, can we follow the boundaries of the discussion? We're on a new topic. Can we stick
He
by it
asked
now?
you a question. Why aren't
Muslim.
you answering him? He asked a
Muslim
very
you
simple
copy.
question.
Okay. I'll answer this one question, then we go back to the point. Yes, bro, I'm a Sunni, but I'm not like outspoken about that. I'm a Muslim. I'm a simple Muslim, man. I don't say I'm a Sunni. I'm a Muslim. But if I had to give you the details, I am a Sunni. Now,
Okay.
moving back to the main point.
Okay. Do you believe that the Quran is preserved?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, one of you jump in and take us back to the main thing, guys. Come
No,
on.
I'm just asking,
Please,
like, do you believe
the rules
Quran
of the
is true?
discussions, the rules of the discussions were two and were clear. Do not speak on someone else over someone else, and do not change the topics. If the topic is the Bible corruption, please don't bring in the Quran. Please, I beg you. I really beg you.
All right.
I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but um, it's gonna the discussion is not gonna be productive then.
Okay, now let me ask you my next question. In the beginning of this topic, I said that has the Bible been fabricated? No, I haven't said the Bible been fabricated. I said has there been verses in the Bible that have been fabricated? You guys said no, and it's your prerogative if you want to stand by that. I'm not gonna force you out of it. However, my next question is and you're not gonna like this question. Ready? Are you ready for it?
Go on.
My next question is, can God's word be corrupted?
The word of God wasn't corrupted. That's the point.
Can the word of God be corrupted? Yes or no?
No.
No.
No. And what do you mean by no? Do you mean the NIV version, the King James version, or the Codex?
They're
Which one?
Well,
translations. They're
first of all,
translations.
yeah. Thank you, Chloe. She made the whole point again on her own.
Just like you have Quran translations, it's the same thing with
Yeah,
the Bible.
exactly.
If
It's the same thing with the
I
Bible.
have 10 Quran translation, does that mean I have 10 different Qurans? No. NIV, KJV are all different translation of the Greek texts we have. The thing is, in Greek,
No. You guys are twisting now. I'd
No,
never
we're not
mentioned
twisting. We
translations.
just said
I
they
mentioned
said different
fabrications, not
translations.
translations. I
oh, no,
mentioned
It is
you said
fabrications.
translations. Want me to prove
NIV
to
and
you?
KJV, NIV and
What's the
Yeah.
KJV
difference?
are
No,
translations.
no, no,
So
no, no.
you have,
My point wasn't, I'm not bringing up the translation. I'm saying the King James has verses in it that the NIV does not. And the Codex
Can you
has
show me
oh,
things in it
scripture?
okay,
Can you show me
okay,
the
I
that
get
the
it, I get it
you
now.
understand, yeah? Yeah. I'm talking
Now
about
I get it.
fabrications, not
Okay,
translations.
so I get it. So some verses are traditionally included in scripture, was some Bibles, usually the more modern they
Okay, but
are.
listen, I haven't finished my point though.
Oh, okay,
Can I
so
No,
just
I'm
you
get,
sorry,
get
I'm
10
you
sorry,
more
I'm
have,
seconds?
sorry.
because he was
Can I
replying
just
to
get
like
10
what.
more seconds? I was gonna finish my point just now, man, but then he jumped in.
Lord, give me strength.
Let's say the Codex was the Word of God. Let's say it was the Holy Spirit inspired manuscript, the Codex, the Vaticus, whatever, from the first, second century, whatever have you. However, scribes have come and they have added verses to that Codex that were not there. This, my friend, is called corrupting God's Word. When you add in verses and no one notices until the 19th century, 2,000 years have gone by. This is clearly a fabrication, and this cements my point. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's get back at it again. Okay, let's try to explain. Maybe I didn't explain myself good enough. So, first point, the when we have a corruption, it means then the message when a text is corrupted, it means that the text was changed.
The
A
message of the text.
corruption works if you have something that contradicts the original. So if you want to say that Mark 16, or I don't know I don't know, maybe the adulterer woman, yeah, another passage, another famous passage. Those both of those passages, while they're added, they do not contradict the message of the Bible. So, to use an example, right? If I have, a book about mangoes, okay, but there's no notes that talks about, I don't know, I forgot the word for um, uh, the leaf of the plant of the mango. Okay, so let's say you talk about the fruit mango in your book. You didn't say anything about the leaf of the mango part. Someone adds the leaf of the mango. No, it's a bad example. Let me rethink.
I
It's a bad
think
example. Um,
can someone else make this easier to understand, if you're still thinking. Basically, well, no, it's not a bad example, because the overall message, the first message of the book is not changed. They just added the part about the leaf, but the whole message about that mango tree, whatever you want to call it, is not contradicting anything. And we know that part is not in the earlier text that we have, because we still have the earlier text. We have over 6,000 manuscripts from the earlier text
Okay, listen. Okay,
that
now
still say
let
the
me
exact same
respond.
thing.
Can I
That say
can
the
I
exact
can I
same thing.
respond? Can I respond now? I have been sitting here really quiet for 2 minutes and I listened. Now I'm gonna talk.
No, hold on. Moonflare.
So,
Um.
hold on.
Actually,
Okay,
sure.
okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna talk then. Okay.
Okay. Go. Go.
I'll tell you about another metaphor. Ready? Now, let's say there was a crime. Okay, and there's a crime. And I'm one of the witnesses, and I compiled let's say, a story about how the crime went. And I went to the court and I said, this is my witness testimony. The judge took that witness testimony and gave it to one of his, I don't know, his friends. And let's say his friends added something to my story. They made a fabrication. They added some other detail about that crime. However, this extra detail doesn't somehow debunk my witness testimony. It just adds to it. Like it somehow makes my message better. This will never stand in the court. This would be called a fabrication. This would be called a lie.
Okay. And that's why we have earlier manuscripts that we know that don't contain it, so we can tell what is the original, in this case, in your case, witness testimony, and what is not the original witness testimony. Simple as that.
They wouldn't throw out your witness testimony. They'd actually hire a detective, in this case, textual critic, to determine what's original and what isn't. They wouldn't throw it away. It's not how. That's
Yeah,
not
and the
how a court
critics,
case
the
works.
critics here in this argument are your scholars and denominations
They're
and
not our
establishment,
scholars.
whatever.
Just because someone studies Christianity doesn't mean they're quote unquote our scholars. We don't have anything to do with
Okay,
it.
all right, all right. The thing is, my point still stands. If somebody makes a fabrication in my witness testimony or in my apple book, my fruit book, I will stand till my death and say that this guy has made a fabrication, even though it doesn't go against my message. I would
But
say this
that wouldn't
guy
work in
has
a
made a
court.
fabrication, clear cut.
You just made up your own
He's
first
law.
point,
corrupted my message.
the
No, let
actual
Moonflare reply. Let
Dude, I got a headache.
Moonflare was
Can you make
replying
a
here.
Well,
point?
he just made a standard which literally doesn't exist in real life. It's like what's the point of the courtroom standard?
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Your courtroom standard's stupid because they wouldn't throw out your witness testimony. They would get a detective or a
It's
critic or
not. It's
someone
not a
in there.
standard. It's just a metaphor. I'm not trying to be
Well, your
a.
metaphor doesn't work, so don't use it.
How? Okay, explain to me why it doesn't work.
I just told you how it doesn't work because they wouldn't throw that out in a court of law.
Well, you can talk a bit slower, number one, and then
Okay,
open it up a bit. Give me more details.
they wouldn't throw that out in a court of law. That would not be disqualifiable in a court of law. That's not how the court system works.
I'm saying if I made a witness testimony, I wrote down the crime word by word. Are you following me here? And then
Yeah.
I took this paper that I wrote in. This is my original manuscript. Call it the Codex Witness Testimony. And then a bunch of people, scribes, corrupt people came by and said, no, give me that paper. Let me add something. Screw your witness testimony. This is all wrong. Let me add this. This is clearly a fabrication in Mark.
I don't get the point of your story still, because that would still be valid in a court of law.
No, you're focusing too much on the metaphor. Can you zoom back and think now in terms
Your
of this
metaphor does
Mark?
not work.
well, first of all,
It's a metaphor.
Your
okay,
metaphor doesn't
I'm getting
work.
what you said. I get it. I got what you said, but the metaphor doesn't work, and for um a few other reasons. First of all, the actual for example, the what
Okay,
we have
listen.
is not
Listen,
okay.
listen. This poison thing, right? If you believe in the Lord and you have faith, you can grab snakes, you can drink poison. Okay, fine. Tell me in another place in the Bible that it says you can drink poison and if you have enough faith, you're gonna live. And if you can
Well,
handle snakes,
It talks about if you go through certain harms, you're gonna come out unarmed, like in the book of Isaiah.
no.
and
I'm not
first of all,
talking
it
about the
says that
book
you
of Isaiah. I'm talking about the New Testament. Let's stick on the New
okay.
Testament.
It says that if
It
you believe in Jesus, you will resurrect from the dead. So I think it's a bit more
people
extreme
being
than
able to perform miracles like that's from the book of Acts. That's a historical
Oh,
retelling from the book of Acts.
listen. I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus said the
well.
words, if you
Paul
drink
didn't write the
poison.
book of Acts.
All right. I'm not talking about the book of Acts. I'm talking about Mark. Now,
Okay,
if
It's only mentioned
if
one place
Jesus
in Mark.
said if Jesus said that you can drink poison and live, if you handle snakes and you have enough faith, most people don't have enough faith, but if you do have enough faith and trust in the Lord, harm is not going to come to you. Fine, fine. However, tell me in another place where Jesus said if you drink poison and you do these things and you have faith, you're going to live. If you bring up
Not
another
there.
verse that
well,
matches the verses in Mark, then yes, it doesn't contradict the message. But
Let him
drinking
explain
okay.
poison,
his point.
handling snakes,
Show me
this contradicts.
Jesus himself
How does it
casted out
contradict
demons.
if it happened in
So
church
if
history?
Jesus can
Hold
cause
on.
demons, you think he can cure someone from venom? I mean, it's pretty easy. It cure people from blindness. It cure people
My
from all
friend, this is
kinds of
Jesus.
evil.
This is
Okay, hold on.
Jesus. Jesus
If you
wasn't
want to
talking
Yeah,
about
argue,
himself here. He was talking about
even if
his
you want to
followers. If his
argue,
followers
about
have
his
enough
followers.
faith,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
hold on.
just let Moonflare
Even
respond.
if you want to argue, well, these words are not original. The next question would be, where will they come from? They come from the book of Acts, where the apostles were performing miracles. They were getting bitten by snakes. They are getting persecuted, and absolutely nothing happened to them. So Acts is considered historical by Christians. This happened in church history. It's Acts 28. It's all through the book of Acts.
listen. If you read the history of Mark, Luke, Matthew, and John, you're going to realize that the people Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John did not write the gospel. They were
You're going to
anonymous
realize
people
that.
that wrote.
I didn't realize that when I read it.
Yeah,
I
but you
didn't
agree with
realize
me
it
that
too.
anonymous people have written those gospels, people we don't know, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so wait,
It's
have you read the
literal.
Bible?
work in history.
No, have you read the
I
Bible?
spent, my friend, let me repeat. I spent 2 years in Christian school.
Oh, okay. Have
I
you read the
literally
book of
went
David?
to UNC Charlotte,
No,
where they
hold
have
on.
all these textual critics like Bart Ehrman and James E. Tabor. I know how textual criticism works.
Yeah,
Okay,
have you read the book
okay.
of David? Quickly.
The book of David.
Yeah. Have you read it?
The book of David, is that in the 66 books, the canon version, the book of David?
Yeah. Have you read it? You said you read the Bible. Have you read the book of David?
There's a book called David in the Bible.
You tell me. Have you read the book of David?
Have you read the Gospel
No,
of
no,
David
I have
then?
not, because there is no such, I don't think there's a
Okay,
book
good.
called
There
David.
you go. Okay, at least you understand. Carry
Yeah,
on.
dude, I know the Bible a bit. I'm not a dumbass. Okay?
You
Far
can
you've
argue
proven it.
anonymous all you want, but that doesn't take away the content of the gospel, being the fact that it traces to the scripture.
Hey, you tried to catch me, man. You tried to catch me. Oh shit.
It's worked on a few people.
Okay, good one though, good one. Okay, moving on. Now let's
But
get
I have
back
a
to the point.
question. Can you
Shoot.
you've been
Yeah.
talking for an hour, and I just stopped listening because you were making not a single point. Like I got tired. Please make a point. For the love of God. If you love God,
Chloe, just because
make a
you're not
point.
interested in the debate doesn't mean
No, I am
that you
interested,
gotta
but you
attack
made
my
me
points.
uninterested. You're not making a
Chloe,
single
this
point.
is an
You've just
argument
been
from
yapping for an
emotions. I
hour.
don't like this argument. Please stay away
No, I
from
like this
fallacies.
argument.
Stay away from
No,
You have no
fallacies.
idea
I
what you're
don't
talking
like
about. That's the
fallacies
problem.
of emotion. I don't like this.
Okay.
You
I'm not
would
emotional
actually,
at all, actually.
the thing
Everyone
is,
says that you've been yapping.
the message we're
Attack
talking
the
about
argument,
is
not the person. Don't attack me. Attack the
can
argument.
we can we talk? Okay, let's go again at the point. If the argument is the Bible is not trustworthy because there were passages that were added, you need to show that the passage. First of all, we need to show that the passage that were added actually disagree with the Bible. And the Bible is not only the book of Mark, is not only the book of Matthew, is
Missed
not
my
only the book
point.
of
You
John,
you have
and
missed
it's
my
only.
point, bro. You have missed my point. I did not make that point. If I write a book, last time I'm bringing it up. If I write a book and some asshole comes, excuse my lingo, if some guy comes and adds 10,000 verses in my book talking about fruits, I'm still gonna say, bro, this is a fabrication. It's not in the original manuscript.
And we
Yeah, but
agree.
someone could look at the text and see what's yours and
Yeah,
what's
exactly.
Not to mention, you can
it's
also
not
use the
rocket
same
science.
thing for your
Ah,
Quran,
but the thing
Habibi.
is, God's word cannot be corrupted, right?
Okay, do you
So
want to see
now what?
how your God's word
I
got
mean, that's
corrupted
the
in
Muslim thing.
No, no,
Please
1928?
stop
Nathan,
bringing in the
stop. Nathan,
Quran.
stop. Yeah,
Stop
Nathan,
bringing in the
stop.
Oh,
Quran.
bringing in the oh, come on,
Nathan,
guys. Let's be
don't
fair.
jump.
Let's be grown-ups here. We're all grown-ups.
Yeah, okay. Moonflare was responding to him. Moonflare, please respond to him because he was responding to him.
I mean, the whole argument of textual. I mean, I'm not talking about the Quran because I don't like the Quran, but you get this argument from the Quran.
Okay,
You
guys.
don't
Let's
believe in
let's put a pin. Let's put a pin
No,
on the
she's
fabrication
responding to
topic.
you. No, she's responding to you.
Yeah,
You
I'm just going to
responded.
say
No one
your
interrupted
problem
you.
with the Bible is not the textual transmission because the Bible could have perfect textual transmission and you'd still say it's corrupted because it is wrong. So your problem with the Bible has nothing to do with the textual history. You
I
believe
know
it's
the textual
corrupted because it
history.
contradicts
I
the
know
Quran
quite a
and
bit
the
if you ask
evidence.
me. I know about the Council of Nicaea. I know about all these things. All I'm saying is,
What about what was the purpose of the Council of Nicaea?
aha. Okay, so this is the next topic we're gonna have now. Okay, let's expand a
No,
bit.
no, okay.
The Council of
No,
Nicaea.
staying
No,
on the Bible
What do
thing.
you mean no? What do you mean no? The Council of
Nathan,
Nicaea
You
was a
brought up
bunch
the
of church
Council of
fathers
Nicaea,
coming
so
together
tell
and
me what it
agreeing that there
is.
was a Trinity.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah,
True.
it's to address the Arian heresy. That was the purpose of it.
Yeah. That's the Council of Nicaea. A bunch of church fathers agreeing that the Son is God, the Father is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, and they're co-equal.
Yeah, go back to the Bible topic. Who cares?
Yeah. And by the way, this was an evolution of the Trinity, but let's not go there. Back to the point. Now, the point is, my friends, the point is that if you disagree with me that there has been no fabrications, or you agree that there's been fabrications, fine. But your point is that it does not contradict the message of Jesus,
Exactly.
right? Okay. Okay, fine. I'm not going to force you into the corner anymore. We're going to put a pin in this discussion. My point was simple. All I've said is, has there been fabrications, yes or no? That's all I've said.
There are
Fine.
some.
Let's
We
go
know
on
which
then.
are.
Let's fine. And then we put a pin in it now. The next topic that I want to quickly discuss, we have covered the fabrications aspect. Now I want to cover the contradiction aspect.
Okay.
Do you
Show me.
guys, do you believe, my friends, do you believe that there has been contradictions in the Bible?
Yes.
No.
Who said yes?
A
Me.
Muslim.
Are there
So
clear contradictions in the Bible? Yes or no? Old Testament
no.
included.
No.
Well,
Yes.
contradictions are relevant
Muslim,
about
be
what?
quiet.
Because we have some contradictions, but I don't know if we can even call them contradictions.
Before we discuss this, can you give me the definition of the word contradiction? Quick one, go.
Well, can first of all, okay, contradiction is something that is, I don't know, one verse that says the opposite of another verse about something. But to be honest, there's some verses that the some contradictions are really questionable, right? Because if we have like I don't know, in the Old Testament we have the age of a king being wrong. Okay, that's this the
Yeah.
text still is true. The text overall is still true because the purpose of the text is not to talk about the age of the king. It's about to convey a message. For example, in Maccabees, we have the number of the armies being exaggerated, but that's not the goal of the book. So the book is still inherent.
Sorry
book
to
is still
interrupt you.
inherent.
A 2-second conjunction I want to make. Just a 2-second interruption. The book of Maccabees is not included in the Protestant canon.
I don't care.
Okay,
basically.
okay, go ahead.
So the book of Maccabees is not included in their Bible because they removed it, but that's a whole another issue. So
Quickly,
I
are
don't.
Protestants heretics or are they like normal people?
Protestants are wrong, of course.
But
On this topic,
they're not blasphemous.
There was no Protestant
that
back
doesn't mean they're not wrong. If I However, that's not the point. So let's get back to the point.
Oh yeah, okay, go.
If we have Maccabees, that was what's the purpose of Maccabees is showing that God is important in the with the Israelites, and the God helps his people with war, and lets his people win, etc., etc., etc. If the armies are exaggerated, the book is still inherent, so the message is perfectly pure. Another message is that, for example, Genesis. Even I could say, for example, Christians are allowed to take this interpretation that Genesis is not literal, in the meaning that the author was trying to say some truths through some other literally ways. For example, there was no fruit. For example, maybe I could say that the garden is a metaphor, but that doesn't mean. But the metaphor that just means that God created these people, and the people are responsible for the corruption, etc. I'm really simplifying stuff just to make understandable, just to make it understandable. So if the purpose of a book is to convey a particular meaning, and something completely unrelated to the meaning of the book is wrong, that doesn't mean the book is wrong. That's not the view we take as Christians.
Okay, listen, are you guys all Orthodox or are there like a diverse group over here?
I'm a Catholic.
Who's a Catholic?
Catholic,
Me.
Orthodox. There's also there was someone else that was a different denomination anyway.
The thing is, you sound like you're from the UK, which I love.
Yes.
UK, right?
Привет, мой русский брат. Да.
Russian. Okay, you're Russian.
He's not.
I'm not Russian. I just speak a little bit of language.
Okay, and the other guy is Italian, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
I can hear it. That's great, man. That's great.
Usually people can get my accent. You got it, so it's good.
Yeah. How do I say hello in Italian?
Ciao.
Ciao.
Bonjour.
Bonjour is French. Okay. Let's get back to the point.
No, bonjour. No, wait.
No, buongiorno is correct. Bonjour is French.
Buongiorno.
Bonjour is French, non bonjour.
Yeah, I'm saying it like Brad Pitt, but I'll get better. Okay, so so where were we? So you guys are all Orthodox, correct? Besides one guy.
I'm
It doesn't matter. It
really doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, fine. It doesn't matter. Okay.
None of us are Protestants, so don't just try and
use Can you tell me why you guys don't agree on the same thing right now? One guy says yes, there is contradictions. Other guy says no. Can you both of you please explain your position?
Who says there's contradictions?
Why is this relevant?
No. Mr. Italian said, I guess he said no.
Who said yes?
Or he said yes. He said yes, and the other guy said no.
What?
About contradictions in the Bible.
Igom is a Muslim, so I don't get the point.
Yeah, Igom that said yes, he's a Muslim guy. He's another Muslim.
Okay. So there's a brother of mine in here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And man, you've been awfully quiet, man. I'm like a one-man army over here.
He just joined, that's why. He only just joined about 5 minutes ago.
Thank for you.
All right. Salam alaikum, bro. Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay, get back to the point. Come on.
Okay. So the thing is, do you guys all say no to the contradictions in the Bible?
No,
There is no contradictions.
there's no contradiction in the Bible.
But
Come
there
on.
is. Okay, I'm
Okay,
gonna
stop
pull it up
pointing them
right
out.
now.
Stop pointing them out.
I'm gonna
Come on.
pull it up right
One by
now. I'm
one.
gonna pull it up.
No, tell me them, and I'll refute them right now. Just tell me them and I'll
Okay,
refute
here
them
we
right
go.
now.
Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Mr. How we call
So,
it? Mr. Eat. Ready?
Mr.
you're gonna
Itar,
start with John
Hadith
17.
Itar.
Are you gonna start with John 17? Is that
No,
what you're
no,
gonna
no,
start?
no,
That's
no, no,
that's
no,
usually what we're
no,
gonna
no.
start
I'll
with.
give you a whole list. I'll give you a whole list on
Start
Discord
one by
chat.
one.
Let's see
One
it.
by one. One by one, please. Because
One by one. One by one. Sure. Okay. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Okay, first of all, I don't bring something about the ages of the kings because I explained why it's not relevant.
Yeah, I'll stick to the New Testament. How about that?
Okay, so and
Okay,
the
that's
ages,
fine.
the ages of the kings is a scribal error. It's as simple as
So
that.
forget about
And
the
if you
ages
know,
of the kings. Forget about the army
no,
size.
Okay,
Forget
no,
about
wait,
all
so
of it.
John,
I'm gonna
yeah,
John
stick
yeah,
to the
17,
New
let me.
Testament.
we
Okay,
skipped
but
the
I'm
New
not
Testament.
addressing. Yeah,
Stop
okay, there you go.
Stop
Someone muted
muting.
him. Thank you. No, wait, it is relevant. It is relevant because if anything, it shows the preservation of my Bible because the scribes were so scared to change anything that they kept that in, which shows the how Bible is preserved. So if anything, if you talk about the age of kings, you just prove the preservation of my Bible. Thank you. Now let's move on. What's your next
We
one?
agreed to stick
All
to
right.
the
All
New
right. All
Testament
right.
only. We agreed to stick with the New Testament only.
And
So
I am gonna stick to the New Testament, but you just have to give me a minute. I gotta find the page.
Just
okay.
quick question for you guys. I mean,
You said you
Habibi's
had a
doing a
whole
lot
list.
of. Hold on, wait on. Habibi's doing a lot of attacking at the moment. Is he done any defense at all?
No, no. When we brought up points, all he's done is avoid. He's completely avoided. Nathan, this guy's been completely avoided. He's not brought a single good point, right? This has
Yeah.
been an hour and a half. Like, every other
Longer.
person in this, yeah,
The only
everyone here would
decent,
testify.
no, to be fair, there was a decent point, but not good enough to prove what it was trying to say.
Yeah.
The
So
only decent point he made about
The thing is, you guys just wait for the contradiction list. There is gonna be a big outcry
Come on
now.
then, Habibi. Come on then,
okay,
scholar.
bro, come on.
Habibi.
Okay, so okay,
Yeah,
No,
bring
no.
it.
After,
no,
wait.
okay.
Everyone, wait a
And
second.
afterwards, can
After
I show you a
that,
list
you need
about
to defend your
contradictions in the
Quran,
Quran?
Habibi.
Yeah, after that we'll start listing the contradiction in the Quran. Okay? So
Okay. Does
you're
that
gonna
sound fair?
yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I don't care what he says because that's fair. So if you're gonna give
Yeah.
he's gonna give us supposed contradictions in the Bible, then we'll give him contradictions in the Quran. It's as fair as that. Boom. Simple.
Hold on a minute, man. Can we just stick to the Bible from now on?
Yeah, we're gonna stick to it.
Yeah,
But
and
then
then
we're
after
gonna
we
Okay, then
refute
discuss
you,
Quran.
don't make
Okay.
contingency plans.
no, because
Oh.
after we refute you and destroy you, you're scared. Look,
What?
you're already
Bro,
pre-running.
what?
You're pre-running.
Yeah,
You're
exactly. You're
pre-running.
scared.
Destroy me?
Pre-running.
Refute me? Bro, don't
Yeah,
use
we
this
You're
already
language, bro.
pre-running.
destroyed
Relax.
you.
You're
I never,
pre-running.
please,
bro, come
please,
on.
Bro,
Keep it
I
everyone
will
now.
chill,
bury you.
everyone
I
Calm
will
chill.
down.
bury
We
you.
agreed on the rules. Please be fair with each other.
Mother
Stop talking over each other, and please, I beg you, please be nice to each other, even if we don't agree. This guy is probably the even if he didn't make, I don't think he made some
He made
of the
nothing.
best points ever, but he's trying to be nice, I think. So
Okay,
please be nice to each other.
we're waiting. We're still waiting for points.
Okay. Guys, pull up your Bible now.
Okay, stop.
Okay, I have
I
it
already
in
have
front
it.
of me. Read
Contradiction
and
number
discuss.
one.
Okay,
Contradiction number one.
come on.
In Luke chapter 3, verse 23, it gives you a genealogy of Jesus. In Luke chapter 3, verse 23, Heli was the father of Joseph.
I literally just repeated this to your friend. You ready? Because I already just repeated this to your friend. So Matthew
And
1:16. Yeah,
can
I
I
know.
complete, bro? Can
Matthew
I
1.
complete?
You're
Can
gonna
I
quote Matthew
complete? Can I
Let
1:16.
him
complete?
Let him
Let him
complete.
talk.
Go on.
Let him complete. Let him complete.
So
I
in
already.
Luke chapter 3,
Have you?
verse 23, it gives you one genealogy. In Matthew 1, verse 23, it gives you the other.
Okay. You ready? Because I'll quote you both
In
of them.
Matthew
And we'll talk about them.
1:16, Jacob was the father of Joseph, and the other one, Heli was the father of Joseph.
Yeah. So you ready for me to answer? Yeah. I know. I
Yes,
already
and there's
pre.
many more. There's many more. So you gotta
Yeah.
Okay.
be
Yes.
good.
Be
Yeah.
quiet now. No, shut your mouth then.
No, please,
Simple.
we said
I've been
Bro,
listening to you
what?
for so long.
Stop
That's
it.
it. There you go. I muted him.
please.
Right.
Keep it
So
respectful, please.
Everyone chill a bit. Everyone chill a bit. Please unmute him. Please unmute the guy.
I will unmute after I make my point because he's been. No, I ain't gonna lie to you. This guy's been talking for 2.5 hours, not made a single point. I'm getting tired of him,
Yeah.
and so is everybody else in the school is getting tired of him. We don't want to keep listening to his nonsense, and we're not gonna. If he says he's respecting us, then you'll actually show us respect. He's the one that's been interrupting. He's the one that's been constantly making absolute nonsense comments and not backing them up. So if he says about respect, then you should actually show us respect, not this fake respect that he's talking about. Now let me address his point quickly. So he said Matthew 1:16. Okay, I quote you, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Now Luke 3:23 says, now Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, the son of Heli. So the two genealogies, they trace through two of David's sons, and both trace to Abraham. Yeah. So Matthew, he focuses on the kingly relationship through David. Yeah, and that's what ultimately to the Jewish patriarch Abraham. But Luke doesn't stop there. He continues to trace Christ's genealogy back to Adam. Yeah, so Luke focuses more on the humanity of Christ. So he goes all the way back to Adam, where the sin and death they first entered the creation. Hence, that's what it talks about. Yeah, thank you. It was a very
Could
simple answer. It was a very simple
Well, you
answer,
know, next time you could talk a bit slower, you know, for everyone.
bro. I'm not gonna keep
We
repeating my
understood what
points.
he said. Just because
Everyone,
he didn't understand it.
Yeah,
everyone here understood.
I'll sum it up easily. I'll sum it up, just to be clear. He said that there's a difference in the genealogies because everyone has different genealogies. So I can see a genealogy from one perspective or from another perspective. Both genealogies can be valid.
Yeah, like from
Basically,
like so
I summed it up.
yeah, it is the easiest way. So what it talks about, right? And I'll explain this to you. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't listen, so I'll go slowly. So if you have a look, yeah, the two genealogies trace through to the two of David's sons, yeah, and both trace to Abraham. But Matthew, in his genealogy, he focuses more on the kingly relationship through David, and that's what ultimately leads him to the Jewish patriarch Abraham. However, Luke he doesn't stop there. He continues to trace Christ's genealogy back to Adam, where Luke focuses because Luke focuses more on the humanity of Christ, going all the way back to Adam, where sin and death first entered into creation. Thank you. Now bring your next one, because that was the
Okay,
easiest
but
one to refute.
the thing is, you have not even mentioned Joseph once. This argument was about Joseph. Heli
What?
being Joseph's father or Jacob.
He did.
Which
I
one is it though?
did. I did. I literally said that. Are you literally not listening? Because you've not
Okay,
listened.
okay, fine. I give you the benefit of the doubt that you answered my question.
You,
Okay.
you don't need to give me the
Next,
benefit of the doubt
next
because I have
contradiction.
answered your question. Because I have answered your question. So
All right,
just because
all
you're trying
right.
to give me some.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
If you don't understand what my answer is that it doesn't mean that my answer is wrong. It means that you simply do not understand. So I'm not going to keep going over the same point. It's as simple as that.
Okay, can I bring up the next one then?
Come on then.
Okay, now Mark chapter 6 verse number 8. Did Jesus allow his disciples to keep a staff on their journey? Mark chapter 6 verse 8 says yes. However, Matthew 10:9 says no.
Okay.
And so does Luke 9:3. So the question is, did Jesus allow his disciples to keep a staff on their journey? Mark 6:8 says yes. Matthew 10:9 says no.
Okay. Now shall we quote?
Yeah,
Shall
read
we
it,
quote?
read it.
I have it in
Okay.
front of me.
Okay.
I have it in
Quote it,
front of
please.
me.
Quote it.
But the context is really different. So
Exactly. And this is what he's not quoting. He's misquoting the Bible. So, but it's fine. Quote all the sources for him.
Context, bro. Just read the
no,
quote, man. Read the
no,
quote.
I have the quotes. It was saying I follow the quotes, so I have the quotes.
Yeah.
It's
Just
Mark
read both of
6.
them. Read both of them right now.
It's Mark 6. I read them already, but it's Mark 6, 8.
Mm-hmm.
I write them down in the chat. So Mark
Mm-hmm.
6, 8, and the other is Matthew
Mm-hmm.
10, Matthew 10, 9 to 10.
Yep, that's right.
The context is really different though. That's the
That's fine, bro. You're good. Come on. You're gonna read it to him. We're waiting, bro. Come on. Hello?
is muted. I don't know why.
Who muted him? Guys, unmute him.
I don't know.
I didn't mute. Yeah.
Oh no one's muted him. He just muted himself. Oh no,
Yeah.
he's
No,
not
no, it
muted.
was muted. It was muted by someone. He had the icon of the mute.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know who did that, but come on. Just
Guys, do you hear me, guys?
yeah, we're here now. We're here
Yeah,
now.
now
I
we
don't know.
do. Now we do.
Who
Now we
muted
do.
me though?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
We can look at the
I
logs,
swear it
please.
wasn't
Look
me
at the
either.
logs.
I don't know how
Jesus,
to
man,
look.
I'm getting muted and kicked out. What the hell?
No,
Guys,
okay.
come on.
Okay, so I'll. Are you quoting or do you want me to quote it, bro? Because you're not quote. Okay, so
Read it. Yeah, you
okay,
have the Bible. You read it.
okay, perfect. Right. So we'll go for the Matthew 10. Go for the Matthew 10 verse 10:9.
Yep.
Okay, ready? So, do not take any money in your money belts, no gold, silver, or even copper coins. Don't carry a traveler's bag with a change of clothes and sandals, or even a walking stick. Don't hesitate to accept hospitality because those who work deserve to be fed. Yep, so that's the first one. That's the Matthew one. Now let's move to the
Now
Luke
read
one.
the Mark 6:8.
That's one. No, I'm reading Luke, and then because you quoted me all three, so I'm going to go in order. Now, Luke
Okay.
9, verse 3. Take nothing for your journey, no staff, no bag, no bread, no money, and do not have two tunics. And then we have obviously the Mark 6 to
Yep.
6:18. Okay, let's have a look. Boom, boom, boom. So
6:18. No. 6:8.
yeah, 6:8 to 9. That's what I meant. 6:8 to 9.
Yeah.
These were his instructions. Take nothing for the journey except staff, no bread, no bag, no money in your belts. Wear sandals, but no extra shirts. Yeah, you agree with
Now
all those?
before you answer,
Okay.
did Jesus allow them to take a staff? Yes or no?
Okay.
It's a simple question.
And that's so you said. So
Dude,
while I was
he's answering you, man. Just
yeah.
listen.
So while I was going to answer, you said before you answer, and then you asked me for the answer. Like, can you use your logic here, please? So you said that these two contradict, right? So in Matthew, read the English translation of the Greek word, and he'll probably hold on. I'll send it to the Greek guy because he'll probably be able to say this word better than me. I'll put it in chat. Tell me how to say this word in Greek.
Do you want me to look up the Greek?
No. I sent you the word in Greek, but in Latin letters. How would you say that in Greek?
Where? Where did
In
you send that?
in the debate chat. It's a ketesthe.
Kitest.
Yeah, ketest. Yeah, there you go.
Kiteste. Probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
there you go. So which
Can
is
you
red.
show look at the verse in Greek just to be sure?
Hold on, guys.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
let me carry on. Yeah. So which is rendered in the King James translation as provide neither gold nor silver nor yet stave. So according to a Greek dictionary, yeah, listen,
Yeah.
this
Oh
word
my
means
goodness.
to get for oneself, to acquire, to procure by purchasing or otherwise. Yeah, and you can have a look at the lexicon for this. Therefore, in Matthew, Jesus is saying, do not procure anything in addition to what you already have. Just go as you are. Yeah, now Matthew 10 and Mark 6 agree that Jesus directed his disciples to take along no extra equipment. Luke 9 and 3 agree in parts with the wording of Mark 6 to 8, using the verb in Greek, take. Yeah, but then like Matthew adds, no staff, no bag, no bread, no money. But Matthew 10 to 10 includes what was apparently a further clarifications. They were not to acquire a staff as part of their special equipment for the tour. Mark 6 to 8 seems to indicate that this did not necessarily involve discarding any staff they already had as they traveled the country with Jesus. However, yeah, this is not obviously not a definitive answer for you, clearly. but it's only a possible
Yeah,
explanation.
why are you making assumptions now? You said it's not a definitive answer. Why did you
To
make that
you,
assumption?
because to you nothing, because I gave you a
No, but
definitive answer.
stop putting words in my
Okay,
mind,
that's
okay?
fine. Okay, well there you go. Then I answered you again. Then I answered your next one. Now let's move
All
on.
right. Now let me give you my counter. Ready?
Go on.
The thing is, you brought up the Greek thing, bro. It's not about the Greek thing right now. I'm saying if you pull up the NIV version of the Bible, the one that most Christians are reading nowadays, and you look at these two places, Mark and Matthew, it says directly that in one place it says yes, in the other place it says no. Why don't you at least stick on the Bible that we have now? Why do you go back to the Greek thing, bro?
Because the Greek is the original text. It's like
It's like you
we
going
are
back to
arguing about
Arabic.
translations.
Yeah,
You are
it's like
arguing
you
All
going
about
right,
back to
all right,
Arabic.
translation.
guys. The thing is, let me answer. The thing is, you guys are orthodox, meaning if you went to a Protestant man and you said, "Stop reading the NIV version,"
No, I
right?
wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Why don't you read the King James or the Greek manuscript? They're gonna say, "No, no, 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 no.
No,
I'm gonna read the
I
NIV."
tell you why I wouldn't. I wouldn't, and I'll tell you why. I tell you why I wouldn't, and I'll tell you why that does not matter. Because how Christians preserve preservation of the scripture is different how Muslims preserve. Yes, it
Muslims
is.
preserve it oral tradition.
No, no. Will you let me talk? You keep interrupting. Did I interrupt you? No. Simple as
Yes,
that.
you have. Yes, you have many
Simple as that.
times.
So when
You
we
have
talk
interrupted me
about,
quite a bit,
I'm
my friend.
talking again, and you're still talking over me.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
When we talk about preservation of the Bible, we talk about preserving the message of the Bible. This is what we talk about. So the fact that in there is in the NIV some wording is changed does not mean that the overall message of the Bible has changed, because it hasn't. The message of the Bible is still the same, no matter which translation you look at. It's simple as that.
Fine. The thing is, we have a different definition of the word contradiction. What I'm saying is there a physical contradiction? What you're saying is there a message contradiction? Is there a contradiction in message? No, no, no. I'm saying come to my point. My point is there even a contradiction physically otherwise?
Your point is irrelevant because we're not looking at
No,
it
but
from
my
your
point is
paradigm.
relevant because
We're looking
in
at
the
it from the Christian
NIV,
paradigm.
you're interrupting me now. You're interrupting me, man. Listen. In the Bible that most people have a hold, not everyone has the Codex. Okay, we can agree on that much. Most people have the NIV, whatever, King James, whatever have you. If you read the English translation of these two places, you and me can fully agree that it says different things. There's a contradiction in the text, in the words. Never mind you the message. I'm not talking about the message. I'm talking about the wording itself. There is a contradiction within the text.
You finished?
Okay, what's the
Are you finished?
contradiction?
Now, yes, counter me if you can.
Okay, I can easily counter you because
Let's talk
and I
about the
explicitly.
contradiction in the Bible.
What'd you say, Nobu?
I'm not talking about. Let's talk about the contradictions in the Bible.
Yeah, he's trying. No, it's right. He's trying to bring him up. So he apparently has got a contradiction in the Bible. So the fact
Mr. Russian guy.
I'm
Uh,
speaking,
let's
I'm
also
speaking.
let
I'll let you speak.
Can you
I'm
stop
speaking.
interrupting me?
no, no,
I'll let you
yes, I'm
speak.
just
I'm
gonna, I'm
speaking.
just gonna,
Last
yeah, I'm
chance.
just,
Last chance. Come on, bro. I'll let you speak. You said I was interrupting you, so I'll stop speaking. Do the same. You talked about respect. You're not showing that respect. So you've been doing that from the start. Last warning, bro. Simple. When we talk about preservation, as I already explained it to you, we don't mean word for word preservation. We're not talking about that the Bible needs to be word for word from Greek to English. No. Nor does your Quran have that from Arabic to English. So that point is a fallacy. It's
Quran
a
come
straw
from?
man argument. It's an
Bro, we're
absolute
on the
straw man
Bible, man.
argument.
We're on the
Stop
I
Bible.
know we're on the
interrupting me.
Bible, but if you don't look at it from a different point of view, then how are you going to accept anything that I say? You're not. So if I show it to you from your point of view, it shows that you're making yourself look like a hypocrite. It's as simple as that.
All right, all right. Okay, Mr. Italian guy, are you there?
Oh, now
Oh
address
look,
my
he's
point.
going. He's
Don't
going
run.
around the
Don't
Christian
run.
I
circle,
am here.
guys.
I
Don't
am
run.
here.
Don't run. Address my
Okay.
point. Address my point.
Yes, okay, bro. Bro, first of all, calm down. Just calm down.
Bro,
Okay,
we've been
relax.
calm with you. I've been calm with you for way too long.
Yeah,
I've
it's not
been
from your
insulted for way too
tone,
long.
it's not seeming that way, but just take a chill pill, okay? Now, the thing is, you just mentioned that you guys don't really put enough emphasis on the preservation of the wording.
What? Are you brain dead? Genuinely, are you brain dead? Where
No,
did you
no,
get
no,
me?
sorry,
Where did
sorry,
you get
sorry.
that from?
I
Well,
made a
then behave
mistake.
with the
I made a
precedentals,
mistake.
please.
You guys put a lot of emphasis on the preservation, fine. However, there shouldn't be these contradictions in the translation. That's all I'm saying. If you're gonna translate the codex properly, then do so. Do not let there be translations errors,
Okay,
Okay.
contradiction.
fine.
Say the
That's
same for
fine
your
then.
Quran.
Okay, but
That's
then
Agree.
we
all
can
I'm
make the
saying.
same.
If you have
Okay.
the original, you're interrupting, bruv. Just give me 10 more seconds. Please, please, someone go to Google and write the definition of contradiction. What is the definition of a contradiction?
Let's think about it.
You
Yeah.
finished? No, okay, you finished? Okay, so now I'm gonna make that same argument for your Quran then. If you're
No,
gonna make the
please
argument
don't
for the
change
Bible,
topic.
no, I'm
It's
not
against
changing
rules.
topic. No, no, I'm
Bro,
not
we're
changing
not on the
topic.
Quran, we're on the
I'm not
Bible,
changing
my
the
friend.
topic. No, the topic is preservation. This is the topic now. The topic is
Don't
preservation.
mention my
So
No,
Quran
the
then.
the
Don't
topic
mention
is
my
the
Quran.
no,
topic is
no,
Bible contradiction.
yeah,
Please stick
no.
on Bible
Yeah,
contradictions.
we are,
Please.
but if he doesn't see it, how hypocritical he sounds, he will never go away from this point. This is the thing, right?
You don't
Because
have
this is
to
what
go to the
Muslims do.
Quran to convince me of
This is what
anything.
Muslims
Just
do.
stop it, man. Just stick
No,
on the Bible.
no, and I'm sticking to the Bible. But if I'm not showing you how much of a hypocrite you've been, how are you going to listen to the point?
Don't
Yeah,
mention the
because
Quran. Just don't
you
mention
have
the Quran. Just don't mention it.
different. No, no, I'm talking, and
You're
you're
not
interrupting.
respecting my wishes. You're not
You're
respecting the
interrupting. You're
boundaries here, man.
interrupting. You're interrupting. You're interrupting.
You're not respecting the
You're
boundaries and
interrupting.
the rules of this
You're
topic.
interrupting. You're interrupting. Okay. So, whoever muted them, thank you, by the way. So, if you're going to bring up that point for the Bible, then you can't be. Then you're being very hypocritical from any point of view, because you have the exact same thing in your Qurans with Arabic translations of the Qurans from the what's called the Kirat. So you have literally different Arabics that are translated differently and that don't have the exact same wording. So that means that both books are contradictory then according to your logic, and we can't trust any single book. That's what you're literally saying then. It's as simple as that. Guys, somebody unmute him. I don't know why he's still muted. Just unmute him, please.
Okay.
Do you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Now, I'll address your point really quick. Yes, there are different dialects in the Quran. Now I'm going to bring in the Quran for a couple of seconds, as you mentioned it now. Yes, there's different qirats, there are different dialects and recitations of the Quran. However, it doesn't change the message of the Quran. Now wait, before you interrupt me, I know you're going to interrupt me. Wait. It doesn't change the message of the Quran. Now you're going to argue the point that this staff thing doesn't change the message of the Bible. However, it does. It does, because in one place it says yes to the staff, in the other place it says no. That's a contradiction.
Okay, I mean, you
Oh,
kind of...
okay, so no, no, okay, so you finished, yeah? You finished. You finished. Have you finished?
Not yet, not yet. 5 more seconds, 5 more seconds.
Okay, so
I'm just
why do
gonna
you do
say,
this? Why do you say a point, then not speak for like 20 seconds, and then keep speaking over a person and say, "Look, we
Okay,
interrupt
okay,
you."
let's put
no,
rule. Let's
because you
put a
start
rule.
speaking then. You
Guys,
start speaking
guys,
over me.
please, everyone be quiet. Please, just for a second. Let's make rule. Now everyone gets to continue to speak, and the speech stops when it says I finished to speak. So
Okay,
every time someone makes a point, he says, okay, now I finished to speak and the other can talk. Okay? Third rule.
perfect. Happy with that?
Agreed. I'm fully in agreement on that.
Yeah, but if the Quran is not corrupted, why are you a Muslim?
It's a discussion between Hadithite and
Yeah, no, no,
Sultan.
hold on,
Don't
yeah,
judge
no,
them.
no, no,
Can you take
that's
charge of this,
irrelevant.
bro? This is irrelevant now, man.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
This is unbelievable, man. It's one of the. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
just
that's
Be
joined.
irrelevant.
fair, be
He's
fair.
just joined.
The
Sultan,
issue
I
is
agree.
New
I agree.
Testament.
Yeah, Sultan, I agree.
we'll see.
Please finish your point. Sultan, please finish your point. Please finish your point.
Right.
I finished my point.
Okay, you finish your point. Okay,
Yes, man.
perfect. Okay, so you saying you literally just said yourself that the Quran has different recitations and different words which have different meaning, but it still doesn't change the overall meaning of the Quran's message. Now, when I bring that exact same point, you say no, that is somehow contradictory. You're using a logical fallacy. You're not using logic. You're literally then
Okay,
contradicting.
can I?
No,
Okay,
because I'm
sorry.
not finished.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'm not
Sorry,
finished.
sorry, sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. And I can just pull it up how it literally says, right? So for example, we have the Hafs version of the Quran and we have the Warsh version of the Quran. Yeah? So if we use by your logic to say like we have the staff example, right? So we'll take the staff example. So we use that same logic and apply it to your Quran. One verse in the Quran says they deceive. The other version of the Quran says they seek to deceive, which are two different things. Because if you already deceive someone, it's different from you seeking to deceive someone. So and you have multiple stuff like this. So we have things like things like a Let me get one for you now. Hold on. Do-do-do-do-do.
Okay,
We have one.
just
No, hold on, hold on. I've got one more. We have one that says, and many a prophet fought, and many a prophet fought. Yeah, that's one. And the other one says, and many a prophet was killed. So those are two different things. Those two passages mean two different things. But you don't class those as a contradiction. So how do you dare class what we said about the staff as a contradiction? You're being a hypocrite. I'm finished.
So the thing is, you have
we can't
mentioned.
hear you,
Okay,
We
brother.
can't hear you. There you go. We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Yep. Carry on.
okay. So you mentioned in the Quran they deceive or they seek to deceive. The thing is, man, in the Bible, in Mark and Matthew, I'll give you a metaphor. I'll give you a metaphor. If the staff verse was mentioned in the Quran, and let's say in one place it says they used a different word for staff. Let's say in one Arabic thing it said something else, and other one it said something else. So, but they both mean staff. There's a verse in the Quran that says, for example, take a staff on the journey. However, there's two different words for staff. This doesn't change the message. However, in Mark and Matthew, in one place it says no, in the other place it says yes, which
Okay.
means there is a contradiction, which means that it doesn't mean the word is changed, it means even the message is changed. No is not the same thing as a yes. Even even a baby can agree on that.
Which verse are you talking about?
Finish.
I'm
You
finished.
No,
can't
no.
I'm
give it
finished.
back.
Done.
Okay. So you literally just buried yourself on because you disproved your own point. You disproved your own point. You
No, I
literally,
haven't.
but if you listen
No, I
to
haven't.
yourself, you disproved your own
No,
point.
please
And I'll
don't talk on each other. Don't
yeah,
talk over each
and
other.
I'll give you even more evidence how you disproved your own point. Yeah, when where the Quran says so that they said, and the other one says until they said, is changes the whole meaning, which means there's a contradiction. So if you're going to use that logic, I'll use the same logic that you're using against me, against you, which means that if we both use that ridiculous logic, everyone's books are wrong.
All right.
Everyone's books are wrong.
Okay,
Yeah?
can I respond?
Now I'm finished. Now respond.
Okay, now we have drifted from the point. Now we're talking about the
Oh,
Quran now. Let's not do that. Let's go back to the main point, which is the Bible. The
Stop
thing
running.
is, stop running, bro. Have you not heard the
answer
Mr.
the
Italian
point.
guy talk about the rules of
Answer
the
the point.
discussion?
Which
Answer
verse
the
are you
point.
talking
Answer
about?
the point and then go back.
Answer the point. All right, here we go then.
Let's
Guys,
hear
please,
about
My
then
my contention is simple. In the Bible, in the translations that you have in your house,
it.
sorry, I'm not gonna raise my voice, but if you have the Bible in your house, okay, NIV, King James, whatever, Codex, let's say you're extremely religious and you have the Codex, fine.
Alright.
In this Mark and Matthew, you have different, bro. It's a yes. Okay, listen, I'm gonna ask you for a favor.
Okay.
Read the two verses again.
Okay. And so are you finished? Finished?
Which
Asking,
verse are you
wait,
talking
yes,
about?
yes, say
Can you
yes
please
or no
do
to
that?
I
my
can put
favorite.
them in the chat. I can put the verses in chat.
Yeah.
Just
Okay. Yeah. Are you finished? Yes or no? Quickly.
One more thing I have to say before I
Okay.
finish.
Come on.
Which one is
And
that?
it's gonna end with a question, just a question, okay?
Okay. But
Yeah,
don't
One
change the
true.
topic
place,
like you have been
yeah,
doing. Please stick
I'm
to
not gonna
stick to
change
it.
the topic. Stop interrupting.
It's
In
alright.
one place it says yes to the staff, in the other place it says no. Yes or no?
Mhm.
Do
Which
you
verse
agree?
is
Yes or
that,
no?
by the way?
Yeah, please
Let's
Do you
don't
let's
agree?
check
In
out
interrupt.
one
the
place
Don't
it says
interrupt,
yes
answers.
to
please.
the
Don't
staff and
interrupt.
no to the staff in the other one. Yes or no? Do you agree? Yes or no?
So
We have
do I agree?
verses.
No,
We can
guys,
just
wait,
Don't
say yes.
interrupt, please.
wait. I agree that the is misunderstood of the Greek usage. But if you say, listen, if you say use Codex Sinaiticus, then you bury yourself because Codex Sinaiticus doesn't misunderstand the use of Greek usage because it is
Okay,
written
okay,
in
okay,
Greek.
okay.
So if you're gonna use Codex Sinaiticus, you bury yourself on that point because Codex
Okay,
Sinaiticus does
fine,
not
fine.
have that.
Now can I respond?
Yep.
Okay, but listen, man. Did I tell you to pull up the codex? I
You
told you to
did.
pull up the Bible.
Oh,
You said pull up
And
Codex Sinaiticus.
no, I said, bro, pull up the Bible that you have. And you guys gave me these verses, the ones that you read out. And in these verses, there's a contradiction. If you wanted to make your point stronger, you should have brought up the codex, not the ones that you read on the discussion.
okay. I can read the Greek. Do you want the Greek?
No,
I
I
mean,
don't want the Greek. I
yeah.
want you to stick
So
by
what's the
the
point?
translations that you guys have, which is the ones that you
I
read out.
I use
I'm
the
making,
I.
I'm making a bro
Yes,
interruption,
I'm
man.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
There
apologize.
is the Bible that you guys brought up on the Discord and you guys pasted on the chat. Stay on that. That's the specific nuanced one that I'm focusing on. I never mentioned the codex. You guys mentioned the codex. I mentioned the Bible that you guys read, the NIV and the King James and the English translations that we have. Stay on it. These translations contain a wording contradiction. That's my point. Now I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. So I'm
Okay.
gonna
Can
make
I
one last
answer
point
now?
because yeah,
Can I answer?
let me make one last because I gotta go off because my wife's calling me. So just a quick one.
Well,
I-
your
I- I-
mind.
Yeah. So if you're going to say that, yeah, you ready? So if you're going to say that, you also have to be prepared to then say the same thing about your Quran because your Quran has different translation in
We're
Arabic.
going on the
No,
Quran. Oh my
be quiet.
goodness,
You
my
did I
friend.
Habibi, I
interrupt you? Did
speak
I interrupt you?
Arabic and I can confirm
Yeah.
this, so don't try to pull this shit on me.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would
So
have said something.
So look, Sultan, I didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt, okay? So if you're going to say the exact same thing, then you are literally, like I told you, you're burying your own point over and over again. The fact that the um the Greek is misunderstood in the NIV doesn't change, does not change the overall message of the Bible. The staff, how does the staff, having the staff or not having the staff, change anything within regards to what they were doing? It does not. So if you use that same logic, you're burying your own Quran. We said that the message of the Bible, by having the staff or not having the staff, does not change anything because what was the point of that? What was the point of the journey? There was the point of journey the staff? No, it was not. So the staff is irrelevant. Now I'm finished. I now gotta go off. I'll let you make a point though, because I want to hear to what you have to say, and then I'll go. Okay? Because I'll be respectful too. Come on.
Okay. I appreciate your respect. Now, let's see if you can be consistent on it the next time we talk. Now, my point is, Mr. Eat, that there is relevance here. You cannot just yap about irrelevance and then leave the call. There is a relevance here because there is a clear contradiction. And trust me, man, you know what? I'm going to message you privately in DM. I'm going to send you the entire list that I have right now. And you can go through them in your free time.
Right.
Is that
That's
is that all?
Well, if you have time, I can bring up one more contradiction.
No. Okay. So you're not even addressing my point in what I just mentioned.
You
Okay.
haven't addressed. Okay. Oh, here we go. We're going to put a pin on this because you haven't addressed me, presumably, and I haven't addressed you. So
No,
let's put a
okay,
pin
okay.
here.
Hold on, no, hold on. Let's get it from everybody, guys. Did I address this point? Yes or no?
Yep,
Yes, you
coherently,
did.
yes.
Yeah, I think you did. I think you
Thank
did.
you. Thank you.
I don't 100% agree, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the thing is, you went to the codex, man. I told you to stick by the ones that you just,
Yeah,
that you talked about.
okay, now I'll answer because he
Oh,
needs to
no,
go.
no, no. I haven't finished my final
Oh, okay,
point.
okay, finish the point, finish the point.
Yeah,
If you
go on.
go to any church and you see the Bible there, you're gonna see NIV. You're gonna see these translations. Fine, fine, fine. Not everyone has their hands on the codex. When your average lukewarm Christian pulls up the Bible and reads Mark and Matthew, what are they going to find? They're going to find a contradiction in word. Forget
Which
about
verse
the
are you
codex
quoting?
for 1 second. Forget about the codex. If you pick up a Bible that's apparently God's word, uncorrupted, no fabrications, God's Holy Spirit inspired the men to write this down. So God cannot make a mistake here. In the
Yeah, but whose verse
translations,
are you
in the
talking about?
translations, here we go, man. Give me 10 more seconds and I'm
Sorry,
finished.
I've muted him. I apologise on that,
We
Sultan.
We gave you 3 hours, not just 10 seconds.
All I'm saying is that it changes the message. It's not just a wording contradiction. It's a yes staff and a no staff. Okay? Not okay, forget about the codex for 1 second. I'm saying in the translations that we have nowadays, there is an English contradiction in the message and in the wording, both.
Well, then
so
you can have
can I
as a
answer?
translation. Perfect.
I am finished.
Okay. So the problem with this is that you don't just read the Bible. Every book you, for example, if I every text that I, for example, let's not bring the Quran. Let's say from a text from Hinduism, right? Every Christian that takes seriously the message will go and study the text to understand it. So maybe if he doesn't use an interlinear, he will ask a priest or someone I don't know, pastor, whatever there is, to explain, and a pastor certainly has as an explanation. Um, and so the explanation is that you have to look really deep, even if there is a contradiction in English, which can be fine. I mean, we can find apparent contradictions pretty everywhere, um, from our own understanding. I mean, if I have a text, okay, and I don't understand it, I may find contradictions that aren't really there if I don't know the basics, the context, all that stuff. Um, if we have, I looked up the passages you just said with the interlinear, and there's a difference in the verbs used. Um, when in Matthew 10:9, it's the verb kteseste. It just means it's used only one time, I think, in the whole Bible. Maybe it's used, however, mostly as acquiring. It's used as acquiring. So Matthew 10:9, the verb is used as acquiring. Okay. Then we have the other passage in Mark 6:8. Um, where is it? Okay, take. The verb is take, and that take is probably is in the same mean. The meaning is um. Give me a second. I want to look at the usage. They probably take is it. They wouldn't take something is that if that's something they didn't have before in context. So I have the let me bring again the whole Matthew chapter. What the second is Mark 6:8. Okay, I'll look the context in my new Bible. I will translate from my language to English because it's easier for me.
What language do you read the Bible in?
Italian mostly.
Italian?
Italian, and when I need Greek. I can also use English because I'm fluent enough in English, but I prefer other
But
languages.
listen, man, I just want one favor before you go on with the point.
Okay.
Can you maybe just think and maybe perhaps concede that in this English translation Bible that we have, the
I did
NIV, let's take the NIV.
okay
Can
the and but I
can
explained
we at
why.
least concede and agree that in the wording the wording is not the same. There is a sort of like a contradiction there. Can we
There
agree
is
on that?
I can agree there is an apparent contradiction in the English.
What do you
Apparent
mean
contradiction.
apparent? No. I'm saying the English text. In one place it says yes staff, no other place it says no staff. Which one?
It's
You know what I
apparent
mean?
because if you study the actual text and the context, the contradiction isn't there. But you have to study more and to go deep down in the biblical in the Bible to know that. I mean, you can't just pretend to read the text and understand it 100%, right? You have to study it. You have to understand the stuff.
Is the Muslim guy still here?
No,
The debating,
Damn,
someone
bro.
else has been debating for like the last
How
hour.
many
And
people have left, bro? Even my friend has left.
yeah,
however,
debate, carry on.
the what I'm saying basically is that you can't just read the text and pretend to understand it. So the second you read, especially some unclear passages like this, if you look some verses and you don't understand it, what you're gonna do is that is there an explanation for this stuff? Then you go, you look it up, you look at the interlinears, you look at the
Me,
Greek.
Mr. Italian, there is an issue right now. I'm looking at the name of my Discord and in the call, and it says Z1 Sultan, but in brackets it says Takia Warrior.
I don't know. I'm not a mod, so I don't know why is that.
So can one of you please explain why you had to do this to me?
I don't know. I don't really know, and I don't. Maybe a mod can remove that.
You know what, man? I came in this call being respectful. I got called a stone licker. I got kicked out multiple times. I've been muted multiple times. My
Yeah,
name is Takia Warrior in brackets. I
I
mean, and I've been told I'm gonna get destroyed and this and that.
yeah.
Bro, like, can we?
So
What is this, man?
I agree with you on this. I
So
didn't do
this
any of this stuff.
I read the rules of this channel when I came in. And if you practice something, preach. If you preach something, practice it too, man.
I
Like,
mean,
if there
Of
is a
I
course.
didn't
channel
do
of this, then
anything. I didn't do anything.
Well,
not
So
not you, man, not you, but
Sultan.
come on, man. I
Sultan.
haven't said anything bad to anyone. I haven't kicked
well,
out anyone.
what
I
Sultan,
I'm
haven't branded
sorry,
someone a
one second.
nickname.
Sorry, 1 second, Sultan. You also have to understand what's takia. What's the
No,
context of
I
the
do.
word
No,
takia?
no, 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 no. You are your bro,
So when you've
bro,
been
bro,
lying
bro,
and
bro.
when you've been lying and
I do not
disrespectful
want.
to people, when you've also been speaking over people, brother, do you understand the context and why you've been given these things? I mean, I didn't do it. Someone, no, I gave it to Kia Warrior because you've been lying apparently. But you shouldn't be lying for Islam to begin with. If you're gonna do that, you're being intellectually dishonest, which is hence why you're acting like the way you are acting, and you've been speaking over people. Additionally, we're all human here, and no one's your dimmy, so please do not treat us like your dimmy, please. Thank you.
A
You can
teenager,
have
I'm
your
guessing.
conversation. I'm a teenager.
Yeah, and you
Well,
sound like one.
because I
So
don't like
please
lies. That
back
means I'm a
off and
teenager.
let Mr. Italian
Harbi,
guy respond.
do not disrespect Harbi.
Listen, when someone gets disrespected, then
You've
all
been
bets are
disrespecting all
off.
day. You've been
Then,
disrespecting all
bro,
day.
then, man, hypocrisy at its best.
Sure. You can carry
Hypocrisy
on,
at its best.
Italian. Go on,
You
Mr.
guys
Italian.
kicked me, muted me, branded me a nickname, and you're telling me that I should respect.
It's okay. Discuss.
Yeah, but, bro, and the thing is, so many people have left the call, man. I mean, what's the
Do you want
point
me to
now?
put them back in? They're in a debate literally below us. If you'd like me to put them back in, I have no problem with doing so, but they're having a separate debate, hence why they moved. Not to
Gone, this
mention the
guy is gone,
conversation's
my
been
friend
live
is
streamed.
gone, even the UK guy is gone, the Russian guy. What's the point now, man?
Oh, yeah, it's also being live streamed, buddy. That's probably the point. You're discussing with more people than just the ones in this content.
So, okay. I'm sorry for the title, etc. I had to go away for a second, but the the issue here, I think, is that you weren't actually as disrespectful as some other people. I mean, you weren't disrespectful in my view, but you have to realize in these servers, usually Muslims make a lot of fun of Christians for a lot of reasons, and so we are, not me, but most people here are really on the defensive.
Yeah, but that's not a defensive point. For
I
example,
I don't I agree I agree.
you know what I mean? Like, I can easily just say, okay, this man wronged me and he has this type of color. Now another man comes, he has the same color, I'm gonna be, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You
I mean,
cannot defend that.
that's pattern recognition, brother. That's a human behaviour since the dawn of time, hence why you've survived for so long, brother.
Yeah, but you had a chat with me for 2+ hours and you know I'm not disrespectful in that way. So now that you're convinced now, can we now
Just
be
because you've
please
not
respectful now?
Okay, just because you've not been disrespectful directly to somebody, saying you're an X, you're an this, you're a that, doesn't mean you've not been disrespectful in your actions. You've been talking over people, you've been lying to people. Is that the way you should have a civilized conversation, is lying to people and talking over them?
The thing is, man, when I made a mistake, I mentioned that I made a mistake.
Okay,
When
but then
Okay, I think
under that
I
same
think
behavior, should you correct your behavior once you've made the mistake?
man, when I made a mistake, I said sorry and I corrected my
Okay,
mistake.
but then why did you
I
have to?
did the same mistake too, to be honest. I mean, I think this guy doesn't deserve the Takia Warrior because he's been the nicest in this server from a long time. So I think you should remove that from his nickname. To be fair, I mean, if we had a lot of other guys who made fun of Christians, insulted Christians, this guy didn't, so he doesn't deserve the. Okay, now you got it removed. So we're gonna have to make some rules for the debate. I'm not staff, so it's not up to me, but at least we shall make it more rigorous and etc. I'm sorry for how the discussion went, but mm, you need to really keep in mind that even a small infraction can be perceived because people here are used to that stuff. A small infraction, even if
My
in an
friend,
innocent way, can be perceived in a bad way.
I know, my friend. I came here as a guest. You guys have been here for quite a while, having so many different types of people and Muslims and whoever have you. I came here as a guest, and I hope that I would have been treated in a nice way,
Yeah, I'm
right?
sorry. I'm
And
sorry, and I'm not even a
bro,
staff member.
I'm not pointing you out. The thing is, I wanted you to talk more because you were the most respectful one. I wanted me and you to have a discussion because you were the most cordial, nice, intellectual guy. You
Thanks a
know,
lot.
and the thing is, what can I say? Pattern recognition, whatever thing you want to defend, not you, but in general, it's not defensible, man. I came here as a guest. I was respectful, and I hope in the future, bruh, even if it's live streamed, whatever, I hope it doesn't happen again. you know. So
Well, I want to be 100% fair, so I'll say that some things, which I understood weren't with a bad intentions, with a bad intention, uh, are usually done with bad intentions. So, for example, if we have 11 people that, for example, um, I know I can't make up an example right now, but still, if you I don't know, if people are used to one behavior in a bad way and you do it innocently, people are assuming you did it in a bad way. For example, you were making pauses and then talking again. This was perceived as interruptions, for example, and some points you made weren't that clear, so it was understood as making fun, which I don't think it was, to be fair. But it's usually done. I mean, I have had a ton of discussions with Muslims.
yeah, but listen. Imagine how quickly I'd be banned if I started saying insults and I'll destroy you and nicknames and bro, I'd be banned in 10 seconds, man, from this channel.
I agree.
But I should put up with it for 3 hours and then I get muted and kicked out for it. What
Yeah,
the hell, bro? Come
I
on, man.
gotta admit, the Sultan guy, you were not at all bad. You were respectful, and I don't know.
Thank you so much, man. I'm
Yeah,
actually passionate about debates. I debated
yes,
for quite a while, and so
yeah, yes.
So you got the nickname Takia Warrior removed right now. Um, Imam
yeah, I
Logic removed
appreciate
it.
that.
Imam Logic removed it because I asked. So be just be just it's just something you need to remember. Be really careful about what you say next time, because people here are really on the defense. Stop adding stuff. Stop adding nicknames to Z1 Sultan. Imam Logic, please remove it.
Sorry, that was not me, by the way. That was genuinely not me.
Who keeps adding nicknames to him?
Hold on, let me just amend the permission for people to stop doing that 1 minute.
Okay,
Listen,
someone.
I'm not coming from a place of like I'm a victim over here. I'm not coming from a place of weakness. I just want the basic level of human respect. I mean, is that too much to ask for, man?
Not from me nor Imam Logic, but people here are really on the defensive. That happens with Muslims and Christians too. I've had Muslims having this type of behavior too, so I understand what you're saying.
Listen. If I was a big asshole, excuse my lingo. If I was a big idiot, you know what I would say next?
I don't know.
The dumbest thing I can say is, these Christians on Discord insulted me and kicked me out. That means all Christians are this way. I'd be an
I
idiot to
agree.
say that.
I
I'd
agree.
be a
I actually
complete
agree.
idiot.
I agree.
I love Christians. I mean, I spent a long time with them, and I think Muslims and Christians are very similar. They're just a few differences, major ones. That's all. That's it.
Well, I mean, you actually distinguished yourself from a lot of Muslims we have even here on this server. That's why I asked you for the removal of the the nickname and all that stuff. I I mean, I agree with that. I don't think all Muslims are Lambider, to be honest. When I had some discussion with Muslims trying to deceive me when I didn't have enough knowledge. So I'm really I'm sorry for what happened. Um,
Yep.
and I hope it
You know
doesn't
what?
happen.
You know what? It's totally fine. Let's get past it. Let's put the bygones be bygones. Okay, fine.
Okay.
I apologize for any interruptions that I made. And listen, if you guys say I'm making a bad point, I don't get angry over that. You can attack my point. Fine. But
Okay.
let's bury the hatchet. Okay? But I do got a question though. So this discussion is being live streamed, or what's the issue over here?
I don't think it's live.
No, no, it is live. It is live.
Oh, now it is live. Yeah, amazing.
It's been
Now
live
or
for
has it
since the
been
start of the
since the
discussion.
beginning?
It was live
Well,
before the
well,
discussion even happened, to be honest with you.
at least we have him recorded saying sorry and all this stuff. So the next time someone brings up this stuff, we can prove it was trying to be nice. It just was misunderstood.
I mean,
So it's
listen,
a good thing.
my friend, I've been saying for a long time, I made a few mistakes in the discussion. I pointed them out, I corrected them,
No, but
and
this
I've even
is the
apologized
ultimate
and,
proof.
you
Sultan,
know,
Sultan, can I just ask you something? Are you okay with how Muhammad conducted himself with Aisha, and should you follow that behavior?
say it again.
Are you okay with how Muhammad conducted himself with Aisha and that behavior? It's not a question posed at you. I just want to get your perspective on it because I'm going to show
What
you a
the,
contradiction
what,
in a different Muslim.
this is, yo, come on, man.
No,
We're
no, no, no,
having a
no. I
diplomatic,
understand. I
Got
understand. This
to
is a
go
separate
now.
conversation
Please don't turn this
because we
I
have.
I have to go. Don't turn the
we're
channel
not
into a
Of
war
in
course,
zone.
that's
those
fine.
right now, man. We're having a
Goodbye,
chill
everyone.
Bye, brother.
conversation
Take
about,
care.
bro, Mr.
Look,
Italian, what is
Sultan,
this, man?
Sultan. Look, it's not an issue. I'm not trying to attack you
What?
with it, but I'm trying to give you
No, man.
context on
We're not
your
doing a
fellow
debate right
Muslims.
now,
I understand.
man.
I understand your
We are
issues.
not having a debate
I
right now.
understand your issues.
No, yo, calm down. First of all, calm down.
You're the one who's upset, not me.
My friend. No,
I just
again, man, the
asked you a
thing is,
simple question.
no, but we're not having a debate right now.
I'm
We
not trying
haven't
to debate you.
finished the. Then don't ask me a question, man.
No,
Don't
but
ask
I'm
me a question
asking
that's
you a
gonna lead
simple
to a discussion
question.
about that.
I'm not asking you for a
Bro,
debate. Would you agree with the way Muhammad conducted himself with a child? Because now I have a stark contrast from your
all right,
behaviour
Mr.
with
Italian,
with a
what
fellow
what is
Muslim.
going on here, man?
Mr.
Jump
Italian's
in,
gone.
man. Jump in and
He's
take
gone.
charge of this shit, man.
He's gone. I'm trying to get your
Why is he
understanding.
gone?
Hey,
Why is he
somebody
gone?
unmute,
Why is
brother.
he gone?
Somebody unmute, please. Hey, somebody. Somebody. Yo, how you doing, buddy?
Sorry, I have a like a physical switch on my mic. That's why.
No, it's fine.
Mr. Italian,
What's
are
your?
you back?
Hold on, Sultan, wait on. No, he's gone. He had to go. Somebody, what's your perspective on child marriage?
It's allowed in Islam.
Yeah, would you do it yourself?
Yes.
Okay, would you then train a 6-year-old to have sex?
Not 6, but like not 18 either.
So what age would you say it's okay to train a
I
child to
thought
have
Like if
sex?
I had it my way, if I had things my way, like if I could like freeze her age and like it would stay that way
Yeah.
forever, it would probably be like 14.
Okay. My additional question is
okay,
when would you start
listen,
training when would you start training the child to have sex?
hold on.
When would you start training the child to have sex, somebody?
I don't think by the time I was like 12 or 13, I already knew what all that was. I don't think you need training.
Yeah, but for the initial argument the other day, you said you'd like to train a child to have sex.
No,
Okay,
no.
but
I was just saying that like what would be a solution because people were saying like, oh, the child doesn't know what that is. How would you do it? And
So
I was just
how would you
giving a
do it?
solution.
Yeah, so would you start training from 6, like you initially said?
If the intention was to have her married, then I guess that would you'd have to tell her, you'd have to give her that talk and explain to her, hey, this is what a husband and wife does and all that.
Yeah. Okay, there. I think I've proved my point. Hence why I left. Okay, thank you very much, somebody. You're a very honest Muslim. I appreciate that. So let's go on a less controversial topic. Somebody.
Yes.
Come on then, let's have a conversation, brother. Since you like doing this on day in and day out. So what would you like to discuss today, since you're here day in and day out, brother?
I don't know. I just like arguing like this. To me, it's like a hobby.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Yeah. I deliver food.
Oh, you're like an Uber Eats guy.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but it's just like temporary. Like I'm in college, so.
Oh, fair enough. What was you trading some stocks the other day then, Habibi?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's doing. I didn't check. I don't really look at it every day.
Mm.
Sometimes I get a notification and then look at it.
Do you live in America, somebody?
Yes.
Or... Yeah. Yeah, because like you said, you were South Asian, but you have an accent American. Sorry.
You know what's funny? Americans think I have like a foreign accent.
I don't feel difference. You have good English, like accent. So just wondering.
So how often do you go to the mosque then, somebody?
Pretty much only Friday.
Only
It's
Friday.
not like yeah. I know you're in UK or something, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, in UK you got like mosques everywhere. In America it's like miles away, so it's not like
Visible.
It's not something I could just go to on a whim. I mean I can. It's just it would cost us so much gas.
No gas, no electric. Fair enough. So I'm assuming you've came here with a discussion or a discussion in mind.
No, I was just gonna kind of participate in whatever everyone else is talking about.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, you just came out of conversation, to be honest with you, buddy. But yeah, I think I'm about to jump off for a little bit, so I'll leave you guys to it. Have fun. If you want to if you have any questions for Muslims, this is probably one of the honest Muslims you'll actually speak to. Feel free to ask.
Yeah, well, I'm researching, Islam and Christianity, so I'll probably ask you.
Ziha, are you here to debate, brother?
I mean, I was just here to listen mainly.
I was gonna say, if you want to ask a few questions to a Muslim that's actually honest, feel free.
I don't really have any.
No? Alright. Vulcan, you want to ask some questions? No? I'll take that as a no. Vulcan, you want to ask some questions? No?
No, man, I'm good.
No worries, take it. Let me see what these guys are doing down here then, 1 minute. Yo! You guys okay?
Nathan, you came when I was about to leave.
Well,
Well,
are you
I'll
guys
text you in a
discussing?
bit.
Of course, take care.
Okay, take care.
Are you guys discussing anything or just vibing?
Sorry.
Alright, 1 minute.
If it was nearby, you would have to pray at the mosque.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I forgot the exact definition, but it's basically if you can hear, you know what the adhan is?
Yeah.
Like the call to prayer. If you can hear that, that means you're close enough where it becomes obligatory upon you to pray in congregation at the mosque.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't because there's only one mosque in my country, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said you're from Iceland, right?
Yeah, there's only one.
Hey, didn't you have like a women's march or something? What was that about?
Me?
Yeah.
Was that Iceland?
It was, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm?
No, it might have been Greenland, not Iceland.
Oh, Greenland. Okay. Yeah, there was it was some like cold country, and there was a lot of women protesting not working or something like that.
Yeah. A country did not change at all. Nothing changed. Nothing. Actually, the economy raised a little bit. So, I don't know. Like the workforce productivity I did. So, I don't know what point of that was, but it actually, the CEO of company said like HR complaints lowered and stuff. So,
Yeah, to be honest, like whenever there's like women around, like if like not women that I know, but like strangers, I'm always like cautious. Like, okay, I gotta keep my distance, or else they're gonna feel some type of way and make up some bullshit.
Well, like you do live in America, so
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
I've heard like sketchy stuff there. So
Yeah. Yeah, according to the FBI, I think there's almost 70,000 false rape complaints. FBI's are like
yeah.
federal police.
That's like always a big fear for men because like if it happens, even though it's like disproven, it's gonna be like the end of somebody. You
I
know?
was going to
So
ask somebody on the back of that then, do you have to be extra careful around children?
Only white children.
Mm.
Because I notice like if I'm nice to like okay, I'm not white. So if I'm like kind or like, you know, if a child asks me something and I like tell them directions or whatever, I notice like if it's like a white parent, like if it's like they're white, they look at me a certain type of way. But if they're not white, nobody cares.
well, white people are more
Yeah.
paranoid.
Yeah,
And
you
then
know, a couple days ago, if you, well, you guys are not American, but on the news, there was a school principal and he was congratulating the new
yeah, I saw
graduate. You
that
saw
was
that? Yeah,
crazy.
and
Yeah,
it was a
crazy.
black guy. So the white parent, he
Yeah,
pulled him away and like said, "No, you can't shake his hand."
yeah. Well,
Yeah, you saw that.
Sometimes I stare at people and it looks rude. I'm just blind. Like I'm legally blind, so sometimes I squint and I stare at things because I can't see. And it look
I,
like
I
I imagine how that can look rude to people. I
mhm.
just can't see.
I just wear sunglasses, so nobody really, you know, like it's always sunny outside anyways
yeah. Well.
in the south.
Wait, what state are you in? Are you like
I'm do
California?
you know where Georgia is?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like in the southern area, southern part of
Are
US.
you? Georgia is where Atlanta is, right?
Yeah, Atlanta. Yeah, there's that's a big city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims in Atlanta. Like there's like halal restaurants everywhere.
Really, I heard like there's like a Muslim only town, Hamtramck, Michigan or something.
In Michigan, yeah, it's mostly like it's 90 something percent Muslim. I was
Yeah.
considering moving there. I was considering like, okay, well, let me finish my degree, move to over there, and then this way, because in Islam, if you live in a non-Muslim area, depending on like if those non-Muslims are hostile towards Muslims, you're not allowed to live with them. So I was thinking, okay, I can either I was thinking either there or like straight up go to Dubai or something.
Yeah. No taxes, so.
Yeah. Go to Dubai, brother.
I
Come to
want to go
Dubai
to
if you can.
Lebanon only to visit the monastery of Saint Charbel and nothing else.
Lebanon is it's like 50-50 Christian Muslim, right? Or is that
It's
Jordan?
like it's like 60. It used to be the only predominant like Middle Eastern Christian country, but now it's like 60 Muslim. Like it's like 50. It's like 50ish.
Well,
No,
so
I
you
think
said
yeah, go on.
no.
I was gonna touch back on Lebanon. So recently, it's now like 70-30, and like the president's seat, well, it's causing problems. But you know, they have the thing where, in government they have to have like an equal amount of Christians and Muslim Shia, Muslim Sunni, and that's why they're
Oh,
always
really?
fighting. Yeah, that's how crazy
Lebanese people
Lebanese.
hate Palestinians because that's what caused the Palestinian
Because
civil war.
of the refugees, like they didn't want them.
So
No,
what happened was
letting
in the
Palestinian
70s,
refugees into Lebanon
before
is
the
literally
Civil
what
War.
destabilized one person at a time. Letting Palestinian refugees into Lebanon like 30, 40 years ago is literally what destabilized their country in the Civil War. Like they hate Palestinians.
You know I think they should go to like a wealthier country, because like somewhere like Saudi Arabia, like they can handle all the refugees. It's not like a big deal for them.
The problem is, right, they saw what happened so the movement in Lebanon first, Lebanon, Syria, and
Okay, but those are not super wealthy countries like Saudi.
No, it's not about the wealth, right? So when people went to Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and even Yemen, also a little bit in Saudi, what happened was they created their own factions there, like the PLO. So they divided themselves up and created another a section out of the PLO to go fight against Israel, right? And by doing that, they destabilized those other countries.
Shit. It's a
That's why
liability.
that's what they say. Yes, so even Egypt blocks them out because of that. And you know what I heard? I have a friend he's an older guy who goes to my church, and he was a doctor at the Sinai part of Egypt, right? And he said when the Palestinians come over to the Sinai desert, they don't have papers. So if they were to kill, rob, burgle people in Egypt, the Egyptian government cannot try them because they do not have papers. So they cannot just try someone who does not exist, like quote unquote, does not exist, right? Like they would have the person, but they cannot try them because they don't have papers. And as we know, Israel doesn't give Palestinians papers, you know. So yeah, that's like another reason why the Rafah border, they don't let Palestinians escape. They literally you see Egyptians seeing people die, people getting bombed, and they're not going to let them in unless they have like money and papers to go to capital city, at least not Sinai.
Egypt,
one of the reasons
the other problem with Palestinian immigrants is obviously not only do they terrorize Muslims, they really terrorize the minorities there, especially Christian or Jewish minorities. And Egypt has a 10 to 15% Christian population who they have a peace agreement with. So that's going to create a problem if the Palestinians come in and they start harassing the Christians there. The government is going to have to side against them because they've had a peace treaty with the Coptic Christians since 1970. It's either they get rid of the peace treaty or they have to side with the Christians over the Muslims, and they just don't want to do that. Because the Palestinians are not going to respect that peace treaty.
But then again, when we say Palestinians, we're just generalizing. I'm not not every Palestinian is a fucked person, you know. Like if they were Hamas, I you know what? Okay, maybe what I'm trying to say is not every Palestinian is a bad person. Okay, just to start off with. But again, yes, there have been problems that have been caused when they let in Palestinian refugees. Yes, 100%. But the messed up thing is, right? Even in those countries where Palestinians are accepted as refugees, they're actually not given citizen status. So they cannot work, they cannot go to school, they cannot open up their business unless it's a half those businesses, quote unquote businesses on the trolleys selling fruits and vegetables. Like those are the only things allowed in those sections. So if you go to Lebanon and Syria, Palestinians are not given papers on purpose. So I understand it's partially because if they give them papers, the Palestinians basically move and they don't have they cannot claim the land back, you know? I think it's kind of the Palestinians end up losing the land there.
one solution could be spreading them out. So giving them papers but spread them out, give them different parts of the country to live in. So this way there's no liability, because you're saying basically they're gonna, if they form a resistance group, now Israel has a reason to attack the country that is hosting them.
No, they already did, but then the thing is, no, Israel is not against Palestinians moving out of Gaza or the West Bank, right? It's the other countries. It's the countries Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Saudi who are against it. They don't want any Palestinian refugees to come to their border. It's not an Israel problem. The other Arab countries, they just don't want Palestinian refugees because they end up forming PLO factions in those countries. Even if right now, if you go check, in the Lebanese civil war, there were PLO factions, like literally just PLO faction, right? Of course, there were like multiple factions, but we all know the major factions were the Shia faction, the Sunni faction, and the Christian faction, the Christian Maronites, right? But then beside that, there were also smaller factions that had like mixed members and also Palestinian members. But yeah, now when that happens, it destabilized Lebanon in the 1970s, and it keeps going on till this day. But they have like certain suburbs where certain people cannot go. It's not as strict as the 1970s, yes. But again, it plays into government and voting systems and everything, and it just like messed up the whole thing, right? And with Egypt, with Hosni Mubarak, when like quote unquote was with the Islamic Brotherhood, he had like a sort of support for the PLO doing something within Egypt. I'm not sure about that. It could be fake news. I'm not sure. But then again, the PLO that broke off went to Yemen, and the people who went to Yemen, I think they were just super quiet. It's not like the Houthis that are being spoken about now, but they were just a different faction. But they ended up just like losing interest. But they came through Saudi, but some of them broke off in Saudi. But nothing happened in those guys. I'm not sure if they do participate in the Yemeni civil war, but yeah. Then the ones in Jordan, they just function in Jordan, and they just help out people in the West Bank. But yeah, it's just countries fearing that they're going to be destabilized by the PLO.
Well, why would the PLO be powerful enough to destabilize them?
Well, bro, like it's
where are they
it's a
getting?
question to ask those guys. I think they just saw the Lebanese one and are just scared from the Lebanese. What happened to the Lebanese? And plus, you know how
Because
yeah,
because there's like where I live, there's a lot of like I said, there's a lot of Muslims here. So like
yeah,
there's a lot of I know a lot of Palestinian people. I grew up with them. So it's like,
yeah.
how is America able to give them refugee and all that and not have a PLO?
Yeah, well, you got the CIA, the FBI. You think if you'd have like some sort of terrorist organization, those guys won't be able to crack down. Like Lebanon doesn't have that ability. Egypt doesn't have that. Like any of those Arab countries, except maybe Saudi. I think Saudi is the only one I feel. Maybe Jordan as well, but Saudi would be the only one who would be able to protect against that. Every other one, I don't think they have the capability to do that. Yeah. I don't know, like again, like when I see the US, in my eyes, I don't think they are the bad guys. Again, no offense to anyone who think they are. Like, to be fair, I think US are the ones who only pushing democracy compared to, authoritarian governments. In my opinion, again, of course, sometimes they're not fair on how they do it, and I understand governments do what's best for their people. So fair enough. Again, look, if United States weren't a good person, quote unquote, they wouldn't be giving all these refugee statuses to people they don't
Well,
like,
I don't know if you heard like, so there's a theory that I put in the debate chat. Basically, the reason the US allows so many immigrants is because the birth rate of Americans is too low to sustain the population. So it's not done, out of boredom. The government's not bored. The
It's
government
done
is
because
like,
they don't want to actually increase the wage standards, with pretty much what was happening in the 70s and 80s in
it's
Europe.
not
Is
it's not
wages.
that.
It was that
There's plenty
wages were
of
going up, and then the native citizens were not reproducing because they're like, hey, wages are going up, everything's getting more expensive, and we want better
the
working conditions.
the reason I don't agree with that is because like there's plenty of poor people with a dozen kids in America. That's a BS answer.
Yeah, but most people don't do that. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't matter if some poor people do it. Most poor people are not willing to bust out children. So
But
what
do you
was
notice that
happening?
it's like a specific demographic that chooses not to have kids if they are
Well,
lower
what was
class?
happening in like the 70s and 80s in Europe was all these prices and stuff were increasing, and the native population wasn't reproducing because
That's
everything's
because
getting
of
more
women's
expensive.
rights. All these problems are because of women's
I don't.
rights.
Can you? let me finish my statement and say what you want. I don't care. But what was happening in the 70s and 80s was women, being the creatures they are, they don't want to reproduce in unfit circumstances. So women who are used to the first world century lifestyle, when things start not going their way, they're not going to want to reproduce. So what was happening was wages were getting higher, the economy was getting more unstable, and then they didn't want to increase wages, they didn't want to increase working conditions. So what they did, instead of increasing the quality of life for the native citizens, is they brought in a bunch of immigrants which are fine with having 10 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment. Most native women in Europe are not going to willing to start popping out 10, 12 kids in a
That's
2
not
to 3
true.
bedroom apartment.
That's not true. My
I
friend,
don't care. Don't interrupt me.
no, listen.
Most
He's a
native women are not
no,
first
no,
world
no,
women are not going to deal with that.
That's not true.
I
I'll give
don't
you an
care.
example.
But that
Damn.
is pretty much what happened in the 70s and 80s. It was much easier to rapidly replace the population with immigrants which are willing to reproduce in worse scenarios, instead of actually increasing the living conditions. That's why they brought in immigrants, so they wouldn't have to increase their living conditions and they could stay cheap. So now we still have the same problem. Working conditions suck, and the native white women don't want to reproduce still, because the conditions still suck. But you just pull into African or Muslim or Hindu, whatever immigrants who are willing to have 8 kids under awful conditions, and then there you go.
But like my argument against that, right, would be, wasn't that right after they had the baby boomer? I think that was like around the 50s, 60s, right? So I would assume that the population was bigger than what the economy could handle, anyways. So there's the economy is smaller than it can sustain, like compared to it's being able to sustain a bigger population. I believe the economy at that time was small enough not to be able to sustain everyone. So I don't think that would be a reason in that time to have people come in my opinion. And plus, even if they did, right, why wouldn't they choose just Europeans? And another thing is, like, a majority of, like, I live in Australia, right? Majority of the European immigrations that happened in Australia happened between the 60s and 80s. And that was coming from the UK, Germany, France, and they were coming in the millions. Well, when I say in the millions, sorry, they came here and they made babies to be the millions. But yeah, like, if they weren't overpopulated there, why would they come over here to, like, a land where there was, like, around maybe 8-9 million? Now we're 27 million in Australia.
I think in the 1950s, the UK was literally like 99.8% like just native white people, and now it's not obviously that anymore.
Moonflare, I think you have the
Yeah.
most like bullshit takes.
Thanks.
Because like you're saying like we're poor. It's like, no, my friend's dad is an anesthesiologist and he makes millions of dollars and has 7
I'm not
kids.
saying all
So
the immigrants
that's
they
not
pulled
true.
over were poor people. I'm saying that's what they did. Is like it didn't matter. It could come from other European countries. They were just pulling
They're
in
not
very
from
poor
European. These are Muslims.
What's the point of having a conversation if you cut someone off every time they speak a sentence?
Not every time you speak
That's
a
not how you
sentence.
converse with
Every
people.
time you make a false point.
It doesn't matter. You shut up and you let them finish. That's how you have conversations. You don't interrupt them every time they say something you don't like, even if it's false.
But you kind of
Like,
have a lot of run-on sentences.
Your parents didn't teach you basic manners when you talk to people?
No, I don't really talk to them.
Yeah, well, that explains a lot. But okay, even if someone's statement's incorrect, you let them finish it. It doesn't matter if, like, unless they're monologuing for like 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. Let them finish
Yeah,
their
that's what
statement.
you're doing.
I talk for like 10-second intervals. That's not monologuing.
No. You talk a lot more than that.
It's fine, somebody. If you don't want to participate in the conversation, we can just deafen you and you can leave. I mean, at the end of the day, just don't cut off
That's
people.
fine. You can interrupt what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, let me at least finish my sentence, and then you can say what you want. You don't let me finish sentences ever. How am I monologuing when you cut off every sentence I make? But yes, not all the immigrants they brought in were poor. There's still immigrant countries that were really good in certain areas. But largely what the governments did is they brought in people, whatever they were, even Christians, Muslims, whatever. And then they pulled them in because they were of a very poor population. They were willing to work and reproduce under worse circumstances than the native population. The theory for this is called the Great Replacement. I don't conform to all that, but that's pretty much what happened in the 70s.
Isn't that like Nazi stuff, bro? Like
some
okay.
people associate it with white supremacist stuff because the Great Replacement believes that there was like a government psyop to replace white people in the 70s and 80s.
You still believe a lot of those psyops?
I don't believe the government was trying to replace white people.
No, but I'm saying like you believe in the ideas that lead to getting replaced.
I think they're trying to
You
replace the
also
culture. I don't think they care about race.
Somebody, you also have the same perspective, so I don't get what your point is.
No, I'm. She's saying okay. She was like criticizing me about the whole child marriage thing, and I was like, basically arguing that this is one of the means of getting white people replaced by immigrants.
We weren't talking about that. I didn't mention anything about child
Yesterday.
marriage. What does that got to do with this conversation?
Because it's a component that contributes to the getting replaced.
Yeah, when you marry off girls when they're 14, 15 years old and they have 5 kids by the time they're 23, I'd say yeah. Whereas
okay,
the
never mind.
average
You understand.
woman in the West is getting married later. They have fewer children.
But to be fair, as a black person, I think the Great Replacement theory is not a whole lie. I think I support it to a certain, like I agree to it to a certain degree as well. Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy that, like, if you see, I don't know, maybe this is a problem caused by their own population. I'm not sure, but if you see in the Western countries, majority of LGBTQ problems and extreme feminism, all of that shit that comes around is always like centered around white people, right? I don't know. It just feels super odd. Like even like no offense if anyone is autistic here, but it just feels like I've never like seen an autistic person while I was in Africa or like any of the Middle Eastern countries. I never saw them until I started going to Western countries and having a look for studies and every time you hear, oh, this person has this card, this sort of card because of this sort of disability, I feel like there's something working behind. It's either like maybe I don't know in some large quantity, like the population decided that like I agree with capitalism, but I feel like capitalism might have corrupted to a certain degree on what you eat, and maybe that affected like the whole white population to be like what it is today to some degree. I don't know. It's not like a racial attack. I'm just saying, it's an assumption. I do agree with it. I think it is a sort of replacement that's happening to white people, and it's not good. But yeah, I don't know. That's a white person problem to fix, I guess, at the moment. But yeah.
I don't disagree with what somebody, I think is his name, is saying. My only point is like it started at a time of economic instability, and then all these social reforms took off. Like I did a paper dissertation about it. I can send it if you want, but you had these periods of economic
Yes, please.
instability,
Yes,
and that's
please.
when people got too comfortable, and then that's when these social reforms take off. People, they get into times of economic instability. They experience a time where the economy suddenly restabilizes after instability, and then you have all these social reforms start kicking off. Like that's what happened in America after World War II, and you had all the problems with the Great Depression. There was an immediate time where the economy restabilized really quickly, but it's only for a short period of time. And then during that time, that's where all these social reform hippie movements started kicking off. Yeah, and that's when all the women's rights and like all that stuff started coming from. It came from a time of instability, and then all this stuff kicked off. So I agree with him. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm just my point is like it started at a time of economic instability.
Who do you think is behind it? Like what group?
They have big noses. I'm kidding.
No,
I know.
yeah, all jokes.
I think there's a lot
Okay,
of higher Jewish families involved, but I don't blame Jewish people as a whole because most Jewish people are just not involved in this stuff. They're literally just like normal people.
Well, things like
I agree.
transgenderism, this is actually part of their religion. They believe in, I think, 16
No,
different genders.
Rabbinical
8. But then, yeah, that's Talmud. Yeah, correct.
Orthodox
Oh yeah,
Judaism is
Talmud, yeah.
well,
But that's
Orthodox
not
Judaism
Judaism.
doesn't believe in that, but
Right,
like
right,
we
right.
had a more
Obviously Moses
progressive form
wouldn't
of
say
it.
that.
No, like Orthodox Judaism today just refers to Orthodox Rabbinical Judaism, which is they have weird rabbinical traditions and they do all the stuff a lot of the Old Testament Jews did, except for they don't slaughter animals at the temple because they don't have a temple.
Now,
Yeah, they're weird. Because the Talmud actually condemns men shall not wear a woman's clothes, women cannot wear men's clothes, and like homosexuality and the Talmud condemns all of that.
But the
I think
problem,
that's the Torah that condemns.
No, the Talmud does it as well.
I believe there's the
I
part
see.
in the Talmud. There's the part in the Talmud where it recognizes basically asexuality. I think it was like in referring to studying. I don't know. I could be wrong over here, but then I think it was in reference to studying God. But then, yeah. But then now there's like asexual female and asexual male. I think those are. I remember those are the two other genders that were mentioned. In total, they have 8. But yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I did see it. And like got a
Asexuality is just
bajillion.
the lack of sexuality.
I feel like 90% of Western society's problems can be solved by taking women's rights away.
No, I disagree. I disagree with this one.
No,
I mean, I think it depends. I think you should take away abortion, and I think modesty should be more enforced. But I don't think we should kick them out of the workplace or anything like that.
But then how do you raise
Agreed.
wages without reducing the number of workers?
The problem with that would be we already have there's certain fields that are already so female dependent that if you just took all the female workers out, they'd literally collapse.
Not overnight.
No, they would
Like
literally
over
collapse
time.
overnight. Like for example,
No,
there's a
I'm
country that did this, by the way, where all the women for one day just did not work. They didn't touch anything at all, and then the country literally fell into economic collapse in less than 12 hours because all the women in that country just did not go to work for a day.
Are you talking about Iceland?
Yeah, it's about Iceland.
Yeah.
It didn't collapse.
Yeah, someone from there was here and they said the opposite of what you said. That's why I say all your takes are BS.
Not all her takes.
I said certain fields would go into collapse, not the whole thing. Like there's certain if a field's male dominated and women don't show up, okay, it's not going to do anything. I don't think we should just straight up ban them from jobs, because even if you ban them from jobs and you make them stay home, that doesn't mean they're going to automatically want to get married.
What did Ket say? He says,
I also think it's a good thing women dominate the medical field. It's typically normal.
I think she's referring to nurses and things like that, not necessarily doctors.
And just to rewind a second ago, sorry, I just missed it. I don't want to bump into the conversation. But in regards to the Talmudic tradition, they believe in 8 genders. I've sent you guys the source for it.
Yeah, agender, not asexual. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I thought you. I know some doctor fields are dominated by women, but I think overall it's men. I think gynecology, pediatrics, and stuff of that nature is dominated by women.
here's the thing, you're using doctors, right? 99% of women are not mentally capable of being doctors. So that's kind of a misnomer.
What do you mean not capable?
If you say remove women, you're not removing women from being doctors. You're removing women from like other places.
Well, I'm saying, like, in the worst case scenario, if
Like,
that did happen, I think you should allow women to stay in, like, medical fields, counseling, like, medical, clinical stuff.
okay, if they're extremely intelligent and qualified enough to be a doctor, that's fine. That doesn't really make a difference. But when you generalize it and make basically every woman work, that's the problem.
I don't think most women should work, but it's also hard because I like economic stuff, so it depends. And as
Yeah,
long
like the
as you,
percentage of women that are capable of being doctors is so small that it wouldn't make a difference. Like if you just kept those women and disallowed other women who are average or below intelligence to not work.
as long as you keep women in the medical field, I mean, I think it'd be, yeah, I don't know. As long as women are in the medical field, I think it would at least be tolerable. I just don't think that's a good idea.
Wait, so somebody, I just want to get this right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I could be wrong. So on average, okay, no, okay, no. Actually, I agree with this
Yeah,
myself, so I'm not gonna ask this
the
question.
average IQ of a doctor is 125. So you could do the math.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Doesn't the average woman have
But
a higher IQ than the average man, but men dominate both ends of the spectrum? So all the
Sorry,
typically all
say
the
again?
high IQ people are men, but on average, a woman's smarter.
you know about the IQ bell curve. Somebody, I believe that's what Mo
Yeah.
Clay is talking about. So in the middle, you'd have like a majority of women having like the higher IQ end, but then men dominate either super low IQ or super high IQ. Not super high, but like
Yeah,
high IQ,
and
like
that
higher
makes
than both.
sense because
There's
we
outliers.
need workers on both sides. So we need guys that are kind of not very intelligent, go cut grass and do basic stuff, and then we need guys who are really smart, do engineering.
I think the highest recorded IQ in world history comes from a woman, but that's an outlier.
Okay, what about the women in the middle then? What should they do? Because I remember you
They
like
should
you said previously that they should sit
just
out.
get married and chill. Like, you don't have to do anything. Just relax. Enjoy life when your husband's at work. Go have a smoothie, make a smoothie, go out with your friends, enjoy life.
Yeah, that's cool and all until you start having kids, and then you got to stay home more because you have a bunch of kids.
Yeah, that's only for a couple years till they're teenagers. Then they can kind of be on their own.
But if you have but if you keep having more kids, then you're constantly gonna have some child that's young, wouldn't you?
Maybe, but that's not really a big deal.
I know one family that has 12 kids, all biological.
What color are they?
The mom's black and the dad's white.
Oh, he dabbles in the dark.
Okay.
We make a joke about how much he likes chocolate.
You guys watch Fresh and Fit?
I used to.
Yeah, not anymore.
Oh.
A lot of their takes are pretty retarded.
Everyone would say
Yeah.
you can't trust him to pull out of a driveway.
Oh yeah, I like that Sudanese guy. What's his name?
The one on the right, the one that sits on the right.
On the right, on the left?
Or
No?
Myron, the
Oh,
one
right,
that
yeah,
looks more
You're
Arab.
referring to the one that does a lot of yapping,
yeah,
or
the
the one
one
that
who
does less
looks Arab.
yapping?
Yeah, no. The one he like he yaps a lot, but then like when I say yap, like no, the one that looks Arab, yeah, kind of Egyptian looking, yeah,
Oh, Myron, yeah.
yeah, Byron, yeah, it looks nice, and I mean, like he was okay for some time.
Okay, well, I have to catch up on some homework, so I'll see you guys later.
Yada habibi, yada yada.
Good day, man. You have a good day. Good luck with everything. Yeah.
So somebody just quickly check my message.
Oh yeah. What? Yeah. I am Muslim. Yes.
Okay, because I thought you were just trolling.
What is the doubt?
Just
Why
for the
do
sake
people
of having
say
an
that?
argument.
This is what I notice. Every time I agree, like unapologetically with Islam, people start doubting it. It's like, hold on, me agreeing makes you believe the opposite. Like, how does that work?
Because a lot of
It's not.
Muslims
It's not.
are ashamed.
No, it's because you have a very like calm personality to you, and then you also have a very like different when we talk about religion and
Yeah.
when we talk about when we talk about any topic, you just seem like you're sort of trolling a little bit. So that's why I'm thinking, are you just saying you're Muslim
Oh,
just for the sake of
I mean, I
trolling?
like to be a little playful about it. I'm not like super like like veins popping and all that type of. I'm not that type of person. I'm not an angry person. I like to just be like playful.
Okay, fair enough.
Just
And
like
Yeah.
and to some degree, like no offense, somebody, forgive me if it's offensive, yeah. Like, but you sound zesty as fuck, bro. So sometimes I feel like, oh no, this guy's trolling. Like I don't know, like if you're zesty, like it just doesn't feel like you Muslim.
Okay.
No, like no. In all
No, I
fairness,
have a lisp. I know I have a lisp.
it's not the lisp. It's like you kind of talk like kind of gay, like I don't know how to explain
Yeah,
it.
no,
But
I
then
know
like
what you
if you
mean.
come to Australia, yeah, okay. If you come to Australia, like that's how you like tell people apart. I don't know, but yeah, nah.
Yeah.
So I thought you were trolling, but yeah, nah. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my bad, bro.
No. I know I have a lisp.
Are you in university studying engineering?
I'm doing computer science. No offense.
Ah, right, awesome. No offense. Why not? No, I'm not doing engineering, bro.
Most okay. You're not white, but I notice like whenever I'm talking to a white person, and we'll be talking, and then as soon as they ask me, oh, what do you study? Like, I'm talking with like people on campus. Oh, what are you studying? If I say computer science, I could see their whole vibe. It changes. Like they're offended or something because I'm more intelligent than them.
What?
Nerd.
Yeah. I always notice that like if a white person sees me and we're just talking normal, everything is fine. As soon as they realize I'm more intelligent or more wealthy or whatever than them, they start like acting a certain way. They start making facial expressions. I'm like, bro, what the? I think they have a superiority complex.
I usually see the opposite when I speak with Muslims. To be perfectly honest with you, I mean,
Well,
Muslims act the same way you've just described when I have a conversation with them.
they do a lot of cousin marriage, so that lowers the IQ.
What, Muslims?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Bro,
that.
this is
Look at
why I
there's a
cannot
chart.
take bro serious.
No,
What?
I'm serious. There's a
No,
chart. You
it
could
is.
look up the.
It's true. I know
Yeah,
like
they have
80% of
the.
the Muslims that are
Sorry.
married. Sorry, my apologies. 80% of the Muslims that I know, their parents are cousins or first, or literally brother and sister. Yeah.
Bruh.
Good times. Sorry, carry on, somebody.
Yeah, they have a map. You could look at the map, and it's called co-singularity or something like that, and it tells you how much of a cousin marriage each country has, and you'll see like Middle East has like a lot.
Bro, wait, aren't you from Southeast Asia? Don't you guys do it
Yeah,
too
but
then?
no.
Like, no.
I'm an exception. Like my parents look super different from each other. They look like they're different races almost. They're both South Asian, but they look very different.
Are they also first
But
cousins?
they're not cousins.
They're not first cousins. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'm
Okay.
an exception.
And what the Sigma?
No, I think, bro, I think, no offense, I think you got like one of those personality superiority complex.
Superiority.
The thing you were just talking about. Like and look, I don't think
I do
I'm not
think
like
I'm
trying to
better than
offend you, but
people.
then yeah, like that. See, I can already tell, bro. I can already tell.
But I
Like, you
don't
know,
make a big
like
deal out of it.
bro, but like deep down, you're probably telling yourself like you're better than everyone else.
To be fair,
Yeah,
like the first 10
you
minutes of a
don't have to say
conversation
it's
I
just
had with you.
evident. Yeah, you don't have to really say it. It's just evident.
It's not even that. The first 10 minutes of having a conversation with you said, no, I know I'm right. I have 121 IQ or something, 125.
Yeah, in that way, I do think I'm better, but that's not what I meant by superiority complex. Superiority complex means like if somebody does happen to be better than you feel some type of way about that. Like you feel it makes you feel insecure.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what it is. Yeah, it's not like if a billionaire comes before me, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm lower than them. I feel insecure because I'm not a billionaire like them. It's um, I just think that I'm, you know, objectively, based on my life experiences so far, more intelligent than the general population.
Okay, wait. So wait, I'm just looking for the thing. Some
The
sort of
husband thing?
sociopath with APD. No. ASPD. Like no,
Mm.
I'm trying to understand because I know like one of these famous killers had the thing where they already know they're better than everyone else, right? And they're already um calling people slurs because they already know they're better, right? And they
Oh
already
yeah, that's
feel
a
that they're
dangerous
smarter.
combo.
But then, bro, I don't know. Like, it could just be me, but I feel like that's you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, man.
I don't
I don't know if
identify
it's
that
like
way, but I mean, like, you know.
it's not about you identifying, is it? It's more of like you see some symptoms where okay, maybe not. Do you break laws? No. Act impulsively? No. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, bro. Okay.
I break laws all the
Maybe.
time. I'm a delivery driver.
I don't know. Do you run red lights?
No. That's dangerous. I don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, he just speaks to manners inappropriately. But here we are.
Do you? No.
No, I'm only making a joke. That's just his perspective. It's okay
Yeah.
to do pedophilia. But here we are.
Yeah, see, like, Console, when you say break laws, the thing is, I have my own, like, moral system. So it's like, do
Yeah.
I break laws? Yeah, but, like, you know, I don't think I'm breaking any laws from my own perspective, even if other people
Yeah.
might interpret it that way.
Right.
So you're a sociopath.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a sociopath.
Yes, you're a sociopath.
I don't think so because, like, a sociopath doesn't have any morals at all.
No, but then what is morals? Like that's a collective thing we're thinking of
Morals
as
is
being like
the Sharia, the
a
Islamic,
moral rule. Okay,
the
so
Islamic,
you would
yeah.
go according to Islamic Sharia 100%.
To the best of my abilities, yes. Obviously, sometimes I might, say some racist shit, but yeah.
So when are you gonna start beheading Kafir?
Wait, you're not allowed to?
Huh?
Do you have plans to behead Kafir?
Do I have plans? I don't have plans.
No. Sorry, I apologise. I derailed the conversation. Carry on.
No, you're good, man. And but yeah, nah, nah, man, it's good to know you, man. I like how you think. Maybe we get to an even ground one day. But yeah, you do computer science, man. I do cybersecurity. But you
What
probably
what
think
what
you're
made you
better than me
choose
because you do computer.
cybersecurity instead of computer science?
Yeah, I was stupid, bro. I don't know. I just watched Mr. Robot too many times since I did cybersecurity.
Mr. Robot?
Yeah.
It's a UK or Australian show?
No, it's an American show.
Oh.
He's a
I
hacker that
actually,
he just going with.
here's one thing you might find interesting. I don't listen to music. I don't watch any movies. I don't watch TV.
Mm-hmm.
We're in
Yeah.
the same boat, brother. I don't do any of that.
Yeah. At some point, like when I was younger, I did, but for some reason, like
Yeah.
I look at the TV and I'm like, bro, all I'm doing is watching ads, bro.
Right. Do you watch Netflix?
No, I don't watch movies.
And you
Like
don't
to
listen
me,
to
it's like,
music?
yeah. Here's the thing. When I see a movie, all I'm thinking about is like where the camera is, what the director could be saying, what the actors like were being told.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't I see the studio, not the movie.
Bro, how do you live life? Okay, what do you do for enjoyment? Smoke weed?
Enjoyment, like things like this, like debate. I watch YouTube, but when I watch YouTube, it's like more technical stuff, like like computer science or like Fresh and Fit, like watching. I guess Fresh and Fit's a type of debate, like where people are arguing. That's one of my favorite things.
Right.
Like just people arguing.
Okay, so you want to argue wins,
Speaker's
then feel
Corner.
good
I
about
like
it.
watching. Not e-speaker's corner, real speaker's corner.
Yeah,
Yeah, with Muhammad Hijab and everything.
Yes, all of them.
So no, okay. You're no disrespect to Muslims, right? But you're way too smart to be a Muslim. Like Muslims are known to have a very low IQ.
It's more. I think it's
I'm
more
not
of a moral
denying.
code. Sorry,
But also, sorry.
No, you're right.
Yeah, but also if you look, I don't know about other countries, but in America, I think 5% of doctors are Muslim, even though we're 1% of the population. So it really depends where you look. So like we're a disproportionate number of doctors, even though we're like 1% of the population.
But you say Muslim, right? Not Middle Eastern or
Right,
South
right.
Asian.
But a lot
Yeah.
at my mosque, there's a lot of doctors. A lot of them are also, like Arab.
Right. Yeah, fair enough.
I
Yeah,
think it's because the U.S. Yes.
Go on. I was gonna
Yeah,
sidetrack to
the
Golden
U.S.
Age or something.
The U.S.
Yeah.
immigration, I think they filter a little bit. That's probably why. They pick and choose who they let in. So only the cream of the crop type of people are let in. Like my dad came to America not through like immigration visa. It was a student visa. So it's like he got into a university and that allowed him to be an American.
Right.
Yeah.
So you overtake visa.
Hmm?
That's it. We call it immigration, bro. It's game over.
What?
No.
You
Yes.
said that.
So I just want to get your take on this, right? You're way too smart to not see the problems that Islam possesses.
Oh, okay. To me, I think of them the opposite way. I think of them as solutions, not problems.
No. I'm not just talking about like social constructive problems. I'm talking about within regards to the actual book itself, how contradictory it is. Or do you just follow
With
it?
the doctrine.
Yeah, or do you just follow it not for the actual doctrine itself, or do you follow it because of what the religion promotes?
Oh, okay, yeah. To me, like Islam is like very practical, and that's what I tell a lot of Christians. Ask me like why I follow Islam, and one of the reasons is just more practical. Yeah, like I'm not white, so if I were to be a Christian, I would be part of a group of people that hate me, right? Most Christians, at least in America, are racist.
I mean, I don't.
I think
I don't
if you're
disagree with that
racist,
statement inherently
yeah.
with the United Kingdom, but I don't know if it's separate to the United States.
Yeah, because if you're Christian and if you believe in Christianity, like being racist is not a thing.
I know,
Like
but
you're basically
they like in America, like you could be the most Christian black guy in the world, they'll still treat you like you're the dirt. If it's a white guy.
no. I think that's a thing propagated by African Americans. I've met American Christians, and they're not like what people say. Like even the
No,
ones
but
who
you have to grow
come.
here. Yep. Right, but it's
I
not
don't know,
my
man.
like
Like, yeah.
experience. Like when I meet white people, they always like look at me a certain way, and I can tell like they don't want me there. Like there's just a mean look on their face. Like they're always mean mugging you and shit. Not all the time. If I go to a liberal area, like Starbucks or something like that, that's fine. But if I go into like a mom and pop shop, like somewhere old timey, they don't want you there. Even if they serve me, which they have
Yeah.
to legally, but yeah.
But okay, I mean, you never initially answered the question, brother.
Oh, sorry, what was
In
the...
regards to like the faults of Islam, I mean,
Mhm.
your whole idea is that it's practical, but it's not relevant to the initial faults in the faith and the way faith should conduct themselves. If that makes sense.
Oh, you're saying like you're saying Islam has some faults in it?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's more of its doctrine. So I mean, with Muhammad being its leader, and Allah in its inability to prove that Allah's existence, and they just sort of pick and steal. I mean, evidently you are quite intelligent. I mean, surely you should see through this false doctrine, no? I mean, what's the whole point of faith, brother?
What's the point of faith? So
Yeah.
I guess so we don't go to hell.
Mhm. So if that's the entire doctrine of faith, is that it gives you a good moral code to live by, so you don't go to hell. With that inherently being incorrect with Islam, why are you following it?
I don't believe that. That's the thing. Like I don't believe in the premise that you're giving.
Can you elaborate for me?
Like you're saying that there's some um foundational flaws or something like that with Islam.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I don't think that.
Okay. So I mean, when you say foundational flaws, I mean, are you aware that Muhammad called himself a false prophet and tried to kill himself for 3 years after meeting his Iblis in the cave, after being molested? I mean, just personal perspective.
Like immediately after?
Yeah, I mean, he tried to kill himself for 3 years after he, when it was in the cave. Towards the end of his lifespan, he called himself a false prophet and to kill him, and evidently it was
So
true.
I was there when you presented that, and I just don't agree that the context of the two things that you're showing are the same.
How?
So in one context, it says God will seize his or cut off his aorta or something like that.
Seize him by his right hand and sever his aorta, yes.
Right, and then the other context, it says the food caused him to feel the...
So the food
Sorry,
was
what?
the context. So are you aware of the Battle of Khaybar? Well, the conquering of Khaybar.
Not really. I'm not too familiar with the history.
I mean, the premise is that he was. I mean, it's irrelevant what the Jew said, but the Jew he ate from a roasted sheep. One of his comrades died. It doesn't change the fact that he ate from the sheep. What the Jew said was, if you eat this, you're a false prophet. If you don't eat it, you're a prophet. It's irrelevant what the Jew said. It's just context that he was poisoned. Additionally, then you have in the Quran that Muhammad said, if I'm a false prophet, or if I'm lying about Allah and his 99 names, he would be grabbed by his right hand, and he would say, well, seized by his right hand and sever his aorta. So, I mean, when it comes to seizing his right hand, I mean, it's not figuratively, it's more of, he's not physically going to grab his right hand. What else could it be?
No,
Additionally,
I think so. So if you say that something in the Quran is not literal, you have to bring the evidence. You have to bring the proof that says, "Oh, this is figurative, not literal."
okay,
So
but where in the Quran does it? Sorry, where in your holy text does it show Allah, Mr. Allah with his two right hands having a wander around Earth? So he can't physically grab him by his right hand. That's not capable. Nor does it. Do we have context for that being a thing?
okay.
So if we know that it's not literally,
But this
he's
is
not
all
going to literally
conjecture.
grab his right hand. How else could he mean it? Because
He's gonna no, it's literal. I take it literally. That's the difference between your interpretation and mine.
So is Allah all powerful? Does he need to physically grab his right hand?
He doesn't need to, but that verse, I am interpreting it as literal.
Okay, but is your interpretation correct, or is that subjective?
It's correct until proven otherwise.
So
Because the literal interpretation,
Sorry.
yeah, the literal interpretation is correct until someone brings evidence to show no, this verse actually means this other thing.
So if my evidence that I brought to you, where you can't provide evidence of Allah and his two right hands walking around Earth, so and other contexts
We
where
don't need that.
yeah, so that's not that's very evident that it's not literal.
No, that's an assumption.
Okay, proof. How would that be an assumption?
You're just saying like, oh, because he didn't do it in any other instance, then in this case it must not be literal.
Okay. Additionally, then how did Muhammad receive revelation? He didn't. Allah didn't never walk
Through
up
the
to him.
angel. Okay, you know what you call the Holy Spirit?
Sure, Habibi.
Okay, so we actually think that you guys confused, like when you say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we actually think you confused God, the angel Gabriel that brings down the revelation, and God's prophets. So we think that God sends his angel to Muhammad, and that's how he receives the revelation.
Yeah.
The angel gives it to him.
Did every
somehow, I don't know how.
Did every prophet receive sorry, did everyone in the Bible that received revelation, did they get it from Gabriel?
I have no idea. I didn't
The
read the
answer would
Bible
be
too
no.
much. I only know like the parts that like when I debate with Christians, that's the only parts I know.
Just so you know, the answer would be no. So that entire
Okay.
conjecture of what you've just said is nothing but yap. So realistically, brother, if it's not physical, but I mean back to the original point, if he's not physically interacting with him, nor is there any interjection to show that Allah has ever been on Earth, how could it be a literal like a physical interaction?
Because that's the default interpretation of the Quran. The Quran is literal until proven otherwise. So if you say it's not literal, you have to prove it. It can't be something which is like a guess saying, oh, it doesn't say it anywhere else, so this must be like this. It has to be like explicitly saying this means this other thing.
Yeah. So under that same context, can you now prove that it means literally?
That's just default.
Because I mean, I've gave you objections to say how it's not literally. Can you prove that it's literally?
You don't need proof for the default.
You don't need proof for a default. So then how would you? That seems a bit of a logical loop now. Personally, if you can't prove that it means literal, how do you know it means literal when I've shown you evidence that it means metaphorical?
The way it works is like it means what it says. If it doesn't mean what it says, another verse explains it. If another verse doesn't explain it, then a hadith explains it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be literal until proven not literal.
Yeah. So when as you've just said, if I've evidently shown you a hadith that shows that it's not literal with what Muhammad's just said, like literally, I mean, it's the same conjecture I showed you evidence to your exact point and how it's not literal. I showed that in the following
I saw the hadith, like I was there when you were presenting it, but the thing is that other hadith, it says that the food caused it.
Yeah.
The food caused him to feel the pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, the food from the Kaaba.
It's okay, Millen, it's okay. From the food from Kaaba, does that physically have a knife severing his aorta?
What?
So with what you've just said, with the food from Kaaba, where he's going, oh no, I feel as if my aorta is being severed from the food I eat at Kaaba, is the food physically severing his aorta with a knife? And if you want to use that interjection.
No, but like he feels that for some reason. Like when you have a pain.
So with the evidence I provided you there, evidently it's not a literal interpretation of he's being grabbed by his right hand. He's telling you exactly what he's.
Well, that's his statement. That's not God's statement.
Who conveyed the Quran?
When God speaks, it's literal.
Who was the messenger?
No. What do you mean it's literal? Who decides what's literal? Because how can Allah literally grab you by your right hand? That's you can't interpret that literally. Allah can't literally grab you by your right hand. It's used metaphorically, because otherwise you'd be contradicting yourself.
We've already discussed this, Millen. To be honest with you.
Yeah, okay. No, but what's his take on this? Because otherwise you'll be
He
contradicting
just says it's
yourself.
literal. He literally just says it's literal.
What? So Allah's physically going to come into human form and grab you by your right hand?
We don't know how he's gonna do it. You're just assuming that he's gonna do it. Like you're trying to imagine God. This is not something you can do.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
cannot
So
imagine how God is gonna do something.
Okay, fair enough. But then I can also use this exact same logic against you, but saying you're just assuming that it's going to happen literally. Because
Yes, I am assuming because this is the default assumption that everything in the Quran is literal. It means it literally until you prove that it is not.
Okay, so you said everything in the Quran is literal. Literally everything in the Quran is literal.
Until it's
Because that'd be a
Yes,
false
unless
statement.
there's evidence to suggest otherwise.
Okay, well, there's other verses that literally speak in metaphors, or that
Right,
speak
but there's evidence to show that those verses are metaphors. That's why they
Okay,
say that.
okay.
They have
Can you
evidence.
show me that? Can you show me that?
Show you what?
Well, show me examples of those verses.
You just said that there were, so why don't you pull one up for me?
Okay, that's fine.
Wait. While you're doing that, Hadith, Ita, I just wanted to just chuck in a few things. So the thing is, right, you're watching it from your perspective as Quran being correct, and so you're finding ways for it to be like, oh no, it could have meant something else, because in this argument where in the Quran it is written that we would have grabbed Muhammad by his right hand and severed his aorta, right? That being written in the Quran and again being proven in the Hadith, right? But of course, you're looking for a different way out.
No. The Hadith, it
Okay.
says that the cause in the Quran is God Himself. The cause in the Hadith is the food. So the
But
causes are different.
as you said though, you don't know how Allah will conduct himself. How can you interpret
Yeah, we
Allah?
don't know.
So if this is Allah interpreting
But it
himself
doesn't say
and doing
that's.
what his
But it
God is
doesn't
doing,
say that this is.
attention. I mean, it makes logical
Yeah, of course
sense.
it wouldn't say. Yeah.
But sorry, my apologies.
But then again, yeah, but again, like well, that would have been Allah's way of working into
You
let's
don't know
say in
that.
this case,
You're
silencing
guessing.
Muhammad.
You're guessing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. And now, like an argument to help you somebody, because in this case, I have taken the same argument to an imam, and this is what the imam said to me, Imam Logic and Hadith Eater. So I don't know, like again, for me, I still believe it is a very relevant part of Quran and Hadith on Prophet Muhammad on that section. But to what he told me was in Arabic when he was translating it in Arabic. As we know, the Arabs were a great nation and they're very smart. In in the Hadith, it was explaining a different sort of vein. So it was saying a vein in the heart. Then in the Quran, it was talking about the aorta. But then when people did the translation from Arabic into English, so they translated it into just it being aorta. But when you go to the Arabic, it describes two different veins, the aorta and the vein behind it.
Yeah, he's right about that. He's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
You're
So
American?
that is in.
Yeah.
MashaAllah. Salam
Yeah.
brother.
Walaikum salam.
So yeah, so that's the argument I took
All right,
to an
Consul, hold
again.
on.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a lot of work today, so like brother Yuh is here, so you guys debate with him, okay? I'll be back tomorrow or next day.
Take care, man.
Yeah, all good. I'm gonna head off anyway. I'm too early, but yeah, I would like to hear a little bit of your. But yeah, all good, man.
Yeah, because I just pulled up the tafsir. He's done. I just pulled the tafsir. The tafsir doesn't say that verse literally. If anything, that the tafsir actually proves that verse is to be used metaphorically, because we can see that from when it says we surely would have by his right hand, and it says it been said that this means we would seize him by the right hand because it is more stronger in grabbing. And then if we carry on, the heart is attached to the heart. This is also said by even if the heart is blood and whatever is near it, no one could prevent it. It means none of you will be able to come between us and him. If we wanted to do any of this meaning is fine. All of this is to say that the Muhammad is our truthful, righteous, and God. Oh, I lost it now. Hold on. House of the Miracles and Truth. Allah says, there's... Hold on, guys. Let me send you this tafsir. Just click on the tafsir bit. I don't know if you guys know how to do that, and then just read it. Hold on, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Yeah, let me link it you first. I'm gonna sort my daughter out. 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm back. Have you guys read the tafsir?
It was barely 5 seconds, man. But no,
Yeah,
read it aloud, man. Go on.
Yeah, nowhere in this tafsir it actually says that this is a literal meaning to the verse. So if anything, that's it proves that point even more, because where does it say? This one they also mention similar statements. Okay, well, this is irrelevant. Now, to the heart of criminals, they will not believe it. Yeah, nowhere in this tafsir does it say that it will literally mean that it will split his aorta. It even talks about the live vein, and the tafsir talks about the life vein, however you want to call it, live vein. Be able to slit that, you'd have to do something. You pretty much have to cut like near enough the entire head off.
I mean, not to mention the live vein is literally just an alternate word for the aorta.
Yeah, the live vein. Aorta, yeah, like that's the like translation for it. And live vein, you can't just sort of you can't just cut it like you could with any vein. No, you have to literally sort of dig deep. You have to pretty much like ISIS do beheadings. It's similar to that. If you want to get to that live vein. So the fact that it says it's literal, it's not the case at all. Like it just isn't. Otherwise he'd have to then prove as to why that is literal. You can't say that I'm interpreting this literal, because that's your own interpretation. You have to then provide evidence as to why that interpretation is literal, because we know Allah can't grab someone by his right hand literally, because Allah is a spirit being, which he talks about in the Quran. So how could a spirit being grab someone by a hand, by a physical hand? So I don't know the point that he's made then.
Come on then, Hurek.
No, I think it's because he was trying to find an escape. Because to him, the Quran is the full truth and absolute. So there's nothing wrong with it. So he's looking for an escape point to say, no, there must be a different explanation to what I just saw and heard. I think that's from what I'm seeing, that's what he's doing. But again, like I said, I think over there maybe the translation was wrong, because yeah, I don't know. For me, it's still valid. It's still valid. I still believe that's what the Quran was saying. But yeah, if you take it to a like a person who speaks Arabic, they'll tell you it's like 2 different veins in the heart as well. But,
yeah, what they're referring to would be the live vein.
If you don't mind, I would like to ask you guys about something outside of the Quran specifically, but it's relating to the Sunnah, right? So
sure.
I'm Muslim, right? But what convinced me, not only just the Quran, but of just the Sunnah in general of why I'm Muslim, is because the prophecies that were described in the Sunnah and their relation to the real world today. I mean, it's not the simplistic stuff that you've probably heard before. I mean, like, there's the very simplistic ones talking about that you've heard if you like look into Islamic prophecy about like Arabs competing to construct tall buildings in the end times. But there's also things talking about like fornication and sexual immorality causing diseases to spread among a people that hadn't existed prior.
But you also have to understand, realistically, was Mr.
This is in reference to sexually transmitted diseases. And there's also other hadith that talk about how interest, right, riba, usury, right, so the practice of like putting interest on things, these economic systems that are related to that. There will exist people in the future, like mankind will have this entire problem inflicted upon them, where they will either only take from usury or they will be afflicted by its vapor. So this is talking about the nature of like everybody in America today, for example, they all drive these cars that have like interest-based payments on them, these extreme systems that they're attached to that can fluctuate. So, and they also have like these places like in Africa where they extract these resources from, and they're heavily afflicted by these first world countries that come and they practice these like systems on them to extract resources and keep them poor. So
Okay, are you ready for me to sort of to
no,
comment?
refute it. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on 2 seconds. So you're talking about the prophecies, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's talk about prophecies in the Quran. So which ones we've got?
There's a Roman prophecy. 3 to 9, and within 3 to 9 years, the Romans will come back after a victory, or after a defeat.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I've got the remaining prophecy in Surah 31.
No, I'm not talking about the Quran. Let's talk about the Sunnah ones first.
What do you mean?
He's talking about the hadith stuff.
The hadith. Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure the Quran says this, that the Romans have been defeated in the nearest part of the land, and they shall conquer in a small number of
Okay,
years.
no, I don't want to talk about the Quran right now. I want to talk about the hadith.
But isn't that the same prophecy?
No, these are completely different. These are all separate prophecies, right? And the one in Rome in the Quran is not talking about an end time prophecy either. There's like 50 to 60 minor signs in the Sunnah and about like 10 major signs, but the minor signs are also something else. Also, another prophecy, right? Just before you respond, right? So, with the whole advent of Neuralink, right? Again, this is a little bit of like an extrapolation, a stretch, right? But just think about it with me. There's one of the signs of the end times is that wild predators like lions will speak to humans, right? Now, if you already look at what's happening with Neuralink, we're already able to analyze their brain information with the chip inside of like a monkey's brain. How long do you think it could possibly be until we implant one of those things and extract all of the communication information and interpret it with Neuralink? Right?
Yeah,
It's only a matter of time. It's decades. So that's another prophecy that's in the making right now. And there's also another prophecy that in the city of Mecca, right, one of the major signs of the end times is that the hour will cast its shadow upon you when buildings are taller than the tallest, like the mountaintops, the tallest mountaintops, which is true now. One of the tallest buildings of the world is in the city of Mecca, in the Haram. And that there will be holes inside of mountains that'll be poked through the mountains, and water will come rushing through them. And now there's been record rainfall in the mountains.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's actually from the Bible. Same as,
I was
as
going
the
to say that's stolen from the Bible.
Now, can you show me where it's from the Bible?
Yeah, I will. Hold on, I'm on my phone, and the only thing I was able to pull up is the ones that the Quran. You start talking about the Quran because I'm making tea, so you have to give me a second. You have to work with me here, but I can't talk to you about the Quran verses because I am still in the process of making tea for my family. But if you want the Quran ones, I can do that while I'm eating, and then once I get back to my computer.
When you're talking about when you're talking about the prophecy about the buildings in Mecca, what exactly is the Bible prophecy describing? What does it say?
Not the buildings in Mecca. I said River Euphrates drying up.
No. That's also not what I was talking about specifically, even though that's another prophecy in Islam,
Yeah,
right? That's another hadith. But the buildings in Mecca, that has been a documented hadith for like over 1,000 years. For centuries upon centuries, we've known about that. So that has existed. That's been documented.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You can argue that's a weak hadith as well, but it's still true regardless. It's still a reality. So these are documented prophecies that have taken place.
Yeah.
Okay, can I answer something, right? So with that prophecy you have, those buildings being in Mecca, isn't that basically like a self fulfilling prophecy where everyone reads it and they're like, like let me fulfill that prophecy.
Okay, but then again, there's also the question of where did they acquire the wealth from, right? So this is another interpretation of a different prophecy hadith. There's another hadith that says that how does it go? Let me remember. It says the earth will vomit. It will vomit its liver. Think about the word liver, right? What comes out of a liver? Bile in a human, right? It'll vomit. The earth will vomit its liver of like gold and silver, columns of gold like gold and silver for you. Talking about the Arabs, and that's how they acquired a lot of their wealth. And also self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, that's arguable, but it also lines up with a bunch of other like signs that have been filled.
So yeah, so hold on. So
the wealth question is also another one.
You said about the tall buildings, right?
Yes.
You can class a tall church as a tall building. You can class, and Arabs have actually thought that prophecy has already been fulfilled at the time of Muhammad. And I could show you that when they get back to my computer. They already thought that prophecy has been fulfilled. So because there was tall buildings in Mecca. Back then, Arabs thought that like 3-story buildings are tall buildings. Or like
Okay, let's not just talk about tall buildings, right? Let's talk about how the fact that they were talking about how it would surpass the tallest mountains in Mecca. That's also another aspect of the last prophecy I was talking about. Not just the tall buildings in general prophecy, even though that's been fulfilled. The one talking about surpassing the heights of buildings is also true.
Bro,
Like the mountains.
You have to show me the hadith.
The hadith. I mean, you can look all this up. I'm not. I don't have it all on me right now, but I swear to God, if you look into any of this, you'll find it. I promise. I promise you.
Yeah, but that's not really how it works here. If you're gonna bring a claim, you best be able to back up that claim with at least something. And if you don't have a hadith for us to look at, then I could be saying anything. I could be saying flipping stories from.
So what if it's all true? What if I tell you right now, like if you invest? I mean, okay, just hypothetically, what if I show you that, like, or what if you just investigate it yourself and you find out it's all true? Like, how would you? It's true. They're true prophecies at the end of the day. So why would you deny Islam?
They're not true prophecies, buddy.
They are true prophecies,
Look,
bro. You're just nitpicking. Where are the Christian prophecies that fall even remotely in line with Islamic prophecies? I don't find any of them.
I can show a prophecy from Daniel.
Now you're just gonna get on me for not having all the hadith on hand because I listed like 8 of them out for you. You can look into them. You can find out they're all true. I promise you individually. Go look into them.
Okay, that's fine. Can you now show me? You said all the prophecies are true in Islam. Show me evidence that Muhammad split the moon.
I don't have evidence.
Sure.
Now that's another thing.
Then that prophecy's not true, then is it, buddy?
I don't know. I don't know much about that prophecy in particular, so I can't answer on that.
No. Did you make a claim that saying that all the prophecies in Islam is true?
Okay, now you're getting on me for the claims. How about you guys think about the fact that all those prophecies I just described, if you go investigate them, you'll find out they're all true. Those aren't mistakes. Those are actually true.
Show me evidence.
Because you can look at the world today and you can tell that we're heading towards like a really bad time. So you can look at it.
Which Islam stole from Christianity and the Torah.
Okay, which ones?
Alright, the river drying up.
Tell me which ones.
Okay, that's fine.
The Euphrates River drying? Maybe those two translated over. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think it has. I think you literally stole it because it's literally.
You guys have lost. You guys already lost to me. It's kind of ridiculous.
Lost?
Yes.
Well,
you guys
because we asked.
You guys need to look into the hadith, and you will find out they're true at the end of the day. Evidence, bro. You guys can go look into it.
Mute this guy for a second because he's just he's not respectful, right? So you're making a presumptuous argument that we've already lost without one first even giving us evidence. How could you even say that we already lost before you even gave us anything to look at? How could I know if the prophecies are true if I don't have anything to look at what's true? You can't just list off things saying this is true, this is true, this is true, and then not showing me evidence. That's like me saying Harry Potter's true, but I'm not showing you anything. What?
Additionally, you also made the claim that all the prophecies in the Quran are true. Show me evidence of the moon being split. I can guarantee you cannot show me any independent evidence of the moon being split. So you can try and refute that one now, buddy.
You can saying refute that one. I mean, dude, I just haven't looked into that one enough. I'm sure that I can find a good answer for you.
Yeah, go on.
But regardless. Yep. Okay, you guys are moving on to the Quran prophecies. I do believe these things happened, but like it's just when I looked into these prophecies, I couldn't deny Islam anymore, right? It was just ridiculous. It was like these are not like BS like things that somebody could make up. They're all true. They're naturally inclined to be true because this is what the observable world looks like today. The world runs on interest. You guys understand these mechanisms, they don't come out of nowhere, and these things in place right now. It's like it's heavily opposed to Islam. It's a paradox statement for the Prophet Muhammad to say that interest would consume the entirety of humanity when he vehemently opposes the systems of interest and how they're used, because he said that Islam would spread across the entirety of the East and West, right? That it would take over the entire world as a religion. But he also made this entire prediction that on some opposite end of reality, right, at some point in time, in opposition to Islam, would stand this entire economic system of usury. It's a paradox.
Question for you. Yep, 100%. I agree with you. I agree with you, right? Look, I'm still looking into the hadith, right? And yeah, fair enough. There are prophecies that have been fulfilled within Islam in the hadith, right? 100%. Yeah. Now, to you, right? For me, personally, I think, like, no offense to you, in Islam, the hadith and the Quran are both revealed by not a spirit from God, but a spirit from the devil. And if you think I don't know what to say in Islam in this case, but in Christianity, if you're the devil, you can see into the future. Like, it's not just God, you can see into the future. Like, to a certain extent, of course, you're not going to be as powerful as God. What about like spirit mediums? What about magicians? What about sorcerers? You think they are not able to do that? Like 100%, bro. Now, like for
1400
me,
years into
if
the
the
future, right? 1400 years.
yeah,
So
100%, bro.
so
100%.
how?
100. Like,
How?
hear me out. Hear me out first, right? Hear me
Okay,
out.
okay.
Now, for me to be like, they are prophesied in the Hadith Quran, and they're prophesied in the Bible. Now, for me, my question I ask myself is, which one would be coming from a pure source, or a source from light? Now, in the Quran, the only thing you have the only thing you have to support the Quran and the Hadith is each other. You only support the Quran with the Hadith, and the Hadith with the Quran. Unlike the Bible, where you have Jewish writings and the Talmud, as well as Islam, as well as Roman writings to prove Christianity. But in Islam, the only thing you have to prove that Islam is quote unquote from God is the Hadith. Like, I don't think that's the case, right?
Okay, so
Like, what else
are
can
you
you
saying
say?
are you saying the criteria, like there is the istinad and there is like hadith methodology for verifying hadith, so there's various chains that connect back
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
hadith.
the
So you're
chain.
saying that like
Yeah, yeah.
you're okay, so you're saying that nothing like prior is reliant, like for Islam, nothing prior or it's not reliant on anything prior to its actual like existence being authenticated. Okay, what about
Yeah,
this
yeah,
argument?
not just
Have you
prior,
ever
not just prior. Yeah, okay, continue.
okay, have you ever heard an actual recitation of the Quran?
Yes, I
What do
listen to it.
you
I can say Al Fatiha. Well, I try actually.
okay, well,
Bismillah
not
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
well,
Yeah.
do you listen to
Okay.
more than one chapter of Al-Fatiha, like then
Yeah,
Al-Fatiha?
yeah, bro. I went through Al Baqarah, then I went until I think I listened until Al Haqqa. But then
Do you know which reciter you were listening to? Like, did you just listen to it online or something? Did you just like like listen to it
yeah,
on
no, it was just
Quran.com?
it's just no, no, it was on Spotify by this guy. I just decided, you know what? Let me just give it a shot. I listened to it. It was in Arabic. I did not understand anything. It just had good rhythm, but yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Okay, wait. So
but I don't understand.
if
Like, the only
if
thing I
if
understand is the English part.
if I sent
Yeah.
you right like a 21-minute chapter of the Quran, right? Would you be willing to listen to it? Would you just? I mean, this is one of my favorite recitations, and it's such a dumb thing to say. I understand how this is not logical for a debate argument, but I want to send it to you because this is one of those things where when you actually hear the Quran in proper recitation, you have the translation appearing at the same time. It begins to click into
Right.
place how the actual like nature of the Quran is written and how it works and how it could be recited in its fluctuating nature and how it can be melodically and rhythmically recited. I mean, these are like little things that you can like move around and work inside with the parameters of the Quran. But when you hear it and you read it and you understand at the same time of how it works, for me, right, it begins to click into place how the actual Quran works and why it's a divine scripture. Can I send you
Oh,
just one of the
yeah,
things
yeah,
from
yeah, sure, bro.
okay.
You can send 100%. I'll be more than happy to listen to it. But like, I want to tell you this, right? If
Sure,
it's
yeah.
about Jesus' divinity in the Quran, I know how it's written. I've went through it and I read it. Jesus' divinity, the hearts, no, the eyes are blind. No, the hearts can see, but the hearts are blind. I have went through the whole thing. It just never felt right to me.
That's fair. No, no, no. That's
If
fair.
any of the
The Quran
yeah.
didn't feel exactly right to me either until I started listening to it. When I listened to it, I realized it had to be from a divine source. Now, it's not just about like one verse or it's about like what you particularly mentioned. I'm giving you like a chapter, right? When you hear this entire chapter, I feel like it's going to encapsulate like a massive theme of the Quran. So it's a complex book, and I want you to hear it from like the start to the finish. And it's not just relating to one verse; it's relating to the entirety of the chapter. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm sorry if I was like a bit pushy like earlier. I'm just gonna send this to you.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm more than happy to learn. You
Yeah,
know, I
there you
feel
go.
like I'm a strong Christian. Let's see if this can break me.
For sure, man. For sure. I've investigated Christianity at various points in my life, but I personally found that what's it called? It felt like a lot of people just had different answers, and there was a lot of like pushiness on Islam, and I understood a lot of it at first, and I felt like it was like very strong arguments, right? But then I started investigating the other side, and when I was investigating the entire framework and the core of it, and then I started hearing the recitation of the Quran, right? It's like when you hear that, it sounds like an epic. It sounds like an actual, like it's a very epic way to be delivering something. Like it's crazy. You can't I couldn't like turn away from it. It was something else entirely for me. It was something like I'd never heard before, and I feel like that's a valid argument to make because I've been obsessed with music my entire life, but I've never heard something so melodic and powerful driven in this like, you know, like this scripture or anything, any form of media before. So I feel like it has external qualities outside of just like very simplistic means of communicating like the message of Allah and you know Muhammad and things like that. So
Yeah. You know, I think I wanted to add, right? Like, you know, again, no offense, because I think it can be what I say can be offensive at times. But yeah, one thing, right? In Christian tradition, not written in the Bible, but in Christian tradition, it is known that the devil, also known as Lucifer, but Lucifer being a different translation, anyways, was the prince of music. Again, I connect this to being the Quran. Yes, is very melodic and sounds awesome. Yeah, 100%, bro. Again, I identify it coming from an evil side, not because of the action, but because it is written even in the Bible that, yeah, fair warning that if there was anyone or anybody or even an angel to come prophesy and say there is God and Jesus is not the Son of God, you know, they just know that they're coming from an ungodly spirit. And it's not just Islam. There's two other ones I know. I forgot the name of the other one, but there's also Mormonism, and again, received the revelation from an angel. Yeah, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's,
I see what you're saying, man. But okay, my thing with the response to the melodic, like the Prince of music, right? Is like,
yeah,
there's nothing that's ever sounded or been written like the Quran, right? So this is another factor to consider from the Islamic side. Is that Islam, like, you've heard this before as well, but it's a very deep point because anybody who's linguistically apt at reading Arabic understands that the Quran is a very complex construction of the Arabic language. It's one of the finishing factors of the construction of the Arabic language, given that it wasn't very like there wasn't very much writing beforehand, but it was just Christians and secularists and people who are like not Muslim who can understand Arabic in a very complex way. So people that are Arabs generally, they recognize and they say that this is a very like impressive work. It's something. That's why Muslims say it's otherworldly. Like the divinity is present in the scripture that it actually exists within.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm gonna hop off, guys. I'm sorry if I was like a bit assertive. I feel very strongly about this, so you guys can say what you guys want to say. Console. All that I ask, man,
please
is that
come back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, give the Quran. Give the Quran I sent you a shot, please. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
And obviously investigate prophecies.
I'll send you a message afterwards.
No worries, bro. Yeah. Just give it a shot from start to finish. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. See you guys.
See ya. Have a good day.
You too.
That was interesting. I got Al Muminun. I don't know if you know that Imam Logic.
What's up, Habibi?
So he sent me Al Mu.
Sheikh Yasser Al-Dosari Al-Muhmimun.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's really popular right now.
Right now? Okay.
Yeah, everybody's like on social media. It's very popular right now.
What's the context?
It's just like normal Quran verse, like non-believers and stuff. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
No. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's actually like good, but like, no, it's just like normal. I guess I don't know. I haven't really. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yo, Jebediah, question for you, mate.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on the Islam as you've seen it so far, down there?
In what? I cannot hear you.
So, what's your perspective on Islam so far that you've experienced?
Well, like, I guess it has moral issues, but like I haven't heard a lot of logical problems with it. Like the prophecies are pretty incredible.
No, not necessarily, Jebediah. I genuinely recommend you do your research when they ask you the prophecy. None of the prophecies in Islam actually occurred. All they did was steal from the Bible. If not, they spoke to traders. In regards to like what was the other faith, Serbian or something. They stole a lot from that because the predominant most of his wives was from that part of town. Majority of it, whatever they say, just fact check it. Usually it'll come up as the lying or it's simply just not true. Just fact check things.
Well, there's
within
like
my- Sorry.
there's one like a tall building prophecy. There's like that.
Yeah.
And there's also one other that is kind of becoming true. It's worship of El, Lut, and Usa, something like 3 daughters of Allah. Yeah, apparently there's like a minority in Saudi Arabia or something that is beginning to like worship them. So
Hello,
yeah.
hello guys. Hello. Sorry. So did that guy bring any evidence for his points, or did he not?
No,
No, he said he had to leave early.
Oh, okay.
He sent me a video though. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I can refute all the prophecies if he wants me to, really.
Jebediah is under the prospect that they're actually true. So if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Name me the hadith that you want me to talk about, because the tall buildings one, that's already been, you asked me about that before. That's already been refuted, and not only that, that's is it console? Console said, yeah, console.
Yeah.
That's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because what do you identify? One, as a tall building, that could be a tall church. That's a tall building. It never specifies what kind of tall building. And then two, Arabs at the time that wrote about this already thought that this prophecy was fulfilled.
Yeah.
So they already thought that prophecy was fulfilled. So how could it now say, oh yeah, this prophecy being fulfilled again? Like, what? It doesn't make sense. We could keep re-fulfilling that. Any way you go, then in the world, that prophecy is being fulfilled. You know what I mean? Even if the building's over 3-story tall, there you go. That's a tall building.
Well,
So,
what about Lut and Usa?
Oh, what? Sorry.
What about like Lut and Usa?
What's that? What's that? Yeah, you have to give me the ayah. The ayah. Yeah,
Apparently, like people were begin worshiping idols that are named Lut and Usa.
So in the hadith, there's a smaller and greater sign, and one of them being that Saudi Arabia, like the people of Mecca and Medina, the inhabitants of that area, will begin to worship the gods that were being worshipped before Islam, and those were the two Jebediah mentioned. What's it again?
It's something like Lut and Usa. It's like a 3 daughters of Allah or something. Like
what's the hadith for it, so I can look into that, please?
I don't remember it.
Yeah.
I don't. But like I
I'll
know it's.
look for it.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay,
But really, these prophecies are really the only reason I'm still looking into Islam. They're like, if they're gonna get destroyed, I'm going to become Christian. Like,
of course, absolutely, yeah.
So,
let's start with prophecies from the Quran, yeah. So we've got which ones have we got here? Where are we? The Jews say shall not until okay. I now have adorned with gold traditions and okay, so with Moses, Solomon, and Jacob, we refrained them. Okay, contradict the hadith that tells the signs which could put up with them the rest. Okay, so let's look at the first one. That Muhammad repeatedly claimed the Quran to be a warner to Arabia, one who did not perform miracles and signs. Tradition records a number of occasions on which miracles are allegedly to have been performed. So, where the Quran says, they, referring to the Jews, say, "We shall not believe in thee until thou cause a spring to gush forth from the earth," as Moses in Exodus 17:6. I think that's what that guy was referring to before he left. or thou have a house adorned with gold, which is actually from Solomon 1 Kings 6 till 21. So I think that's what that guy was referring to. Or thou mount a ladder right into the skies. That's from Jacob in Genesis 28 to 12. Say glory to my Lord. Am I aught but a man, an apostle? That's from, so that quotes that all that were quoted from you is from Surah 17:90 to 93. So, so were Moses, Solomon, and Jacob. So we refrain from sending the signs only because the men of former generations treated them as false. That's from Surah 17 to 59. The unbelievers say, why is not a sign sent down to him from his Lord? But thou art a warner, and to every people a guide. That's from Surah 13 and 7. When there comes to them a sign from Allah, i.e. the Quran Surah 299, 151, 252, they say, we shall not believe until we receive one like those received by Allah's apostle. Allah knows best where and how to carry out his mission. That's Surah 6, verse 124. They say, why is not a sign sent down to him from his Lord? Say, Allah have certainly the power to send down a sign, but most of them understand not. Surah 6:37. Say those without knowledge, why speaketh not Allah unto us, or why cometh not unto us a sign? So said the people before them, word of similar import, their hearts are like, they are indeed made clear signs. We have sent thee in truth as a bearer of good tidings and a warner. That's Surah 2, 118 and 119. So all this plainly contradicts by the hadith that tells the stories of the signs. So let's have a look into this. In Sahih Muslim, we in Sahih Muslim 4 yes, it's Sahih Muslim 4 page 1467. It says, we were along with the messengers Allah at Mina. That moon was split up into two. One of its parts was behind the mountain covered one of its parts according to another writer, and the other one was on this side of the mountain. The people of Mecca demanded from Allah's messenger that he should show them some signs and miracles, and he showed them the splitting of the moon. So so it's basically with everything that the Quran said, it contradicts what the Sahih Muslim says, because how do we witness know that the other part was behind the mountain? So a number of hadith tell us about miracles. Muhammad being thirsty asked permission to milk an almost dry goat. After obtaining it, he invoked blessings on it and supplied milk profusely, enough for owner and his companions and himself. So that's Mishkat for page 450. As for credential of his prophet, he called a tree while it was by side of a valley, and so he came, tearing that ground till it stood in his presence. He wanted it to recite 3 attestations, aka kalimas. So he attested thrice as he had said, and then it returned to its roots. Yeah. You go. What'd you say? Sorry. Jebediah, what'd you say? Sorry? Because you just said wait. Hello? Is Jebediah here?
Millen, wait.
No, you muted yourself, Jebediah. Maybe
Just
that's
just wait, he'll be joined.
Yeah, he'll join back. So yeah, so basically all these properties are so easily refutable. Literally, have a look at this. Have a look at this. Look, have a look at this, and then. So when that guy pulled up from prophecies, right? Have a look. Click on either prophecy in the Quran of Muhammad's false prophecies.
Nice, I'm seeing this one.
This one's about from Sam Shamouni. Big man.
What is? The website?
Muhammad's false prophecies, yeah, it's Sam Shamouni.
Yeah, the website is here. Yeah, so what did that guy just yap? Did he just yap and not show anything? Like he was like, look at it yourself, look at it yourself.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
What?
literally.
How is that making an argument for anything? You literally just making yourself look silly. That's like that's literally like some weirdo coming up to you in the street and saying, look, it's gonna happen, and then just running away. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? That's yeah. And then he's like, I refuted all your arguments because you have nothing to reply. He's like, well, we have nothing to reply because you're not showing us anything. So how can we reply to nothing? What the hell?
It's okay, Milan. Dower goes a long way, brother. One dower here, one dower there. It's all there, brother. Have you seen the stuff people are sending to the Muslims are sending to Chloe, bruv?
Yeah, Javier sent me some DMs. Ridiculous. Just because she's a woman.
Go on, Emil. You can answer the chat in the moderators chat, brother. Answer the question.
What? I'm being asked something?
May I ask a question? What's the difference between Orthodox and Catholic? I'll let you get that one.
Well, who asked me that?
And the no, it's just in general, sir, Mr. Red Slime.
Oh, Mr. Red Slime. Pushed away.
You know, one thing I'd like to say about the like people who's come with prophecies within Mecca and Medina. I feel like they're all prophesying prophecies. Like it just
Yeah.
they just self fulfilling them. It doesn't make no sense, you know. Like I'm not gonna believe that shit. Come on, like you know, show me something more concrete. Of course, they're gonna say riba and all that stuff, but again, I feel like most of the things again taken from Revelation. You know, one thing I saw, there was this video of a guy, and you know how the eschatology work of how Imam Mahdi and you know, Imam Mahdi comes, then it's Jesus, and no, sorry, then it's the Antichrist, then it's Jesus. But you know, in Christianity, if you like
Yeah.
take him in the same order, their Antichrist, no, our Antichrist is their Mahdi, and our Jesus is their Antichrist.
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen that how literally their Messiah is our Antichrist. I've seen something along those lines, but I've not really looked
Yeah, and I
deep
was
into
like,
it.
what? Yeah, like if you were to order them like together, yeah, that's how it is. So basically, it's just gonna be like, you know, Christians versus Muslims at the time, basically. Well, actually, we're not gonna be doing shit like Michael and Gabriel will be doing the beating up, but yeah.
Go on, Emil, and you can finish. Jebediah is back. You can finish what you're saying.
Yeah.
Can you like
Yeah.
Sorry.
pause here?
About the false prophecies, man.
Okay, if you could tell me about the prophecies, because I linked you the whole thing where it literally debunks every single prophecy. Like and like you know when you left, me and Consul mentioned the point that a lot of Muslim as the so-called quote unquote prophecies, they are pretty much self-fulfilling. Like
Yeah.
and even if you ever look at the how they said that Romans are gonna lose soon, that was it literally pretty much happened straight away. Like it was
Yeah.
inevitable. Everyone knew that at the time that Romans was in despair, that Romans were losing to to the pagan war to the pagan tribes. I forgot what the name is. The Germanic tribes. Everyone
Mm.
knew that. This is like from any you pick up any history book. This was well known because it wasn't like a sudden day. It's like oh boom, Rome's collapsed. No, it was like very progressive, and then everyone knew at the time that okay, Rome's about to collapse. So
Yeah. Well, thank you. So did you put it in the chat or?
yeah, but I put it in the chat. Do you have any if you actually put like tell me one now, we can look at it together. Because if me just like gonna be talking at you, I don't think it's gonna be much for you, like much interest and much sort of like discussion for you. But if you pull one up and then be like, okay, let's have a look at this together, type of thing.
Yeah, maybe I have one thing, but like my family, they're busy, so I
Oh, did you say your family is Muslim?
no. They're just I have pretty big family, so
Oh, okay.
I think there's one here. I'm in another chat, Muslim, so it's
Yeah.
gonna. I'm just trying to find it here. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Just if you actually pull some up, that they say the Muslims said either happen or prophecies that are happening. Like, get some from them, or like I don't know, get some videos or whatever, and then we'll have a look at obviously um at showing you how that's not the case, and the prophecies that have been fulfilled in the Quran. Um, sorry, I'm just replying. Yeah, actually, the ones that from the Bible that they took from the Bible. So things like Euphrates River drying up.
Yeah, I know.
The,
Yeah, no, that's in both, but yeah.
yeah.
But is what gold part in both, or what? Like,
Yeah.
it is in Islam. It says it will uncover amount of gold or something.
Yeah. So the one that we said that the gold one. Hold on, let me get the gold one.
That's just so you know, that's literally just straight theft of Christianity, but they just added there's gold underneath it.
Yeah. Hold on. That's literally. Oh, where was I? 2 seconds. Prophecies.
I was
Is the
gonna
prophecy
say
in the
in that
Quran?
prophecy, does it even have the Omega sign in it? From the
No,
Israelites.
no, yeah. So it says that
No.
we shall not believe in thee until thou cause a spring to gush forth from the earth, or thou have a house adorned with gold. That is literally from that, or thou have a house adorned with gold. They literally took that. If you have a look at Solomon in Kings 1 Kings 6:24. That's what they literally taking that from the Bible. So yeah, look, Solomon covered, and now I'm quoting the Bible, what the Bible says. Yeah, so the Quran says, and then you'll see how similar the the Quran that's taken is from the Bible, where it says Solomon covered the inside of the temple with pure gold and extended gold chains across the front of the inner sanctuary, which was overlaid with gold.
Yeah.
So they literally they you have a look. There's a big they're having a big issue here. That they need actual concrete. Okay, like for example, right? They say one of the prophecies, right, that we always hold them for, because that's if this was to happen, this would be the biggest event in history, in throughout the entire history. They say one of the prophecies was to prove that Muhammad was a true prophet is that he split the moon in half. But where's the actual evidence for him splitting the moon in half? Because we know, everyone knows that Romans documented everything. Literally any single thing, any bit of history, Romans always recorded it. Fair enough, Romans didn't record it. Show me evidence from anywhere else in the world. You know what I mean? And nobody has anything. They come up with this Indian king that then became Muslim.
Yeah.
That's literally nowhere narrated nowhere in history apart from a hadith. Like you can't
Oh.
use a hadith as a sort of source to prove Islam, because that's going to go in Islamic direction. That's if anything that will do its best to prove Islam no matter what.
Yep.
A hadith,
Yep.
you know what I mean? So you can't use a hadith as a source of um as a source of reason, or as a source of, how could I say this, a proof of something.
Proof. Yeah.
Because when we test the Bible, we don't say, oh, okay, let's test the Bible by using the Bible. No, like
Mm.
you need to, if we test the Bible, we look at archaeological evidence. We look at
Mm.
um we look at actually the witness accounts.
Writing
We
of
look at
Josephus.
yeah, we look at what people like say for New Testament, right? We look at what people said about like Jesus, for example, and his miracles in the New Testament. We don't just take it from the Christian sources from the Bible. We also take it from what did the Jews say, what did the Romans say, and they all said the same thing. But the Jews just said that he was a he did black magic, and so did the Romans.
Sorcerer.
Yeah, he was a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we know that they've seen him do these miracles, but instead of saying that he was the son of God, they just said, oh, he was a sorcerer. So, but we know that he still did those miracles because we have witness accounts, not just from the Bible. That's the difference. But
Yep.
but Muslims don't have anything outside of their hadiths or Quran. That's not really
Yep.
proof to me. That's like proving
And
Harry Potter with Harry Potter.
yeah, like Prisoner of Azkaban by like I don't know, Philosopher's Stone or something.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So
yeah,
you
no, like you know, like to me, what's absolutely crazy is like Jebediah. If you look at it, right, you see Christians are not the only ones who say Jesus Christ was crucified, right? And we like I believe Islam is another way of me thinking it, right? I believe Islam is from the evil side because they are denying Jesus' crucifixion at the source, right? That's already cutting you off. That's already denying Jesus, right? So Christians say Jesus was crucified. Jews say Jesus, yes, we crucified Jesus, and we're happy for it. And they're like, if you see, there was a graffiti. I don't know if it was by the Romans or by the Jews, like putting Jesus on a cross with like a donkey head on top of him. That was like them saying it already.
I've seen that. And
Yeah, it's not Christian. Like we why would we do that? It's those guys. They're already saying it. The Romans are saying it. The Romans were responsible for it. And then you have like just one small sect. Like even if you go into like Buddhism and like Hinduism, they'll say, yeah, Christ was a good person, right? But again, those guys, they don't deny Jesus' crucifixion. They don't have to say he was crucified either. But Islam is the only one who says Jesus is not crucified, and who only uses the Hadith and the Quran to prove each other to be correct.
And that's like one of the really big things that he's not crucified. Why would they, when everyone knows
Yeah.
that this to be true, why would they go so against that?
Well,
Why?
they said like that there's a tomato up here, so like I don't know.
Yeah, but made to appear, why? Made to appear to who? Why exactly that? Like that
Yeah,
doesn't make any
that's
sense. Like if you think about it logically, it just don't make sense. Or
yeah.
like for example, when they say the Bible is corrupted, why? Like first thing you have to ask is why? Why? What benefit did they get from corrupting the Bible? What benefit did anybody get? Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody gets any benefit from it. If you have a look how the apostles died, they died horrible deaths. Why would you want to make a lie about something and then die a horrible death for it? That's just like you're
Yeah, no
contradicting
gain
logic
for you.
itself. Yeah. Like but if you have a look at actually Muhammad and what did he gain from it? Look what he gained. He gained women.
Money.
He gained riches. He gained power. All these things he gained. Look at the apostles. What did they gain? Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like if you just take a step back and look at it from a logical point of view, it don't make sense. So
100%. And then also Christianity is not for. It's not just like only like again like Muslims say. Islam is for everyone. Like whether you're poor, whether you're rich, smart, like all of that, right? I believe Christianity is actually for everyone. Yeah, I believe that that's actually a lie in Islam, because in Islam you have to study Islam to be Muslim. Like to actually be a Muslim, you have to actually study it and actually know like all the corners to feel like I actually know Islam.
It's not
And
even
in Christianity, you just have to accept. Yeah.
No, I mean, not even in Islam. I mean, you don't even need to go that far. Islam condones slavery. It condones raping children. It condones so much horrendous things that isn't inclusive to everyone. Whereas in the Bible, it simply just says the opposite. You should be not doing those things. You should be a good person and following Christ. Like,
yeah, you should be Christ-like. It literally says you should be Christ-like. Like, but look, and Islam's best example is Muhammad. would you really consider Muhammad, like after you've been in this for a while, a best example? It's impossible. Like, let's be honest. Like, if you think logically, it's impossible to think Muhammad as a good example. Not only that, because look how much he contradicts himself with when he says, for example, right? It's just even logical, right? He says, how many wives can you have in Islam?
4, I think.
How many did Muhammad have?
At the time, 4 at the time.
11.
11. No, you can still only have 4 now. Even though you can have up to 4. That's one of the sunnahs.
No, like you know what they say? They say 4 at a time because like you can divorce them, then you can get another 4. Then
Yeah.
technically you have like 4 wives and like another 4
Continuously.
concubines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So yeah, but he had 11 wives. So he even went against Sunnah. And if you have a look throughout history of Muhammad, people doubted him on multiple occasions. And what was his, like, what did he say when he was doubted every time? Oh, it's from Allah. It's from Allah. Like what? So every time someone doubted him, he pulled out the Allah card.
Yeah. Yeah.
mhm.
Makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. Like logically speaking, it doesn't make any sense. Just like when they say the
Yeah.
Bible's been corrupted, even though we know it hasn't, and we can prove that it hasn't. But even if you take a step back and think about it logically, what was the point of corrupting it? What would anyone
Yeah.
gain from corrupting it? Like, you have to assess this logically, and this is unfortunately, this is what a lot of Muslims tend to lack is actual logical reasoning. So it's
So,
unfortunate.
can you put like a prophecy stuff in a chat? Because
Yeah, I've put it in the chat for you. It's in.
Well,
Oh, do you want me to DM you? Would that be better if I DM you?
yeah. I have to look at it another time. But yeah. So,
Absolutely. Hold on.
yeah. Like I'm thinking like there's no other way but
Yeah.
once I've looked at this, I'll probably make my final decision.
Of course. Yeah. I sent to you. So there's if you have a look, there's like hyperlinks. There's Muhammad's false prophecies in the Quran and Hadith, and then there's prophecies in the Quran, and then
Yeah.
there's also like what was the sign of Pharaoh, etc. Like how that gets it wrong. And then he talks about like multiple, like all the Romans being victorious. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actual 5 articles on that that's written. So it literally it's easy to debunk or like science prediction. Like even has one for science prediction in the Quran, which are completely wrong. So like the explanation is based. Oh yeah, one thing that Quran actually gets really wrong, yeah, it is, and it's a big it's a big contradiction, and Muslims always get stuck on this. Hold on, let me get this up. Let me get it. 'Cause this is actually a good one, right? I just want to share this with you before you go. It's about how the Earth was created, right? So it's either to go against science or to go against the Quran. But both ways are contradiction. No matter which way they try to twist it, it will still be contradiction, one way or the other. There's no escaping it. There's that one's physically no escaping it. So hold on, that one is. Let's have a look. Okay, there we go. So heavens or the earth, which was created first? So in Surah 229, it says that first the earth and then the heaven was created. But then in Surah 79, verses 27 to 30, it actually says heaven and after that was the earth created. So if they go against that logic, so if you have a look at 229, right, which says first earth and then heaven, that's denying literal scientific logic now. That how could earth be created before heaven? That's physically impossible. And then yeah, sorry, yeah, and then Surah 41, 9 till 12 says that also gives details on the creation process and confirms that the earth was created first in the heavens, but then we also read, if you have a look at Surah 79, 27 to 30, that the heavens were created first and then the earth. So which one is it? Like, you know, like you can't. So that's even then, that's them going against and falsifying the current scientific knowledge that we have. Not only that, same as they say that where man's semen comes from, they get that wrong. They say it comes from like the backside, the backbone.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I think that has been like debunked as a
how?
mistake. I don't remember, but I think there's like a guy, Dawa over Dunya or something.
Oh, is that the guy that lies?
I don't
Because
know.
there's plenty of videos of him lying, and he's been called out. Have you ever watched any Christian apologetics talk about him and how they call him out for lying?
No.
Sorry, say that
Same as
again, but I didn't catch that.
same as Muhammad Hijab has been called out for him. Same as Sheikh.
Oh,
Usman.
that guy.
Yeah.
Bro,
Well,
I hate that guy. Like with a passion. Like I don't usually hate people, but that's the guy I hate.
Yeah, well, because he calls for defensive jihad. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Well, there's like
Yeah.
pounds in every side of apologetics, because like I think David Wood like too, because he makes a lot of mistakes, and Muhammad Hijab, like I think yeah. There's like a lot of clowns in Islam and Christianity, to be fair. So yeah.
And also, like I was gonna say what a hadith. Ita was mentioning those two hadiths of creation, right? If you go deeper into those two creations, the first one that mentions creation would tell you that creation happened in 6 days. Then on the second one, it will tell you creation happened in 8 days. So which is it? 6 days or 8 days?
So which one is it?
Yeah. And like the other thing I feel like the Quran and the Hadith gets wrong is this. I feel like this is so like important to me as well, right? If you look at the Quran, right? Again, you can interpret this differently, but if you look at it, it says Christians believe in the Father, the Son, and Holy Mary, right? I think that's like the Trinity they're stuck on. Like we don't worship like Mother Mary.
Yeah,
but
Mary's
then
part of the Trinity.
like no, even Roman Catholic, there's the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Mother gets like Mary, she's venerated like in high regards compared to other sects of Christianity. Yes, 100%, right? But then she's not worshipped. Of course, like in Catholic, I know there's like borderline
Roman
worshipping. Like
Catholicism,
yeah,
it's like they're like almost like they're pretty much worshiping.
Yeah.
No,
Not
I
like
I wouldn't say they're worshipping her. I would say they're venerating her. So the difference of that is like they ask Mary to pray for them, right? Is for example like me going up to you and saying, "Oh, can you pray for me?" It's the same
no.
thing.
I get the Orthodox view, but like the Catholics have statues of her. They're like, well, they're heretics too, right? Roman Catholics, because of filioque and stuff.
Yeah,
they were the first church, man.
No. So the Orthodox and Catholics were the first church, but then they have what's happens called the Great Schism. So both of them are apostolic, got apostolic succession.
But Orthodoxy is like the truth. I know that.
Because Trinity is very easy to understand.
What's happening here, guys? Right?
I'm just explaining to him what the Holy Trinity is.
I mean, we've had this discussion many a time, Hakuna Matata, but if you don't, yeah, you can go over it again.
I'll go as many times as I have to.
Yalla Habibi. You got it. Who's this Friday nice guy? Hello.
Explaining to the Muslim what the Holy Trinity is.
No, I don't really like the idea of Hura.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And it's already. Yep.
No, you go, Consul. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say it already breaks like Christianity and Judaism, and in terms of like how we're gonna go into heaven with our spirit. It already breaks that, because then when we're in heaven, we have body desires, what to have sex, to drink alcohol, and that what we are in to do in heaven. It just makes no sense, because I believe our soul needs, like we're yearning to reunite to the Creator, right? And at that time, I think like the most peace and happiness you can feel is your soul you're reuniting to the Creator, or like in a form like coming with God. So your body desires, I don't think you'll be able to like get a boner because you don't have a body there. You'd have like a sort of body, but it wouldn't be like for sex. So I don't think that the heaven is made on actually heavenly desires, but again, worldly desires and pleasures. Money, sex. Basically drugs, which is alcohol. Like if you read the description of heaven again, right? They basically say you get a palace from like the length from Damascus to modern day Yemen, basically. That's like your palace. That's like where you live, right? That's like your akhirah, right? And I feel like like again, that's like worldly wants. So that's what you want in this world, right? And again, you're in Christianity, you're supposed to be cutting those off. You're not supposed to attach yourself to the world, but again, they attach themselves back into the heaven side of it. I don't know, like again, and another thing I wanted to mention previously that kind of slipped my mind was like again, like in the Quran and the Hadith, they basically say, they're trying to like ask you like, oh, why do you guys believe in Jesus? Like the same thing happened to Adam and Elijah. Like the Jews believe that Elijah is the son of God, when I don't even think the Jews believe Elijah is the son of God. Exactly, bro. Like, do the Jews like say like worship Elijah? No, or even Enoch. Like they don't say Enoch, they say Idris. But then like you'd ask them, like they would ask you like why we don't worship those guys, but why we worship Jesus, right? I think there's like a slippery slope into them saying that Elijah is the son of God for the Jews, and the Jews believe him to be. But yeah, because he was also taken, right? And why would there be a need to make it look like Jesus was crucified for him to take him back up into heaven when Elijah, he was taken back up? I don't know how he was taken back up into heaven from the Quran perspective, but yeah, when he was taken, when he went up to heaven, there wasn't like a dramatic scene where people were like trying to persecute Elijah. I don't know why didn't he create that dramatic scene. But,
I have to go, so yeah, thank you. I'm gonna check out Spanish and I'll let you know in the next
Yes,
call.
bro. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, please DM me of what you think.
Yeah.
And then you just do some own research of literally if you type in wherever that you think the prophecy is, and then you put debunked, and then you literally see it get debunked on the spot. But it was nice talking to you, brother, and I really,
Yes, thank you.
I really wish you the
nice
best.
talking to you. God bless, man.
Yeah, I really hope that guy finds the truth. Honestly, I really do.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Bro, I almost slipped into the crack as well, bro. I don't even know how to explain, bro. You know how much time I spent studying the Quran and Hadith, but then like I haven't gotten anything memorized, but like I keep studying, and every time I find a slippery slope.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I feel like it's just yeah. But one thing I learned recently, right? I don't know if you guys know this. Like, okay, so I was talking to a priest, right? And no, sorry, a deacon, and he's part of the Anglican Church, and he was telling me, he was explaining the Passover and how it connects back to the Book of John, right? And he was saying, like, when Jesus was being crucified, he cried out, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Then he was like, that translation into English is actually wrong, because he was doing Hebrew. He didn't finish Hebrew anyways, but he was saying that if you actually translate it, he's saying Eloi, Eloi, which isn't Father, Father. It was just mistaken, but actually he was asking Elijah, because I don't know. Like I think I don't know if this is correct, but he said he was asking Elijah because Elijah now he is the person carrying souls, like the like he's basically death, like not death as in like the death, the one carrying souls. Yeah, so he was saying so what he said was he was asking Elijah to to take him away? Why is he keeping him? He wasn't actually like saying, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, and I was searching stuff up, and apparently that's kind of that's true. So I didn't know this.
No, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. Honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. I've never said that. Like, for me, you know, when Muslims quote me, I know most of the things they're gonna quote me, but like, I'm not really like that deep, well versed in the Bible as I want to be. I am trying to learn, but it like is a bit hard. But so like that's the first time I'm
Yeah.
hearing about this because what I try to do is like, if I don't understand something from the Bible, I just like I go to either like the early church fathers and or like I look on YouTube and stuff to try to get that explained to me because I like to get like sort of a more deeper understanding. But that's the first because I've not really got that far because I'm probably doing it wrong. I'm probably trying to get deep understanding on my first go, like of fully going through the Bible. But I should probably just like I'm thinking just read fully and then go back and then read again and then
Yeah.
you know really get myself versed. So. I don't know. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I'm not reading it in English either. So like when people quote me in English, I'm like, I have to check this because like I read it in Russian. So for me, it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So
Yeah, no, I 100% get you, man. Yeah, and then you feel like, oh my goodness, no, this is like the wrong thing I'm thinking of because like you're translating it on the go,
yeah,
right? And
exactly.
nah, I get you 100%, man.
Yeah.
Like even me, when like reading things in like in my language is Amharic, right? So when I'm reading some things in Amharic, like I don't usually read the Bible in Amharic, but then like sometimes like I would get something in my head in Amharic, but then like I'm trying to translate it into English. But when I do it, it just does not make sense, and you're trying
Yep.
to like go back and like, oh wait, no, this is not what I mean. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
or even like the other way.
Yes. Yeah. No, I absolutely like. I think you know when you're bilingual, I find it difficult to interpret both like it now both texts, right? And then
Mm.
like get complete understanding. Like so if someone's quoted to me in English, I'm like, and if I read it in Russian, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? But even though I can explain it in Russian, but then if I read something in English and someone talks to me in Russian, I'm like, I can only explain this to you in English, not in Russian. You know what I mean? It's like a catch 22.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, yeah. Oh no, I feel that, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, so I always
I don't.
get stuck.
Yeah, no, I feel you, bro. 100%.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I feel like sharing this with you because like I found it really nice on like some nice like I found like some good stuff to help me like basically move on with not just getting stuck somewhere and like
Yeah.
just moving on with kind of like okay, now I get the gist of it, then I just move on. And I feel like this website, the Bible Project, have really helped me out, man. They got like videos and guides on like each part of the books,
Oh
and
yeah, it looks really
they
good actually.
even
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking.
I was like so surprised like how good they've been working on it, and yeah, and they got videos and everything, and they used to make it like an actual like a cartoon where um people like you'd see like characters move around, and they still have those videos, but then they got like some videos now where it's like um, they show you the guide and basically an explanation into how it connects into the New Testament, especially like stuff with the Old Testament, right? On
Yeah.
how it connects back into New Testament and what the story means. And one of my favorite ones being like when I first saw it here, I did not understand, but when I went, like again, the deacon was holding every Sunday. He has the deacon I was just speaking about. He has a Bible study class basically, and
Yeah.
he basically like reenacts the Old Testament and explains what it means into the New Testament. And my favorite one being the Passover, right? And the Passover being like when the Jews were running away from Egypt to um back into they went into Sinai, then into Israel, right? With Moses.
Yeah.
When it was written to take in a lamb and
Yeah.
slaughter it, then put the blood on the doorpost, and yeah, so you know how in the I don't know, like I found this like I felt like it hits me like a train. But like you know how in the New Testament, the lamb is Jesus Christ.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So he took the sacrifice, like the lamb in the Passover, and the blood we're putting on the sidewall, we're basically putting it ourselves. So that when Abaddon comes,
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see.
yeah, and I was like, "Hey, yo, what? That's crazy!" And you know what's even crazier? Like the way you can interpret that, because you know the people who were saved, they weren't just Jews who were saved in that time, right? When Moses passed on the law, it's like anyone who put the blood on the doorpost, right? But then, of course, you have to slaughter a lamb, like either a male sheep or a goat, and whoever is in that house is saved, even if they're Egyptian. It don't matter. They're saved, right? Now,
Yeah.
like, imagine, like, no matter it's me and you, our differences and our sins, as long as we have the blood of Jesus on us, we are saved. Which I found like so crazy, man. I was like, and he was going deeper into like dissecting each part, and I was like, yeah, and like the movement into and out of the out of the peninsula, and yeah, even like the 10 diseases, no, the 10 catastrophes that came through. But yeah, the final one being the most important. Then he links back like the 10 catastrophes being basically like, no, did he link it back to something we sing today?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, yeah, no. That was like the main part of the Passover that connected with me. But yeah. And you know, the more you look into it, the Old Testament just keeps like making more sense with the New Testament. Right?
It is. No, I agree. Yeah. It interlinks with each other. That's have you seen
Yeah.
this website? Hold on, let me send this to you. This is a really good website,
Mhm.
right? And it basically talks about all of the prophecies that Jesus
Mhm.
fulfilled, right? All the
Mhm.
355 prophecies that Jesus fulfilled from the Old Testament going into the New. And I'll look into this now. Well, yeah. There you go. Look, I've linked you the for the website. Have a look. It's
Yeah.
this. I found like this blew my mind, bro. Like everything. Like if you just go like literally just bit by bit. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like
Wow.
like
Yeah.
probably this website, right? You know, if you're debating a Jew, bro, they get
Yeah.
stuck. They get stuck straight away. They get stuck.
Hey, what's happened? Which
Like
website?
yeah. I linked to about prophecies of Jesus. So like yeah, but that's not how it interprets it. Okay, how does a Jew interpret it then? Like I'm like, no, show me a scholar, and then that's it. Like and then the scholars actually agree with me. I'm like, there you go, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Yo, this is what I've been looking for. Man, fuck, yeah, this is pretty cool. Yo. Yeah, I heard someone doing the maths for the amount of prophecies uh that happen, and like 1 in 1 billion, or like 1 in 100 zeros, or
yeah,
I
like
was like, oh
even if 8 were to happen, yeah, like if 8 or like 10 were to get fulfilled, but
yeah.
355 is technically it's literally it's impossible. Like it's
Mm,
the level of possibility is like beyond crazy. So
mm.
what was I trying to? Oh yeah, that guy linked me the Sahih Hadith. Okay, so the best people in my generation are those who followed them. Then okay.
Bless you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Bless you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we need to debunk this, guys.
Mm-hmm.
He put it in the chat. It's
What
Ibn.
is that?
That guy. He wants to like. Let's help him get closer to Christ.
Yeah.
Let's help him.
Which chat you put it in?
In this chat where we are now. Let's all work
Okay.
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's help him because like he wants these prophecies from Muslims debunked. That's fine, but that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy again, to me anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I agree. Even right now, like the way I'm seeing the things, like because the one he mentioned, right, was he said there's the hadith of Lat and Uzza, right? You know who made it famous right now? Like at this moment, it's just pinging up right now. It's because of, I don't know if you guys know Sheikh Uthman.
Yeah.
That guy mentioned it again with Nico, and it came up again, right? And everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, they're actually worshiping." Actually, for me, I see no proof. He's saying he saw proof of Lat and Uzza. Again, even if there is proof, right? Why the fuck they doing it in the Arabian Peninsula? Like, I feel like it's like there's self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, first of all, it's like you're punished by death, right? So they would be giving that an excuse, like, oh no, it's not something we would do because if someone was to do it, you'd be getting the death penalty, right? But they're just like letting them do it
Yep.
just to appease. I don't know their hadith. I don't know, bro. It just feels too odd that everything that happened, like majority of those signs, are within the Arabian Peninsula.
Yep. And they're very like, yeah, like the very very self-fulfilling. Like
Mm.
they're bound to happen, bro.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I want to see what. It's not even really a prophecy. It's just like a. I want to get this up from. Let me look for an answer in Islam blog.
How old are you? 15? Oh.
Jami at Tirmidhi. Tirmidhi. Jamil Tirmidhi. 222. 2221. Okay. The best people in my generation. 2 seconds.
Yes. Is the Saddam Hussein guys? Wait, whatever. No, oh, never mind. Hey guys, I'm gonna head off. I'll just type in the chat. Maybe you guys are not on your
No, it's alright, no problem, man.
desk.
Take care, yeah. Enjoy your evening, brother.
Yeah, have a blessed night to
Same
you
yourself.
guys. Wait, the evening you side?
Yeah, it's like 9 p.m.
Yeah.
9, 10.
Yeah. No, have a blessed evening, man. Good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Save yourself, man. See you tomorrow. Take care,
Yeah.
brother.